Can everybody settle down? We're getting ready to begin. Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Public Safety. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phones? If you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning, and welcome to fiscal 2026 preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Yusuf Salaam, Chair of the Committee on Public Safety. Today, we will discuss the fiscal 2026 budget, preliminary budget, and the police department, or for the police department, the Civilian Complaint Review Board, the district attorneys, special narcotics prosecutors, and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, to understand the administration's budget proposals for four agencies that play a central role for public safety. I would like to welcome the leadership of these four agencies. The fiscal 2026 preliminary budget includes $7.6 billion that supports 54,182 budgeted positions. This plan includes large changes to the NYPD's budget and minimal changes to CCRB's, DA's, and MOCJ's budgets. Today, I'm interested in learning about NYPD's overtime spending habits, state and federal funding, new initiatives implemented by the department, and the changes to the capital plan. I'm eager to hear how the CCRB has carried out its mission and the budget requests submitted by the board. Additionally, I'm excited to learn about the priorities of our DAs and the SMP, while addressing alternatives to incarceration policies, overtime budgeting, discovery funding, and the decisions that are vital to lowering the incarceration population and achieving the city's goal of closing Rikers Island. Hopefully, we can work together to accomplish the changes needed throughout these agencies' budgets. There are many important budget actions in this plan, and we hope to better understand them after this hearing. The committee would also like to discuss these and other budgetary changes in the Adams administration's budget and their impact on public safety. I look forward to our fruitful conversations with ongoing oversight hearings. However, we have a lot of work ahead. I look forward to hearing about the changes in this plan and getting updates on new programs and services for New Yorkers. I also want to thank our Public Safety Committee staff, for their hard work, our financial analyst, Owen Kotowski and Casey Leisky, policy analyst Chad Benjamin, counsel Jeremy Whiteman, and senior counsel Josh Kingsley. I also want to thank my staff, Wilma Brown, Mufaza Hussein, and Stephen Ileka. I'd like to recognize my colleagues who are joining us today. Deputy Speaker Ayala, Council Members Marte, Council Members Holden, as of now. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Tisch and her leadership team, who we will hear from first. I am now going to pass it back to our committee counsel for a few procedural items. So welcome Commissioner Tisch, Jessica Tisch, Joseph Kinney, Tariq Rahman, Christine Ryan, Tanya Kinsella, and Michael Gerber.
Thank you, Chair. And just before you begin, can you just affirm the following: that you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but your truth in your testimony today, and to answer honestly to council member questions? Seeing that you all acknowledge that, you may go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Salam, And members of the City Council Committee on Public Safety, I am Jessica Tisch, Commissioner of the New York City Police Department. I am joined at the table today by First Deputy Commissioner Tanya Kinsella, Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget Christine Ryan, and Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters Michael Gerber, as well as other members of my executive staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the NYPD's fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget. I have come before this body previously as Commissioner of both the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications and the Department of Sanitation. It is my great honor to now share with you the remarkable work of the women and men of the New York City Police Department and to engage with you in an open, productive, respectful dialogue, just as we have in the past. Public safety is the most fundamental obligation a government has to its people, and the police are the keepers of that promise. But to do this, a law enforcement agency needs one thing above all else: the public trust. And it begins with strong ethical leadership. In my career, I have set high standards for myself and for those who work with and for me. And I have been very candid that I expect all members of my executive team to rise to meet these high standards and to always lead with unimpeachable integrity. So immediately upon taking this job, I began a full review of the department. We would enhance what was working well and fix what was not. Over the past 3 months, we have made more than a dozen changes to our top leadership, matching the right skills and experience with the right roles. We overhauled the Internal Affairs Bureau, both in leadership and in personnel. We returned about 1,000 cops from administrative roles back to patrol, including the right sizing of our Public Information Bureau by reducing its uniformed headcount from 87 down to 47, which is a 46% reduction. We amended the NYPD's vehicle pursuit policy to give our officers clearer guidance and smarter protocols. And we initiated system-wide changes to our overtime policies designed to prevent misuse and to ensure compliance with NYPD regulations. Overtime continues to be an essential and critical tool in maintaining public safety, as it allows for additional deployments when and where they are most needed, including to reduce crime and staff unplanned events. While an essential part of our budget, it is paramount that overtime be actively managed and that there is strict accountability for its use. I have a track record for taking overtime management seriously, as evidenced by my time as Sanitation Commissioner. Under my tenure there, my team and I reduced overtime spending by nearly 30% between fiscal years 2023 and 2024, which exceeded even OMB's target. I'm continuing this focus on efficient and appropriate use of overtime at the NYPD, and early results of the overtime management plan are favorable. First, some context. The NYPD's current overtime budget is $685.7 million, whereas the average overtime spend for the past 5 fiscal years, once adjusted for collective bargaining, was $912 million per year, about $227 million above our current overtime budget. It is important that we are comparing apples to apples here, because the same dollar of overtime today costs more than it did previously. And for years, the budget has had no connection to reality, with significant incremental adjustments being made throughout the year. All that said, we are spending far too much money on overtime at the NYPD. In the first half of fiscal year 2025, the department spent $615.7 million on overtime, an increase of 10.8% compared to the same time frame last fiscal year. At that pace, we were on course to spend $1.23 billion for fiscal year 2025, a 12.7% increase over fiscal year 2024. Then on January 1st, I put very clear overtime controls in place for uniformed members, and I did the same on February 1st for civilian members. I am pleased to say that in the month of January 2025, we turned the tide, and the department's overtime spending is down nearly 11% from January of last year, saving $8.3 million in 1 month. And that trend continued last month, with February overtime spending down 10% compared to last February, saving $7.3 million. This reduction is despite multiple headwinds, including lower staffing levels and increased resources in the transit system, especially on the overnights. Overall, with this renewed focus and enhanced compliance measures, we anticipate that we will continue to see reduced overtime compared to the first half of the fiscal year. Including the additional transit overtime, we are currently projecting to spend $100 million less compared to what the department was on pace to spend if the levels from the first half of the fiscal year had continued unchecked. And let me be clear, none of this has come at the expense of public safety. In 2024, overall index crime was down with more than 3,600 fewer incidents reported than the previous year. Murders were at a 5-year low. Both shooting incidents and shooting victims were down for the third straight year citywide. And in Brooklyn, shootings were at their lowest level since CompStat began tracking them in the early 1990s. Major crime was down in our housing developments, and it was down in our transit system for the second straight year. This was certainly movement in the right direction, but we knew that we could and must do more. There were still stubborn pockets of violence in the city, and there was a sense that people still did not feel safe. So we wasted no time in building on and enhancing our efforts to further drive down crime, and that work has led to a meaningful course correction. Major crime in February was down nearly 15%, marking the third straight month of double-digit declines in citywide index crime, after a 16% drop in December and a 17% drop in January. So far in 2025, overall crime is down more than 14%, with 6 out of the 7 index categories seeing significant declines. Year-to-date, crime is down across every city borough. It is down 11% in housing, and it is down 27% in our subways. We continue to make great progress against gun violence, with citywide shooting incidents down another 21% from last year. We have seized more than 20,800 illegal firearms since Mayor Adams took office. And long-term investigations alongside DAs from Brooklyn and Queens resulted in the removal of dozens more illegal guns from our streets and in the arrests of the violent criminals who use them. The result was the fewest shootings of any January in recorded history, and we set a record by going 5 straight days without a single shooting anywhere in the city that month. February continued that trend, and we now have the lowest number of year-to-date shooting incidents since record-keeping began more than 30 years ago. On top of this, year-to-date retail theft is down, misdemeanor assaults are down, and in just 2 months, the NYPD has already taken more than 1,000 illegal guns off of our streets. Our roadways are also getting significantly safer, and the work of our 2,900 traffic enforcement agents is saving lives. In 2025, citywide traffic fatalities are down 30% to their lowest level in 4 years. Total collisions are down by more than 16%, and traffic-related injuries are down 20%. Every single collision category, from pedestrians to bicycles to e-bikes, is lower this year compared to 2024. NYPD traffic agents are doing a remarkable job in the most densely populated city in the nation, and our streets are much safer as a result of their work. All of this to show that New York City remains the safest big city in America. But one major crime category is running counter to all the others, and that is rape. Compared to 2024, reported rapes have increased by 27%. And although this may seem counterintuitive, this is a clear sign that our work to seek justice for every victim of sexual and gender-based violence is making a real difference. For years, these crimes have been widely underreported, and more survivors coming forward means more ability for the police to get these criminals off of our streets. Beginning in spring 2024, NYPD detectives began taking reports of sexual assault at the city's 5 borough-based family justice centers, where survivors were already receiving social and legal services in a safe space. Now they can come forward with the support of trusted advocates and providers and receive the critical resources they need to heal. We encourage all survivors to make their voices heard so that the police can hold these criminals accountable. Simply put, the overall crime reductions the women and men at the NYPD have delivered over the past 3 months have been extraordinary. If 2024 was a step in the right direction, then 2025 has so far been a leap forward. So how are we doing this? We had to reimagine how the police department viewed and analyzed crime. And to do that, we went back to the greatest innovation in policing over the last century, CompStat. When CompStat was developed in the early 1990s, my mentor, Commissioner Bratton, was thinking about crime at the precinct level. But the average police precinct in New York City is quite large, and each one varies widely in size, population, and land use. What was working in Midtown might not apply to Mott Haven, and 30 years ago, the data was less detailed and the process less defined. Now, though, With more powerful analytic tools and the capability for more sophisticated evaluation, we can be more precise than ever. And we can extend the transformation that CompStat began through the establishment of zones. The idea is to focus on much smaller geographical areas than precincts, specific street segments, portions of neighborhoods, even stretches of blocks that cross precinct borders. Wherever we see increases in crime, we analyze those spikes, and those areas become our zones, hyperlocal, concentrated regions where we can maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of our deployments. These deployments are flexible and can quickly adapt to shifting conditions through the use of our mobile field forces. The idea is quite literally to flood the zone. In a world with limited resources, you can't flood the zone across a 4 square mile precinct, and you don't need to, but you can do that across 10 problematic blocks. Every day, we are deploying about 650 additional officers to dozens of zones around the city. These deployments are not about targeting individuals. They are about combating crime exactly where it is happening. This is a focused, location-based, scalpel approach to crime, and the early returns are extremely encouraging. Over the first 10 weeks of 2025, major crime in our zones is down more than 28% overall, with a 50% reduction in shootings. This overall drop in crime includes a 37% decline in our 125th Street zone in northern Manhattan, a 42% reduction in our downtown Flushing zone, and a 19% drop in crime in the White Plains Road zone in the Bronx. And in our Roosevelt Avenue zone, major crime is down 37% compared to last year. Complex analysis establishes the zones, and then, just like they did in 1993, we put the cops on the dots. It is a data-driven model based on straightforward logic. Uniformed police presence drives down crime and disorder, and it is working above and below ground. Every day, millions of people rely on the New York City subways to get them where they need to go, and we know that the system will always be a bellwether for public safety in our city. Riders must be safe, and they must feel safe too. That is why, among my first major initiatives as police commissioner, I announced a 3-part transit safety plan. Part 1 began with optimizing our resources to ensure that our deployments were as effective and efficient as possible. As a result of our analysis, more than 200 transit officers are assigned to daily dedicated subway patrols in the highest crime stations in the system. And within those stations, our officers are posted away from the entrances and mezzanines and onto the actual trains and platforms where we know that 78% of transit crime actually occurs. Part 2 is the reassignment of hundreds of officers from desk jobs and administrative work to transit patrol, which enables us to put 2 uniformed officers on every overnight train in the city. These cops are highly visible and move from one car to the next, addressing conditions as they encounter them. Part 3 is about the transit system's rules themselves, and it is a meaningful systemic shift in how we approach policing in transit. Over the past 10 years, prohibitions against taking up multiple seats, laying out stretch, smoking, drinking alcohol have not been consistently enforced. This increased the perception of an unsafe system, and it needed to change. So we piloted that change in Transit District 20 in Queens. We have added Transit District 34 in Brooklyn, and we are looking to expand this program in the coming months. Our cops will not simply walk by someone who is violating the law and disrupting other passengers. We will correct the condition. And this is not just about enforcement. If a person is arrested and they are unhoused, they are offered placement in a shelter. And if they accept the offer, the Department of Homeless Services will see that they are given a bed. We will also arrange for their transportation if needed. This is not a dragnet. This is not harassment. And this also is not about one person taking up 2 seats on a half-empty train. This is about restoring a sense of safety and order in the system. It is also a response to New Yorkers telling us that unchecked disorder makes them feel less safe on the train. And the truth is, this approach also allows the NYPD to address the random acts of violence that we have seen in the subways. Since this refocused enforcement began, about 32% of the encounters have resulted in an arrest, mostly because of open, active warrants. Of those people arrested, 31% were convicted felons. And all combined, they had nearly 3,600 prior arrests, which is an average of 20 per person. The early data from this transit plan is promising. So far this year, major crime in transit is down another 27% from 2024, and it is 44% below pre-pandemic levels. And with focused deployments and consistent enforcement, we expect that these crime numbers will continue falling. Our work in the transit system, on top of reducing crime and disorder, is also cognizant of the mental health crisis we are facing here and in communities across our country. Our subways are not homeless shelters or psychiatric hospitals. At the local level with the PATH program and the state level with the SCOUT program, we are working closely with our partners at the MTA, DHS, and health and hospitals to help people in need whom we encounter in the transit system. This co-response initiative is part of our ongoing effort to connect people with shelter and with care, and our interagency teams have made thousands of contacts over the past 5 months. While we have a moral duty to provide services, we cannot do this work alone. We require strong partners and even stronger ideas, and the NYPD stands with the mayor and the governor in their legislative efforts to proactively address severe mental illness. In New York City, it is clear that we do not have a surging crime problem, but we do have a surging recidivism problem. Compared to 2018, 2024 saw an unacceptable rise in the number of individuals arrested 3 or more times for the same crime in the same year. The increase was 61% for burglary, 64% for shoplifting, 71% for grand larceny, 83% for robbery, and 119% for auto theft. And when we look at felony assault, an index crime that was up in 2024, the increase was a staggering 147%. So why is this happening? Well, among the reasons are changes to New York State laws enacted in 2020 that rendered our criminal justice system a high-speed revolving door, putting violent repeat offenders back on our streets over and over again. As the mayor and I have said, your cops are out there doing their jobs. And in 2024, they made the most felony arrests in 26 years. But before they can even finish the paperwork, the person they arrested is back out on the street, immediately returning to the neighborhood and the people that they just victimized. It's demoralizing, it's unsustainable, and it defies common sense. And that's exactly the message that I carried to Albany last month, specifically as it relates to changes to the discovery law. Ultimately, we must put the focus back on crime victims. I've been working closely with the mayor on this, as well as the governor and our 5 DAs. And last month, I met with legislators in our state capitol to send them a direct message. We must do better. We have been very clear on the specific changes that need to be made to the discovery law, and it is also important to know that the changes that we have put forward in no way retreat from the underlying spirit of the criminal justice reforms of 2020, including the notion that those accused deserve to see all the available relevant evidence against them, and they should not be surprised by anything at the 11th hour. But the 2020 reforms had unintended consequences that put the safety of New Yorkers at risk, and these unintended consequences have to be addressed. Changing the criminal justice laws alone, while necessary, is insufficient. Too often, our prosecutorial partners decline cases or effectively dismiss cases through adjournments and contemplation of dismissal or ACDs. I have met individually with many of our DAs on this issue, and those productive discussions will continue so that we can forge a safer path forward. There is always room for improvement. Our DAs are our most important partners, and our work together undoubtedly makes our city safer. But any blanket policy that makes the revolving door spin faster must be reevaluated, and we have seen the effect of these policies for a while now. Toothpaste and laundry detergent locked up in cages on pharmacy shelves, mom and pop stores closing because they cannot recover from shoplifting losses, people brazenly stealing from our retailers, really taking their time with it, and calmly walking out of the store without a care in the world. All of this is at least in part due to the removal of serious consequences for certain misdemeanors. I am channeling the voice of virtually every NYPD cop and everyday New Yorkers when I say, enough is enough. Criminals in New York City, including violent repeat offenders, continue to be given every courtesy, and the people of this city, they suffer as a result. To be sure, crime and violence are major parts of the public safety equation, but when residents, businesses, and tourists are plagued by issues like out-of-control scooters and e-bikes, aggressive panhandling, unruly street vending, public urination, open-air drug use, and more, it makes them feel unsafe, and it gives the impression of chaos and disorder on our streets. To address this, the NYPD is overhauling its approach to quality of life enforcement, and our plan, which will be finalized and implemented over the coming months, begins with the creation of a quality of life division headed by a new chief of quality of life. Instead of various units scattered throughout the department, we will have dedicated precinct officers assigned to newly formed Q teams. These teams will have strong centralized leadership and be specifically trained to handle and resolve these issues. And we are also developing QStat, which will track quality of life complaints the same way that CompStat tracks crime complaints. Our QStat meetings will keep us accountable, more accurately measure our effectiveness, and recenter our approach to public safety. I want to be very straightforward about this. Quality of life enforcement is based on community complaints. It is about listening to the people in our neighborhoods who are calling 311 and pleading for someone to come and help them. Over the past 6 years, those calls nearly doubled. From 2018 to 2024, complaints about illegal parking have gone up 202%. Noise complaints are up 119%. Calls about homeless encampments are up 557%. And complaints about panhandling have increased by 2,783%. New Yorkers are clearly demanding that something be done. And make no mistake, this is not about zero-tolerance policing, which can be dangerous and counterproductive. While correcting these conditions, our officers will always have discretion, and discretion starts with engagement. Over the past 30 years, CompStat has transformed how we police with a focus on data-driven analysis and supervisory accountability. Now we are using that same model with ComplianceStat. What began last year as monthly ComplianceStat meetings will now occur every other week. At a ComplianceStat meeting, the borough leadership and commanding officers are grilled for 3 hours by senior department executives on a variety of compliance metrics. Just as COs are called to the podium at CompStat to explain what they are doing in response to crime spikes, at ComplianceStat, they have to explain body-worn camera video where we have identified deficiencies, or compliance data showing that they are falling short. Half of ComplianceStat is devoted to investigative encounters, particularly the self-initiated stops by our specialty teams. For that portion of ComplianceStat, members of the monitors team are in the room so that they can provide feedback and guidance. When it comes to compliance, we have real work to do. Through ComplianceStat, we are devoting the time, the focus, and the energy of the department to getting that work done. ComplianceStat and QSat are the latest accountability metrics in use in the NYPD, and they are the logical evolution of the CompStat revolution that began 32 years ago. Advancing and refining these models now gives us precise, real-time command of our work in 3 key areas: fighting crime, improving quality of life, and measuring our own performance. And our relentless focus on data integrity will usher in the next era of policing in New York City. Also ahead for 2025 is a new training module which will expand our department's crisis intervention training to include ICAT, integrating communications, assessment, and tactics. This evidence-based approach to de-escalation training is centered on the critical decision-making model and will teach our officers additional skills and tactics to better serve them in situations where someone is in mental distress. The NYPD responds to about 180,000 such jobs every year, and they are some of the most challenging calls for service that our officers handle. The safety of everyone involved depends on cops who are highly trained, well-resourced, and exceptionally prepared, and this enriched training can save lives. We owe this to the public, and we owe this to our cops. We began this training with our newest academy class, and it will be rolled out across the department throughout the year. The work of this department certainly makes our city safer, but we need more cops, and I will not sugarcoat it. The NYPD is in a hiring crisis. This is not a budget problem. Mayor Adams has given us all the resources that we need and greenlit every class we wanted to bring in, but the applicants are just not there. It was not that long ago when people would wait years to get the call to join the academy, and every incoming class was at capacity. Now we are practically begging people to take the exam, and when they pass, we are scrambling to get them hired as quickly as possible. So what happened? First and foremost, we are still seeing very real impact of the defund and anti-police movements, which created a public discourse that devalued our officers and their profession. A lot of the rhetoric aimed at our police is vile, and the pendulum has swung too far away from what I consider to be the most important and noble job that anyone could do, and we must swing it back. Because it's quite simple. More cops on patrol make our city safer. In 2018, the NYPD had 37,000 uniformed officers for a city of more than 8 million people. Now we have 33,000, an 11% drop in headcount over 7 years. We need to bring the headcount up, and we started with the new class of more than 1,000 recruits sworn in 2 months ago. It was the largest recruit class in nearly a decade, but these much-needed additions are just the beginning. We know that we have more work to do. Part of that work is continually evaluating our staffing policies and making changes to improve the way we recruit, hire, and train our officers. Previously, the NYPD required at least 60 college credits to enter the academy, which is a higher standard than most peer agencies who do not require any college at all. In 2023, this requirement led to the disqualification of 29% of NYPD applicants, meaning we turned away 2,275 potential officers. We could not afford to do that any longer. So, in line with similar decisions that Mayor Adams made last year to recruit more municipal workers, I made the difficult decision to reduce the credit requirement from 60 down to 24. At the same time, we have increased the college credits earned in the police academy from 36 up to 45. Along with increased academic rigor in the academy, we raised the physical standards as well. With the mayor's support, we reinstated the mile-and-a-half run as a graduation requirement, putting more focus on our officers' health and fitness. I know these changes will allow the NYPD to recruit more quality candidates to serve as police officers while increasing the physical standards and maintaining academic rigor that continue to surpass what most other police departments require. At the end of the day, I want this to be a job that our officers are proud of and their families are proud of, and one that they want to pass down to future generations. There was a time when policing was the family business, and it needs to be again. As we go about our vital work keeping New Yorkers safe, I can promise you that the NYPD is going to follow the law. Federal law, state law, city law, and the court orders that bind us. That means that we are not going to engage in civil immigration enforcement, period. That means that despite our objections to the How Many Stops Act, we will meet its requirements. That means that we will protect protesters' First Amendment right to speak, however hateful that speech may be. That means that we are recommitted to meeting the mandates of the Stop, Question, and Frisk monitorship through Compliance Stat, through a 14th Amendment compliance plan that was long overdue, and through the accountability and discipline that are warranted when we fall short. The NYPD is not perfect, but we will hold ourselves to the highest standards of legality and of integrity that befit the greatest police department in the world. Now, I would like to turn to the work the NYPD and City Council can do together. The perception among the police and the public is that the Council has been legislating against us, but there is much that we can do in concert. I look forward to discussing these many points of intersection with you where our work can collectively benefit our shared public safety interests. For instance, we are taking a close look at measures to discuss with you that will dramatically improve New Yorkers' quality of life, such as possession of ATVs. ATVs cannot be legally operated on New York City roadways, but because ATV possession is legal, enforcement of the ATV laws is very challenging. The City Council should make it a misdemeanor to possess an ATV within the confines of the city. As part of this shared work, we must move away from stances that negatively impact public safety in our city. We need to have a candid dialogue, not in anger, but in honesty, about the effect that various laws have on the department's work and on public safety. As you know, the Council has before it a bill that would ban the department's criminal group database. That database is a critical intelligence tool that helps the NYPD save lives. If you want to work with us to improve the database, by all means, let's craft a bill together. But do not eliminate the database. Doing so will hurt the department and will detract meaningfully from public safety. Whenever possible, we should be working together to enhance the safety and quality of life of every New Yorker. As leaders in city government, that is our job, and I am eager to partner with you on any policies and legislation that makes our city stronger. Now, turning to the mayor's preliminary budget and its impact on the NYPD in the coming fiscal year. In totality, the NYPD's fiscal year 2026 expense budget is $6.15 billion, the vast majority of which, or 92%, is allocated for personnel costs. The remaining 8% is dedicated to non-personnel costs, which include costs for technology that provides officers with immediate access to critical data and applications, safety equipment, our response vehicles, and facilities. We are grateful for the restoration in the November financial plan of our January and April 2025 police officer classes, as well as the additional new funding of $181 million included as part of the preliminary financial plan, which was for the following in the current fiscal year. $117 million to partially address our structural overtime shortfall, $55 million for the department's domain awareness system and data plans for police officers' smartphones, $9 million for auto parts to ensure we can maintain the department fleet, including marked patrol and specialty vehicles such as ESU trucks. In addition to the department's operating budget, our 10-year capital strategy includes $1.55 billion for fiscal years 2025 through 2035. This funding is critical for facility construction projects, over $698 million, or 45% of the capital budget, including a renovated firearms training facility. Communications and other information technology infrastructure, over $428 million, or 28%. Large vehicle life cycle replacements, including ESU trucks, tow trucks, boats, and helicopters, $385 million, or 25%. During this capital plan, FY25 was reduced by $50 million to account for updated project schedules. The department will continue to work with OMB to ensure funding is available to address all life safety systems, including communications equipment and facility improvements. While we have not yet felt any direct impact to our federal funding levels under the new administration, we are closely monitoring any directives and changes regarding federal grants. Federal funding, while only making up 3% of our budget, covers critical functions within the department. On average, the NYPD receives just over $200 million annually in new federal grant funding, with the majority coming from the Department of Homeland Security. The DHS grants enhance the department's counterterrorism capabilities, especially in the transit system and at our ports. These grant funds have allowed the department to develop and sustain our sensor and information technology centerpiece, the domain awareness system, to support our counterterrorism mission, hire intelligence research specialists, deploy officers within the transit system and to strategic locations citywide based on intelligence, and train officers to respond to chemical, ordnance, biological, and radiological threats or incidents, as well as active shooter scenarios. Federal funds are critical to enhancing our ability to protect New York City residents and visitors and our critical transportation and port infrastructure. The NYPD will continue to work closely with OMB to assess any potential impact on this critical funding stream. I am a transparent, solutions-oriented person, and I have worked well with the council in every role that I have served in city government. Some of the most important work of my career has been done in partnership with council members, and I hope and expect that will continue with you in my current role. My work with the council has always been infused with a tone of mutual respect. That doesn't mean we will always agree, but when we disagree, I will always be very clear as to why. For the sake of all the people we serve, we must and we will work together. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and my staff and I look forward to now answering your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to recognize that we've been joined on Zoom by Councilmember Caban, in person by Councilmember Joseph Abreu, Public Advocate Jumaane Williams, and also by Councilmember Nurse. And I want to give the floor now to our Public Advocate Jumaane Williams for his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, First Deputy, and Deputy Commissioners. As mentioned, my name is Jumaane Williams, Public Advocate of the City of New York. I want to thank Chair Salam and members of the Committees on Public Safety and Finance for holding this important hearing. I do want to mention that wherever I go, I ask 3 questions that are answered the same, whether it's the most Republican district or the most Democratic district. How many people think that crime is an issue? Raise their hand. They normally do. How many people think that police are a partner in trying to address that crime? Most folks usually raise their hand. How many people think they can do it alone? Most people don't raise their hand. Those questions are answered all over the same. And I feel like that third question is where we have a lot of difficulty, as no matter where we agree, most of the weight of public safety is always falling on our law enforcement. And so I'm hoping to have a public safety discussion that goes outside of law enforcement so we have a better understanding of what public safety is. And And with that, I'd also want to mention that even throughout the defund the movement, defund the police, which admittedly I said then, now was not the best phrasing of what I think they were trying to do, NYPD was never defunded. Many other agencies were, and I don't know if we ever discussed the impact of those agencies being defunded. I do think that NYPD should not be leading in providing assistance and services to people experiencing homelessness or mental health crisis. Having NYPD lead to remove public perceived as being homeless or experiencing symptoms of mental illness into a hospital is not the best use of city resources. The city instead must invest in non-police responses to help in mental health crisis, affordable community-based mental health services, subsidized housing, respite and drop-in centers, things that dramatically decrease the likelihood of need for intervention in the subway in the first place. PD can be available if necessary. The NYPD spent nearly $1.1 billion on overtime during the 2024 fiscal year, $141 million more than the previous year. I was just with the comptroller who presented a report about the community-based violence interruption programs. While the department has $1.1 billion just in overtime, they can't even get paid on time. And I can't imagine what kind of services we'll be able to provide from the police department if they have to wait 3, 4, 5, almost a year to get paid. Police overtime has always been the subject of debate, but recent events, including allegations, excuse me, that a former chief of department traded overtime pay for sexual acts, have emphasized the need for reform. I want to say I am heartened to see NYPD Commissioner Tisch taking steps to address excessive overtime and overtime abuse. Excessive overtime does not only drain resources that could be used to invest in what we know makes us safer: housing, support, mental health services, employment opportunities, crisis intervention, credible messengers, and education. It also harms officer retention. Officers have cited mandatory long hours as reasons they left their jobs, reporting that it has left little time to see their spouses and start families. Making tens of hundreds or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in overtime in a year also incentivizes retirement. For officers who have reached their 20th year of service, their pensions will be based on their 2024 salaries, inclusive of overtime. Many officers will and have chosen to retire rather than the risk retiring with a smaller pension in a few years. For an agency that struggles with recruitment and retention, it is NYPD's best interest to ensure the officers are not putting in excessive overtime. In 2024, the city paid over $205 million in police misconduct lawsuit settlements, the most since 2018. This number is not inclusive of matters that were settled with the Comptroller's Office prior to formal litigation, though more than half of the cases settled were around 20 years old, predating this administration. We continue to see cases seeking millions of dollars in damages as a result of police misconduct. In September of last year, the NYPD shot a person accused of holding a knife, pursued for fare evasion, as well as bystanders and one of their own officers, leaving one bystander in critical condition with a gunshot to the head. Two of the victims announced their intentions to sue the city for $80 million and $70 million, respectively. It bears repeating that the fare for the subway is $2.90. NYPD also injured numerous people last year in a crackdown on protests, including occupation of a building on Columbia University's campus. It is also vital to adequately, robustly fund our public defender services, while free legal defense services for anyone who needs them are mandated by federal law and local law. These organizations are consistently underfunded. It is low-income New Yorkers who ultimately face the consequences of a budget that favors district attorneys' offices, deprived of the robust legal representation that they need and deserve. A broader range of nonprofits that have city contracts to provide services to New Yorkers, including those that provide legal services, have repeatedly reported that the city makes payment far too late, or sometimes not at all. The city budget must ensure a high standard of quality legal representation for low-income New Yorkers. Just wanted to add, based on some of the things that I heard, that sound a lot like returning to some broken windows type policing. I sat and met with George Kelling during the height of the abuses of stop, question, and frisk to get an understanding of what he was thinking, and he agreed with me that broken windows do not have to be fixed by police, meaning the police do not have to be the ones sent there all the time, and was concerned about the reputation it was getting. Recidivism has always been an issue. I'd be interested to see where it was before 2018. I'm also interested to see what recidivism is doing across the nation, just like violence and crime across the nation that occurred after the pandemic raised. And our laws had nothing to do with rising crime or recidivism across the nation. And there are places in the state like Buffalo that are seeing historic drops in shootings and murders as well. We also know that many times judges were not setting some of the bails that they had available to them, had nothing to do with the law. We should be pushing to invest in other things, because inevitably, it happens every single time, and it will happen now. The more we put this weight on our police, there will be interactions that will be damaging, and often feel like we're setting our officers up for failure by asking them to do things that other people should be doing that is not good for them, and it is not good for community. But this is a cycle that happens. And I'm hoping at some point we can stop the cycle by agreeing where we agree, but backing that up with funding to other agencies and other organizations that can do the job that we're asking our NYPD to do. It causes unnecessary tension, unnecessary conversations, unnecessary pressure that the public sees. So I'm pleading with the commissioner to rethink some of the strategies they're trying to do and make the law, NYPD, be the last resort, not the first resort. And let's figure out some other agencies and other organizations that can be the first resort to try to address a lot of these issues, because I don't want them ignored. But this playbook has been seen over and over, city after city. And I know what the result is going to be, and I'm concerned for all of us if that is the pathway we take. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Public Advocate. I'm going to start a line of questioning. Start off by asking the budget requests that have been submitted to the administration for the NYPD. Can you summarize the requests made for fiscal 2026 and what requests were not funded in the preliminary plan that you hope will be included in the executive and adopted plans?
Good morning. The primary requests that we've made have been in the areas where we have structural underfunding in our budget, so that includes requests for additional IT funding. We need approximately $42 million in the current year, $98 million in the baseline. That's to ensure we can continue to support and expand critical data and software, critical systems and software. Growing data and data analysis needs need to be addressed, as well as making sure that we have the appropriate funding for maintaining a safe and secure cybersecurity posture. We also submitted a request for our fleet. As you are probably aware, our response vehicles are not currently capitally eligible, and we have a structural underfunding in our budget as a result of a series of cuts in prior budgets to the funding for our fleet. So we've requested $35 million in the next 3 fiscal years for our fleet to ensure we have an appropriate life cycle replacement for those very important first-line response vehicles. And of course, over time, those projections are still being finalized, but our overtime budget also begins each year. This has been the case for the last 5 fiscal years, significantly underfunded, and so we project at this point we'll need up to approximately $300 million in additional city tax levy funding for our overtime budget.
And Commissioner, in the few months that you've been Commissioner, what changes have you implemented in relation to the dedication and direction of the NYPD's resources? And have you created or enhanced any units within the NYPD? And are there any units for which you have reduced funding or eliminated? And do you have any plans to create new units or eliminate any existing units during your tenure?
As I mentioned in my testimony, the large push that we've been making over the past 3 months has been to return officers who are working desk jobs back to patrol, transit, and housing. This is especially important given the staffing crisis that we face at the NYPD. We are seeing a lot of retirements, which are expected. We hired massive classes about 20 years ago, and so we have lots of officers that are newly eligible for retirement, and we're working very hard to bring new recruits in to replace those officers. So the big push on the staffing side has not necessarily been to create new units, but to bolster patrol, transit, and housing. That's the bread and butter, really, of the department, and get officers back out onto the streets. We've put a lot of emphasis on rebuilding the Internal Affairs Bureau. We've also taken a good hard look at DCPI. As I've mentioned in my testimony, we have significantly reduced uniform headcount there. Those are among the changes that we have made to date.
Thank you. The return of these officers from being behind the desk back into the streets to do patrol, transit, and housing and so forth, have you seen that this has also been impacting the overall overtime spending in a positive way?
As I mentioned in my testimony, when we put our new overtime control plan into place, starting on January 1st for the uniform officers, in the month of January, we saw almost an 11% decrease in our uniform overtime spend compared to the previous January. And that was not just that it's an 11% decrease. We were on a trajectory to be 11% over for the month of January. So we really turned the tide there. And yes, I do believe that returning officers working desk jobs to our operational commands does have an impact on overtime spend in the department. It also makes our streets safer and brings our response times down.
Just like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmembers Ariola and Councilmember Palladino. As it relates to NYPD overtime spending, as of January, the NYPD has spent approximately $721 million for overtime costs, $156 million more than the $556 million budgeted for overtime adoption. Nearly all of the overage in overtime spending is the result of excess uniform overtime. At adoption, the NYPD's budget included $477 million for uniform overtime expenses, but by January, uniform overtime expenses had exceeded $631 million. Which units and ranks generate the most overtime spending? And please provide a breakdown of overtime spending by purpose and unit.
So,
How much,
I
I'm sorry, just to finish up. How much of the overtime costs is planned events like parades? How much for unplanned events like protests? And how much for other activities? And how do these totals compare to previous years?
So overtime by rank is split about 50% is for our police officers, which makes sense given they make up the vast majority of our staff on the uniform side, 27% detectives, 15% sergeants, 8% lieutenants, and 0.1% in the other ranks within the department. In terms of category, our projected spend is that events and details will be 20%, transit safety 18%, investigations 17%, protests 8%, operational 8%, arrest 8%, and crime reduction 6%. Those percentages are actually percentage-wise relatively consistent with prior years, although we have obviously additional resources on the transit side as a part of the governor and mayor's joint announcement, particularly with regard to having officers on the trains overnight.
In the past, council will receive overtime reports breaking down overtime by categories and events. Will you commit to providing the council with these reports again?
Yes.
And the NYPD's excessive overtime expenditures have been an issue of concern for many years now. I assume that after all these years, NYPD has a good understanding of the preliminary drivers of the increase in the NYPD's overtime expenditures. What steps have you taken to shift resources to provide staffing in those areas where overtime usage is more prevalent in order to reduce the reliance on overtime?
Chair, we have transferred nearly 1,000 officers now from desk jobs back out into our transit, housing, and patrol commands. And so those steps obviously will have an impact on overtime spend, but that's only a piece of it. We also, in the month of January, put in place a uniform overtime plan, which set clear thresholds for our uniform officers based on assignments about how many hours of overtime they can work. Now, obviously, there are going to be exceptions when circumstances happen and people have to work over that threshold, but we also put in place a process for documentation and accountability so that if we do see overages, we can explain it. That work is being overseen by our first Deputy Commissioner with the assistance of our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget. We have also required that each command have a overtime compliance officer in place, someone who is actually accountable for managing it. So the combination of both returning officers from desk jobs out into the streets and putting tighter management controls on overtime, I believe, are delivering the results that we are beginning to see in the month of January and February.
Director Jihar testified that the OMB budget hearing, that under budgeting overtime is a cost avoidance measure, and if the NYPD was budgeted $1 billion at adoption for overtime by the end of the year, costs would be even more. The Director Jihar's statement can be interpreted to mean that the NYPD's overtime spending isn't directly linked to necessity, but rather to the availability of funding. Do you agree that no matter what the NYPD's adopted overtime budget is, the department will always end up spending more than the budgeted amount?
I have deep respect for the budget director. I've worked with him collaboratively and very well for many years in government, including, as I mentioned, as sanitation commissioner, where I was very proud that we came in even under his overtime targets. But I would defer to him on his methods for budgeting around overtime.
I understand that the NYPD has issues attracting candidates, which has led to a continued loss of headcount as attrition exceeds the number of new hires. One strategy you have taken to counter this trend is to reduce the credit requirements necessary to be an NYPD officer. How many officers do you estimate will separate from service this year?
You have that number? Separation for service? Hold on, I can get it. Okay. In 2025, it's actually a range. Our projected attrition is between 2,828 and 3,387. So that would be a difference of 8.35% to 10%.
And how many of these active NYPD officers are currently eligible for retirement, and what percentage of the current uniform headcount is eligible for retirement?
I can get that number. Let me get back to you with the number of eligible for retirement. We'll
Sure.
get that to you quickly.
And
Oh, I have it here. Sorry,
Okay.
I found it. Eligible for total uniform members of service, eligible for retirement is 5,335. Those are eligible for retirement during calendar year 2025.
And how does the current percentage of eligible retirees compare to the previous years?
It's slightly up, and the reason it's up is because we had such a large class in 20 years ago.
Over the last few years, NYPD has around 600 officers in each cadet class. In January, the NYPD's class started with over 1,000 officers. Are you planning more classes of this size in the future?
That is certainly the hope and the plan, but as I mentioned, it is becoming more and more difficult to get people to take the job or take the test to become a police officer, and I've mentioned in my testimony a number of reasons why. As a result of the staffing crisis, we did recently lower the college credits required to become a uniform police officer, so we are hoping and expecting that that will shake loose additional candidates so that this year we can match attrition with our hiring. But I believe that had we not made that call to reduce the college credits, we would have been unable this year to match hiring to attrition.
I want to shift to quality of life, Commissioner and Summons. Commissioner Tisch, you recently announced a new quality of life division to deal with quality of life complaints. This administration has been targeting quality of life complaints over the past few years. In fiscal year 2022, the department issued approximately 67,000 quality of life summons, and in fiscal year 2024, the department issued approximately 180,000 summons. What is the budget and headcount for quality of life for the quality of life division? And what other criteria will an officer need to be selected for that division?
So, over the past several years, the quality of life enforcement at the NYPD has been led by a unit called CRT, or Community Response Team, that we are proposing to create a quality of life division at the NYPD so that we can make precinct commanders and the resources that they control responsible for quality of life complaints in their precincts rather than this other solely relying on this centralized or more centralized unit to address quality of life concerns. And the rationale there is quality of life issues vary from precinct to precinct. In one command, it might be abandoned vehicles. In another command, it might be unruly vending. And no one knows the issues in the commands better than the commanding officers. The other idea there is to put some metrics and accountability around responsiveness to 311 complaints. As I mentioned in my testimony, over the past 6 years, 311 complaints to the NYPD have doubled around these issues. And while we do a great job, or historically have done a great job through the CompStat process of holding our commanding officers responsible for crime, and in particular major crime, the 7 major crimes, we're not doing that right now with quality of life issues. So the idea there is to create a chief of quality of life, a quality of life division, to centralize to put a number of units that are now scattered throughout the department under that quality of life division. But really, the vast majority of the workforce that will be dealing with or addressing quality of life issues under this model will be at the precinct level under the direct control and supervision of the precinct commanders. This is not so much a budget change as a reorganization and reemphasis and reprioritization around these issues.
What is the specialized training that the officers selected for this will receive?
That's still being worked out, but I can give you an example. When I was the commissioner of the Department of Sanitation, we had a number of uniformed police officers transferred over to DSNY to help address problems associated with vehicles abandoned or left inappropriately on our streets. Historically, some of them had been rotos that the NYPD would address, and others were derelict that the Department of Sanitation would address. And when you put the sanitation supervisors with the NYPD cops, it didn't matter whether it was derelict or roto. Between the two of them, they could address any issue. But through that work, we learned in a lot of detail how complicated our roto policies and procedures are. And there are good reasons why they are, but it's not as straightforward as one would imagine. So among the specialized training, as an example, is teaching those officers how to address rotos and work with roto vendors to remove cars quickly off of the streets. And when people wonder why vehicles are left on our streets in such high numbers, among the reasons is it is difficult for our officers, absent this extra training, to address those concerns.
Thank you. Moving to state funding for the subway safety plan. The state fiscal 2025 enacted a budget including $777 million over the 2 years to cover overtime costs of officers on subway platforms and in subway cars. This funding was announced as a match to what the city will spend to increase deployments to the subway system. How much has the NYPD spent on increasing subway deployments over the past year?
So to date, we've spent $71 million in transit safety overtime specifically. With regard to the funding committed by the governor, that's going to be split between the governor and the city. That on the city fund side is estimated to be $98 million. $66 million will enable us to continue to have 5,000 hours of transit safety overtime daily, something we've been doing at varying levels, and this funding will allow us to continue that at least through June. And there's an additional $32 million associated with the officers on the overnight. The reason that the governor's investment cited was $77 million is because there's been discussion about the state also covering the fringe portion of these costs, so that $98 million in city funds, when you add fringe to it, the total cost for those two programs for that 6-month period is $154 million.
It's clear that much of the NYPD's effort patrolling in the transit system involves situations in which officers must interact with people experiencing mental health crisis. Will you support increasing funding for community development, mental health support, and for programs that provide opportunities to keep people off the streets?
As I mentioned in my testimony, the NYPD stands with the governor and the mayor looking for solutions that meet the scale of the mental health crisis that we're seeing in New York City.
And moving to federal funding, on January 27th, 2025, the Trump administration issued a directive to pause federal loan and grant spending. This directive was rescinded 2 days later. But an executive order issued by the president to review funding remains in effect. The NYPD's fiscal year 2025 budget in the preliminary plan includes approximately $236 million in federal spending. Typically, the NYPD's budget increases throughout the fiscal year as additional federal funds are realized. Since adoption, the NYPD's budget has increased by $220 million as a result of additional federal funding being realized. What is the cause of the year-round increase?
So in the November plan, $152 million in federal grant funding was added The majority of that, 64%, was for what is called the Urban Area Security Initiative, which is UASI funding. That is, as we discussed earlier, we get a large proportion of our federal funding from the Department of Homeland Security, and UASI is the major portion of that. 12.3 million of that was for DOJ asset forfeiture funds. 8.2 was for the Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Program. 7.7 was the Port Security Grant Program. 9.5 securing the cities. 4 million for FEMA disaster recovery, still tied to Hurricane Sandy and Ida, and 1.9 million for Transit Security Grant Program. And then in the preliminary budget, there was an additional add of federal funding for additional Urban Area Security Initiative funding, funding for the Community-Oriented Policing Program, and additional asset forfeiture funds.
And how much of the federal funding in the NYPD's fiscal year 2025 budget is paid as reimbursement to the city?
It's all reimbursed to the city from the federal government.
How much federal funding is expected for fiscal year 2026, including funding not currently budgeted for this year?
So on average, we receive approximately $200 million a year in federal funding. It does vary and fluctuate, so I anticipate we would receive about that amount, all things remaining as they have been in the past.
And how do you anticipate to cover expenditures if federal funding is cut by the Trump administration?
That's a discussion we would have with OMB. This is really critical funding for the department. While it only represents about 3% of our total budget, it's very important to ensuring the safety of not only the residents of the city, but also the visitors, protecting our infrastructure, protecting our ports. So it's really critical funding, so we would have ongoing dialogue with OMB, as we're already having, to ensure those critical resources are maintained.
So I'm going to open it up and pass it to the other council members, starting with Councilmember Holden.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner. Is this on? Yeah. Testing? Yep. Okay. Again, thank you for the great testimony once again, and I have the pleasure of working with you as when you would do it, Commissioner, and when sanitation, and now Police Commissioner. I must say, you're consistent in the way you organize, the way you lay out a plan that I think most people can get behind. And, you know, just in recruiting, and we know that how difficult it is. Your idea of less credits, college credits, is great. Could we also do something where we could, instead of even college credits, and I was a college professor for 40 years, so it's not like I'm not saying not go to college, but can we give them training, more training in the academy, in the police academy instead? And you mentioned something to that effect, but can we, instead of any college, let's say, any college credits, which may be an obstacle for some, could we give them extra training?
That is definitely something that we are assessing, and meaning striking the balance between how many credits earned at the academy and how many credits are required to come in and take the job. I see what we just did in terms of increasing the academy credits and decreasing the number that are required to take the job as a first step. It doesn't mean it's the final step. I'd like to get basically a year's worth of data and see how our hiring goes before we make additional changes to eligibility. But one thing is very clear. New York City needs to hire more members of the New York City Police Department. It is an important investment for us now, but it's also an important investment in our future.
Okay. Getting into quality of life, which I love, that idea, that was the intent of the NCO program originally, and then since we had a shortage of police officers, the NCOs kind of were you know, on 911 calls more often. So, for instance, a lot of my complaints in most of my precincts seem to be quality of life, parking issues. Somebody's in the driveway, somebody is parked at a hydrant, whatever, you know, a lot of commercial vehicles, which many times is frustrating on 311 because the officers don't seem to know the law on improper registration, for instance.
And that's exactly what is behind the model that I'm recommending. Quality of life complaints have to be measured, and there has to be accountability in our precincts and our commands for addressing them. In the same way there has been for the past 30 years with CompStat accountability for dealing with and addressing crime conditions in commands. But this model is also driven by a fundamental belief that the cops who work in the commands day in and day out, they know the issues the best. So in your precinct, if the major issue is parking related, then we give those Q teams more training on the law around parking. But in another precinct, the issues may not be parking, they may be completely different, and then we would train officers in those precincts about the types of jobs that they will encounter often. But we need to have more accountability and a more localized approach to addressing quality of life issues in New York City, and that's what we're going to deliver.
One thing in working with NYPD, since I came into the council, when I first came in, the 104 precinct, which has probably 90% of my district, towed only 50 cars in that particular year, and I had a bill that we passed through the council my first year on towing, that the police can tow at will for certain offenses. So we're now up to 760 last year in towing. So we went from 50 to 760, which I want to, just give a shout out to Inspector Brian O'Sullivan, CO of the Traffic Division under the Chief of Transportation. At will, you call him, you say, we got this problem, and this is parked here for a month, 2 months, 3 months, and he goes out with his team, and they do an excellent job. I just want to bring up the subways before I run out of time, and I am running out of time. When we have somebody that's committed a number of crimes in the subways, attacks, random attacks, when you know this person has serious mental illness, when they attack people at random, and you just keep rearresting the same person, what are some of the options the NYPD can do to address this, rather than, because I used to ask the previous administration, well, how do you red flag individuals, and they didn't. So 40 arrests, same individual, and we just keep going through revolving doors. I know it's the justice system, but what can the NYPD do to address this?
As I mentioned, arrests in New York City, major felony arrests last year were at a 26-year high. Our cops are out there doing their job every day, and they're doing it really well. We need our lawmakers and the rest of the criminal justice system to step up and do their part and shut down the high-speed revolving door for criminals that they have created. That includes our lawmakers up in Albany. They have to look at, and in my opinion, revise certain laws that were changed in 2020, chief among them, the discovery law. But it also includes our prosecutors, who need to re-examine any blanket policy that their office has had or holds that allows repeat offenders to just walk. It also includes our judges, who from time to time do not exercise their full authority to hold someone that needs to be held. So I give a huge amount of credit to the police in addressing these repeat offenders and taking them into custody, but we need the rest of our criminal justice system to step up.
And finally, I did speak to Chair, if I may just follow up on some of that. I go into my precincts, and they're built in the early 20th century, many of them, and they're way overcrowded. Now, we talked a bit about NYPD facilities. How much in the budget, can we put into revamping our precincts? Because my 104 precinct's upside down, and we did get facilities in there, but then came the pandemic. So are we putting more money into renovating? Because it's very depressing going to some of these precincts. The lighting, the conditions, just the overall, it's crowded.
So approximately 45% of our capital budget is associated with facilities. Unfortunately, given the age of our facilities, many of which were built early in the last century, if not before, we do have a lot of infrastructure that needs to be addressed. For the 104 specifically, what we're looking at right now, which certainly won't fix everything, but is to do some locker room renovations and HVAC upgrades, and we're working on the bid package for that right now.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to pass it to Councilmember Ayala. Okay. I'm going to actually pass it to Councilmember Caban on Zoom, now that we have quorum. And I want to recognize also that we've been joined by Council Members Marmorato and Rivera. Okay, we're going to come back to Caban and go to Abreu.
Thank you, Chair Salam. Commissioner, while I'm sad to see you here instead of in the Sanitation Committee hearing, I'm always happy to have a chance to engage with you because you're a straight shooter. So just want to talk briefly about Columbia University. Since last year, Columbia has closed a public access path, a right-of-way under the city's grant to the university. Columbia's administration claims that the closure is due to threats that the NYPD says require it to remain closed. So I ask you, is it the NYPD's position that the gates must remain closed, and if so, what are the threats?
It is not.
It is not.
That is not my position. That
All
is
right.
not the department's position.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Salam.
Stand on it?
Thank you. Yeah. All right, going to Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Okay, all right. We're just trying to make sure that we don't lose quorum before the members that are online have an opportunity to ask questions. So we're going to pivot here for a minute, and I'm going to ask a couple of questions that may seem a little bit redundant, but just to get clarity. In the preliminary budget plan, $117 million was added for NYPD uniform overtime spending. How do you properly evaluate the reduction targets when half of the projected overtime cost gets added throughout the year?
I'll let our deputy commissioner answer, but we are taking an approach now where we're really looking at our spend month to month, so at the end of January, at the end of February. Do you want to?
So essentially what we do is we recognize that there's a certain amount budgeted at the beginning of the year, but we look also at the historical trends month to month. There are different events that happen in different months. There's a level of seasonality within what we do. We're obviously looking at unplanned events like protests and things like that. So my team of staff and analysts are looking at the overtime really on a weekly basis, and then month to month we're looking at the overall spend compared to prior years. What did it look like in the prior month? Where are things trending? What are the different categories, to look at where we may see some concerns or some issues.
So historically, you would see an uptick in overtime in specific months, right? Depending on the
Yes,
activity
yes.
that's happening in the city?
Correct.
Okay. Who is the deputy commissioner or equivalent identified by the NYPD who's responsible for compliance to the overtime reduction plan?
That's me,
That would be you?
Tanya.
Oh, okay. And has OMB deemed any overtime expenditures to be in excessive against your planned reduction targets?
So at this point, actually, we reestablished a target with OMB at the end of the last calendar year, very end of the last calendar year, beginning of this year, sort of reevaluating what things look like, taking into account the additional transit overtime once that was announced. And we are holding, in January, we were a little bit below our target, in February, pretty much on target.
And both the deputy commissioner and I have regular meetings with Director Jiha on our overtime spend.
Okay. I'm going to just pause really quickly so that Councilmember Caban can ask her questions, and then I'll come back.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm looking forward to being able to talk to you in person soon. I want to start on just some of the pieces around discovery law. So you talked a few times in your testimony and answers about making changes to or undoing the legislation that was passed in 2019, the discovery reform. We know that's the Khalif Browder law, right? It was strengthening requirements for law enforcement to share evidence in criminal cases, which was already required in most states, by the way. Like, we were behind Texas on this. Plenty of states do this, and they do it just fine. And this law that passed at the state level obviously applies to the entire state. And the data is showing that case dismissals have only increased in New York City, not in the rest of the state. And as a result, both state legislatures and law professors have pointed out that NYPD's resistance to turning over evidence to prosecutors is more likely the cause for increased rates of case dismissals. So just to make it clear, throughout the state, the data shows that New York City is the only place where these dismissal percentages are increasing, and they're all subject to this discovery reform that exists in most states. So given these realities, why do you believe we should undo an important civil rights protection rather than hold the NYPD accountable for sharing evidence with prosecutors?
So no one's suggesting, and we're certainly not suggesting, that at core, at bottom, the reform should be undone. We're talking about, frankly, tweaks to the law. And if you look at our proposal, the proposal we have with the DAs and with the governor, right, it requires all relevant evidence. All relevant evidence.
Okay, so
all
I was
relevant
a
evidence to be
practitioner
turned over.
as a
All relevant
public
evidence to be
defender,
turned over.
And what is relevant
Wait,
evidence
hold on.
considered by, no, let me finish. What is considered relevant evidence by the prosecution versus the defense versus the judge can be different. And so a defense, not knowing what the defense's argument is going to be, could deem a piece of information relevant when the prosecutor or the police do not. And that's not my question, but also that's an important point to make. And it's the subject of lots of Brady violations based on the ways that the prosecution or the NYPD interprets or examines any piece of information that they deem relevant or irrelevant evidence, to be clear. But my question is, why the disparity across New York State? Every single police department and DA's office is subject to this law, but only in New York City is the dismissal rate going up. And so we have law professors and state legislators saying that it amounts to the NYPD's resistance to turning that over. So here's my second question. Are you aware of legislation introduced at the state level that would provide prosecutors with direct access to police evidence? It's actually S613, in the Assembly is 825. What's your position on that bill?
I'll answer the first. Oh, wait, I'll do it. I am aware of that proposed legislation, and my feedback on it is that does not and will not move the needle. because as the prosecutor's offices know, they already have direct access to the major systems that they use or they require for discovery purposes. Among them, they get all their case files from our detectives directly. The detectives, when they finish their DD5s, they press a button and it sends it directly to the prosecutors. Same type of thing happens with our body cameras.
So
We
is
are
there harm
having-
in allowing that direct access? Like,
So-
do
so-
you support that bill or do you not support that bill? That's
I am interested. We are facing a surging recidivism crisis in New York City. I am not interested in half measures or window dressing. I am only interested in things that are going to move the needle. And my feedback on that bill specifically is that it's a distraction. It will not move the needle. And that is because our prosecutorial partners already have direct access to the vast majority of data that they use and produce.
And if I may just follow up on that.
Okay,
So
so-
the way the system works now, right, is the electronic case file
I
gets pushed out.
understand
Wait,
how
hold
the
on, I'm
system
just answering your
works. I only
question.
have a few
It gets
minutes,
pushed out to the
sir.
DA's office already.
Sir,
So
I only have a few minutes because I am on Zoom.
to the extent
And
we're
we're holding
speaking
quorum.
about, to the extent we're speaking about the
Chair,
case
can I
file
have some
itself,
help here, please?
Well,
already get that.
let's let
Mr. Chair,
him
we're trying to answer
respond
the
real quick,
question.
and I'll make sure that you are able to follow up.
I just want to answer the first question for the disparity. It's very clear it's about volume. In 2023, the NYPD arrested almost 62,000 individuals for nonviolent felony offenses. There is no other agency in the city that even comes close.
In the state.
In 2023, we made 125,000 misdemeanor arrests. And for violent felony arrests, we made almost 40,000. So as far as the disparity, volume has a big issue.
And I'd like to add one.
It's
I'd like
comparable,
to.
though. So understand that the systems around those other jurisdictions are based on size. And yes, so I think it's misleading to say just because the numbers are higher. They have the same apparatus that you have at a smaller scale and doing their jobs. They're not experiencing these bigger dismissals. I want to move.
But those
on
DA's
to
offices
another-
and-
I want to move on to another line of questioning. So this is about CCRB. So in 2023, the Legal Aid Society identified hundreds of cases where the CCRB recommended charges and specifications for the involved officers that were essentially dismissed because the NYPD claimed that they received the cases too close to the statute of limitation. So I'm going to call that SOL, right? How many cases have been dismissed for short SOL reasons during former Police Commissioner Caban's tenure?
And after this answer, we'll come back to Councilmember Caban on a second round.
And Chair, if I could just have an extra minute to complete this line of questioning, because I just don't know that there's going to be quorum again. And it's also a matter of like disability access.
We are gonna look for that number right now.
Okay.
So if you can just.
It's 628.
Yeah.
So how many during former PC Donlan's tenure?
I don't have it broken out by tenure, but we
Okay.
can get all that information over to you. But to make this, I think, less painful for everyone, I have recently changed NYPD policy in this area. It used to be that if we received something from the CCRB within the 60 days of the statute of limitations, the department would not review it or process it. And so it was just blanket closures. We are no longer going to be doing blanket closures, and we've made that very clear to CCRB. We are now going to make every effort and attempt to process discipline regardless of when it is received. However, we do encourage the CCRB to continue their work to get us cases much sooner so that we are not under a 60-day or 30-day, or in some cases, as we saw with the most recent batch, 20 days to process this discipline. I believe I have.
I know that I have to turn it back to the chair, so I just want to conclude, despite not being able to ask these questions, I just want to conclude that what the NYPD has described as the process, and under your tenure, Commissioner Tisch that that number is 267. But in previous testimony on this issue, the NYPD described an extrajudicial process in which the Department Advocate's Office reinvestigates cases before they are tried before the Deputy Commissioner of Trials. And so my point here is that this is an entirely duplicative internal process that's not established by the city charter, MOU with the CCRB, or civil service law. So in most instances, the NYPD requests the CRB to transmit these cases more than 30 days before the statute of limitations, effectively reducing the statute of limitations and providing another avenue for the NYPD to not discipline officers for substantiated misconduct. So my point here is that this is a duplicative process that shouldn't be happening. There are other processes in place, and this is resulting in more dismissals of disciplinary cases. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Osei and Councilmember, hold on for one second. And Councilmember Brewer as well. We're going to be moving to Councilmember Joseph. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to. Deputy Speaker.
He's just trying to get in trouble today. I might need you guys. Okay, just a second follow-up, I believe. I have two more questions on the budget. In the preliminary plan, 583 million of the 595 million fiscal year 2025 NYPD uniform overtime budget is located in the Chief of Department program area. Do you find it concerning that the Chief of Department oversees almost all of the uniform overtime spending after the scandal with the previous Chief of Department's misuse of the overtime approvals?
As I mentioned, our first Deputy Commissioner is in charge of overtime management. Her partner in that is our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget.
Okay. Did you, let me see. I don't want to ask that. We've already spoken about that. Okay. I'm not going to ask about that either. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not being duplicative here. All right, on the points of agreement. Oh, sorry. This one? Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. You mentioned in your testimony that, I mean, we understand that we have an attrition rate, problem and hiring problem. But you mentioned that you have 5,335 officers that are eligible for retirement this year. What is your retention plan to try to get some of those officers to stay, considering that, you're having such a hard time recruiting?
Each officer needs to make the right decision for themselves and their families. That is what comes first. The higher than normal level that attrition that we may see this year is driven by a number of factors. Among them, as I mentioned, 20 years ago, we did a lot of hiring at the NYPD. So a lot of officers this year are hitting their 20th year and are newly eligible for retirement. Add to that the fact that many of their pensions the value of their pensions are dictated by how much overtime they earned the prior year and how much overtime was worked last year. So I am not going to pretend like we can control who's going to retire or when, or that any policies and procedures that I put in place will affect that. Fact of the matter is, we need to do a better job managing overtime, and we can, and we will. And if officers make the decision that it's best for themselves and their families to retire, that'll happen. The most I can do, and what I'm very focused on doing, is doing whatever I can to hire enough officers to meet attrition with the intent of ultimately raising the number of uniformed police officers that we have at the NYPD.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of friends that are police officers, and, many of them would stay. I think that there are a lot of variables that contribute, not just, coming up on their retirement year. Have we changed that cycle so that we're not having all of the classes on the same year, so that we're not running into the same pattern in another 10, 15 years?
Well, we're hopefully going to hire several thousand officers this year. So hiring at the NYPD has historically been lumpy.
Yeah.
This year it will continue to be lumpy, but I agree with you that the goal ultimately is to even out year to year the number of the department's hiring.
Yeah. Regarding the quality of life unit, I'm a little bit confused about how it would work, because the way that I understand it, at least specifically in my district, most of my precincts are understaffed already. So how many officers from that specific precinct will be reassigned to this unit, and what impact, if any, will that have on?
So a few things are going to happen. First, we are going to return more officers to the precincts to be part of these quality of life teams, these Q teams. But we are also going to include officers that are currently working other assignments in the precincts to the Q teams. So as an example, the NCOs who are already in the precincts, they will be part of the quality of life teams.
Okay. Have many of the NCOs been reassigned already, though?
No.
No? Okay.
We still have NCOs in all of our commands.
Okay. I don't know why I'm on the clock, but okay. I had one final question regarding the, and I just want to, I want to premise this, so that we've seen since specifically after the COVID pandemic, an increase in quality of life calls in my neighborhood. A lot of them are attributed to a higher rate of fentanyl sales that are happening within our community, that are also then trickling into a lot of the petty thefts that you're seeing in the local CVS and Target, right? Because people are looking for money to be able to get high, and so they're stealing things and selling them, and therefore, but what I haven't seen is an effort to really combat this problem. We had a similar issue with the synthetic marijuana increase several years ago, and then there seemed like there was a concerted effort to, specifically look for, the dealers, the big fish, right? I don't want to see the quality of life team arresting drug users, because I think that they are the symptom of a larger problem. I would love to see more emphasis on the actual drug dealing that's happening in our communities, that's contributing to all of these quality of life issues. What does that conversation look like? Because when I call, I'm always told, well, narcotics is dealing with that, and that can take years for them to build a case. And oftentimes I don't believe that. I don't believe the narcotics is there and that they're doing anything, because when we get in there and we're aggressive about it, you see an immediate reduction in the complaints that the community is calling about. But I can't keep an officer on a corner, in perpetuity. Like, that's just not sustainable. So I would really love to hear more about what efforts are being made to address this fentanyl crisis that's impacting the entire city.
So I understand your feedback, and I agree with a lot of the feedback that you shared. I also want you to know that the NYPD, largely through the Detective Bureau, works on a huge number of long-term cases that are going after exactly what you described. So that work very much is ongoing, and I understand that it can be frustrating that those cases do take time, but when we take down those cases, it makes a big impact in the precincts where those people are operating for a long time to come. But that work has by no means subsided.
Okay, I get that there is a process, right, for the bigger fish, but in the interim, what happens is that then you have 2 or 3 years where the quality of life in a specific location, like we had on 125th Street, like I see on 116th Street. I park my car there, every now and then, and I watch, and I know who the drug dealers are. It's pretty evident they're selling in the middle of the day. Anybody can see that, but yet I have to take that extra step to kind of force, police presence in those communities so that my constituents feel safe riding in and out of the subways.
Yes, and as I mentioned in my testimony, focusing on specific zones where we're seeing pockets of crime or real problems, 125th Street among them. When we add additional officers to those zones, we've seen extraordinary crime reductions. And so I, by no means, in my previous answer, want to minimize the work that those officers have done in those zones.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. But again, it's
And
because
again,
they've
it
been
underscores
present.
why we need to continue to hire cops in New York City.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm happy I just want to say that I am impressed with a lot of the changes that you have made, and I am really grateful because I think that part of the attrition issue is that people have lost confidence in the NYPD. And when I say in the NYPD, I don't mean the officers that are in our precincts. They've lost, they've lost trust in the commissioners, right? Because a lot of the times, when you have cases where there has been, a level of misconduct, the reprimand doesn't seem to come fast enough, right? And so we understand that the majority of the police department is made up of men and women who, just want to make the city better, who, are not, doing the wrong thing. But when officers are doing the wrong thing, we expect that there's going to be a consequence, right? That because they're police officers doesn't give them immunity to, commit what we consider to be, a crime. And so with that, I'll just ask, I know that I'm just going to put it out there. We submitted a letter to you last week regarding Lieutenant Jonathan Rivera and the Deputy Commissioner Maldonado's recommendation that he be fired. I think that this is an opportunity where, folks are looking at you, I guess, and your leadership to help, right, bring some justice to this family. And I hope that I'm not sure if you've seen the letter, but that you consider it. When I see that video of that interaction, I'm heartbroken. There was a lot of things that went wrong, and I hope that there is also an effort as a consequence to that to provide more training on how to conduct, a traffic stop, because I don't know that people understand when you're stopped by if you've ever been stopped before. Have any of you ever been stopped? Anybody no? Okay. So Alex, a lot of us have, right? And so I think that that's the point. I was driving one day, minding my business through 96th Street, get off the highway, I'm going home up the First Avenue, and there were officers that had stopped a vehicle on the left of me. And I looked at the officers because I was just being nosy, and then one officer and I made eye contact, and I immediately, looked away because that's my instinctive thing. I instinctively know I'm not gonna, I don't wanna look at the cop because I don't want any trouble. This police officer got in his car and he followed me all the way to 117th Street and stopped me. You never know how you're gonna react. I get very nervous and I get very, aggressive a little bit. I'm like, why are you stopping me? And but the nerves take a hold of it, right? That adrenaline kicks in. Because I knew that he was stopping me for no reason, just because we made eye contact a few blocks down. And that happens every single day in my community. And those are the things that, I don't think that there's an appreciation for on the other side, is like, how does a person, react to a stop is an important part of that training process, right? Is that they may, right, not be as compliant as you may want to. So there has to be a different way of conducting these stops. And I really would appreciate just, maybe at some point having a larger conversation with you offline about some of our experiences, because I think that we just want to be heard, right? Like the rest of New York City, we want to be heard, and we want to address some, injustices that exist in the current way that we do things, while also ensuring that police officers are safe.
Thank you. I will look forward to that conversation. I'll just briefly note, as I said in my testimony, I did a review, similar data to the monitor, of our disciplinary system as or how we discipline officers as it relates to unconstitutional stops or things associated with stops. So, for example, failure to activate a body camera, failure to fill out a stop report. And while I believe that retraining is an important piece of the disciplinary process for things that are unintentional, one-off mistake, it is certainly not appropriate for repeated conduct or for intentional misconduct.
Yeah.
And what I saw was that too often, or virtually all the time for those types of things, the only discipline that we were meting out was retraining. And that makes our disciplinary system both not fair and
Yes.
not credible. And so, under the leadership of our Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters, we are overhauling that. And this is not like a several-month process to overhaul it. I put out a memo virtually that day that says this practice ends now. We called in our supervisors in our commands that are most problematic, and our general counsel instructed them on how the disciplinary system or the disciplinary paradigm was changing as it relates to stops. We are further beating that into the culture of the department through the use of compliance stat, which is a process that is like mostly devoted to reviewing stops and body camera footage of stops and stop reports and holding precinct commanders accountable. There needs to be accountability in the New York City Police Department for this type of thing, and unless and until there is, it will continue. But I believe that the vast majority of cops, they want to do the right thing, and that the New York City Police Department has made a tremendous amount of progress in this area. The main thing that is outstanding right now is putting our money where our mouth is as it relates to discipline, and that is exactly what we are doing.
And I believe in your leadership, and I believe that you're, an ethical individual. Everybody speaks very highly of you and your leadership style, and I think that that is important, because in this case, this officer, specifically, is costing the city and
I want to be very clear. I'm not commenting.
No, I don't want you to comment.
My comments were not about that specific
Understood.
case.
I'm just. What I'm saying is that not only this officer, but officers that are being charged with misconduct, that are being upheld, are costing the city millions and millions of dollars in lawsuits, and that's a problem. That's a problem. But I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to pass it to Councilmember Joseph, and afterwards we'll have a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You said a couple of things in your intro that this council is not adversarial at all. That's the perception.
That the council, I'm sorry?
That we're against NYPD. We're not. It's based off of experience, lived experience, as Council Member Deputy Speaker spoke about. So it's always the us against you. It's not. I think it's a perception that you guys also put out there as well. Some of your officers personally have attacked us, and so we will continue to push back. But we're also here this morning. I have a couple of questions around, last year we had a conversation around NYPD Assistant School Safety Agent. I want to follow up on that conversation. What is the budget and the actual head count for school safety agent and assistant school safety agent positions? Do you have plan to hire more school safety agents?
Do you want to go through the numbers?
So the authorized headcount for city-funded school safety agents is 4,015. Right now, we have 3,612, so there's 403 vacancies. DCAS, the State Civil Service Commission, at the end of January, approved the assistant school safety agent title, but discussions are still ongoing between OLR and OMB around the salary and other labor matters, so we don't yet have the use of that title.
And how much is that going to cost us?
We need to know what the salary is determined and the benefits and any differentials before we can establish the budget.
Does the training differ for assistant agents from school agents? What's the difference in training?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Councilwoman Joseph. Tracy Millette from School Safety. You know, the training for school safety agents now is 20 weeks. That entails de-escalation training and DOE training approved, youth mental health. So we're looking at, for the assistant school safety agent, it would be a modification of that, not yet drawn out, preliminary drawn out to include the de-escalation, but nothing extensive in terms of the physical fitness and given weeks to what that would entail.
And how many you plan on hiring?
That is still being discussed. I don't think
Still
that's
being
been edged
discussed.
out.
Are these positions funded through intra-city funding from DOE to NYPD as the rest of the school safety division budget?
Yes, that would be the intent.
And how are you guys using, I'm going to lead to something. My students would rather see investments in restorative justice coordinators. They would like to see more community outreach workers. They would like to see more mental health support rather than hiring more school safety agents.
I understand your feedback.
And is there a plan to include those aspects into those training? Some of our students think it's more harm to have school safety agents into our school buildings. We will have some of them, hold on.
Yes.
However, how do we address those needs for restorative justice? Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Just because you mentioned restorative justice and some of the trainings that are already taking place for school safety agents. Also, what we have now is the crisis intervention team. As you know, if there's a student who's having a mental, say, episode per se, that's the first step. So we're hand in hand working with DOE, and they're basically the first step when you talk of restorative justice, when you talk of the other items, and in terms
Mental
of
health
training.
support.
Yes.
Justice students are still facing post-pandemic. Where are these crisis services located? Where are they?
They're in every school, ma'am.
Every school?
Yes.
I would love to visit one.
Yes. I can arrange that, yes. Every school has a team.
Every school has a
Every building, has a school. Because, you have sometimes 3 and 2 schools in one building, but every building.
We know the co-locations, of course. How do you work hand in hand in putting Project Pivot in schools? Do you talk to leaders first, or you just put them into the building? Project Pivot, which is also part of.
That would be DOE, and they would work out with the community, the school community, as well as the principals, school community encompassing the school, as you mentioned, the students, as well as the parents.
And when an incident happened around a school or in a school, what steps are taken to address that?
If I can just answer that. So it's a whole plan.
Go ahead. The chair will allow you to answer.
Thank you so much. So we have our youth response team. We have our agents. They're combined together in that team. There's a staffing of 88. Then also we work together with the YCOs of the local precinct. Then also I have a community outreach team, and they do a follow-up with the victims of the crime in terms of any services that they may need, or counseling, or any kind of just going to what you were saying, restorative justice.
In the YCOs, how many incidents so far you've had around the school since the start of the school year?
My crimes in general, I'm down 12%, but in terms of, let's just take an example, in Brooklyn, around South Shore, we're working hand in hand with the 6-9 precinct to deal with the situations that may arise, crime situations that arise in that school around the South Shore, as well as Clara Barton area.
Clara Barton, we've got a lot of calls about Clara Barton. What implementation are in place to make sure students are feeling safe when they walk into the building?
So there's a plan, as you know, every borough, we have our COs as well as myself. So myself, I'm working with Chief McAvoy. We've created a plan that involves the 7-1 precinct as well as my borough there, including I have a school safety task force. What that entails is along the corridors where we see the kids, they're basically they compile up at the local stores, and we're moving them around. Our intel, just from our intelligence division, is giving us if there's anything, any area regarding any shootings or, say, potential fights or kids who are making threats. So we're following up on those as well with the local precinct as well as the YCA.
As you create these plans for young people, are you including young people in these conversations?
We are including the DOE. We are including definitely our school safety agents. As you know, they have a great rapport with the students. We're including them as well as far as they are aware of the situations. We do a debrief after every incident. We go in, we speak to the school staff as well as the students' representation.
And how many YCOs are within the NYPD?
I will defer to the commissioner. Or do you want to? Excuse me.
Chief Phil Rivera, Chief of Patrol. We currently have 330 YCOs in the NYPD.
How many officers are now pending investigation of an abuse and use of force?
Of the YCOs? I don't have that information right now.
You'll get back to the committee with that?
Yes, ma'am.
How many young people have YCOs arrested or given summons in the current last year?
I don't have their activity in front
You'll
of me.
get back to the committee with that? I'll be writing a follow-up letter. What are the majorities of the charges filed or summon types given to these youth? What type of summons are given to young people?
I'll follow up with that.
And I'll be writing. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. We'll now have, before we do our break, I want to make sure that we acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Stevens as well. And we'll have a 5-minute break and come back and reconvene.
No, it's not in there. I have that information, but it wasn't in there. No, you were right.
Good morning. Can everybody settle down and find a seat? We're getting ready to continue. Everybody settle down and find a seat. We are getting ready to continue. Everybody find a seat. Everybody find a seat, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you and welcome back. We are now going to continue with Councilmember Nurse. Oh, shucks, okay. Councilmember Marmorato.
Great, thank you, Chair. I wasn't prepped for this. So I'm in the Northeast Bronx, and I have to tell you, I love the fact that you're implementing the Quality of Life Division. My community is really going to appreciate it. They're very active and they're very involved with both precincts that we have. Now, when will this division be implemented?
In the coming months, we are working through the planning of it right now.
Okay, can you just let my office know once it is like in place so we can kind of inform the community? Good. All right. I'm sorry. So with capital plans, we have a big project in Rodman's Neck, and that's in my district. I just wanted to know where we are with that.
So Rodman's Neck, there's $258 million in the capital plan for the new firing range at Rodman's Neck, and the anticipated construction completion date is the summer of 2029.
Okay, and then in the budget over here, it says something about, where is it? The plan includes a reduction of $38 million. Why is that?
The capital plan overall, it's essentially tied to just schedules changing, and so depending on how the capital plan is reported, sometimes includes 2025, sometimes it drops off. So as schedules change, we shift money from year to year. We're not cutting anything.
Okay, all right. Now, in the budget, I see there's a $12 million in adjustment for the Doctors' Council collective bargaining adjustment and $155 million in steam fitters collective bargaining adjustment. Can you explain or clarify what this is all about?
Yeah, I believe that's 155,000.
Oh, 1,000. Okay, okay.
Yeah. So those are collective bargaining adjustments that happen throughout the year as different collective bargaining units settle. Adjustments are made in the budget to make sure that we can appropriately pay individuals based on their new collective bargaining agreements.
Okay. And civilian headcount remains lower than budgeted with 1,456 vacancies as of January of 2025. Is there a strategy to fill these positions, and how does this vacancy rate impact operations?
So we're working to fill the positions we can. A lot of those do happen to be in our safety titles, which include our 911 call takers, our school safety agents, our school crossing guards, and our traffic enforcement agents. We are obviously, with the exception of those safety titles, which we do in classes, so we're working to fill those classes as we move forward. The non-safety titles are still subject, most of them, to the 2-for-1 hiring freeze with OMB. So we work with OMB to make sure we can move those forward and that critical positions are hired as quickly as possible.
Are there school safety officers in charter schools?
Hi, good morning again, Tracy Millett. Yes, there are some, in some charter schools, there are school safety agents.
Okay, good, thank you. And I've met with Commissioner Foster, and I have to tell you, it is such a great thing to see how the kids of District 13 have such an amazing relationships with our officers and our precincts, both at the 4-5 and the 4-9. And our district office actually funds a lot of the events. And I just was wondering, do you guys have money set aside to also like do additional events throughout the community for the youth programming?
So with youth programming, it's a combination of some of the funding within the city. We also do receive resources through the Police Foundation, which helps support those programs.
Okay, very good. Now we're going to come to the tough questions. What do you need from us as far as our budgetary concerns?
I think in terms of the budget, it really is always a back and forth with us, the council, with the Office of Management and Budget. I think it's a recognition that we do look to have, particularly with regard to overtime, if we had a little more clarity at the beginning of the fiscal year of what that was going to look like, it would be really helpful to us moving forward. We do have these new measures in place, and we're seeing the results of that, and so to be able to really do that specific to a more realistic budget at the beginning of the year would be very helpful. And of course, there are the 1 year at a time funding of other items, as I discussed earlier. It's helpful to also recognize those in the baseline of the budget if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be moving to Councilmember Palladino.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to start off by saying thank you very much to you, Commissioner, and for your extremely detailed and well laid out plan that you put before us today. You know, I want to go to a paragraph, if I may, and I'd like to reiterate what you said because I agree with it 100%. We need to have a candid dialogue, not in anger, but in honesty, about the effect that various laws on this department's work and on public safety. As you know, the council has before a bill that would ban the department's criminal database. That database is critical to improve the intelligence tool and to help the NYPD save lives. If you want to work with us to improve the department, then by all means, we have to work together. Which brings me to my thoughts about what we could do to help you as a legislative body. As you outlined when you spoke before, and I took some notes, you know, the responsibility of the condition that our city and our state is in does indeed lie upon the elected officials. So while we could sit here and wonder why all we like about certain things, it's because we decriminalized a great number of things. We have handcuffed you. We also know that the overtime that your cops are putting in is indeed necessary because we have cut your service, your members down to how many now? How many actual police officers in the New York City Department?
On the streets right now, it's
Yes.
approximately 33,000. That doesn't include who we're training in our academy.
Correct. So I have 32 here, right. So you got 32,000 cops right now, and we're going to lose how many at the end of the year, quite possibly, to retirement?
It's a few thousand. I just went through the numbers. It was up to
Right, don't knock yourself out. I know, it was somewhere around-
5,000, some are eligible.
Correct, absolutely. So what we're trying to do now is we're trying to balance a scale here between the retirements that are going to happen. We're at 32,000, and we're trying to recruit. So we got to try to recruit what we're going to lose, or we're going to be down around 28,000 cops. So we're in a pickle here, and we got to try to make this worth anybody's lives, because that's what they do. They risk their lives to become a police officer. So all I could say is, when we want to do something here in this body and make ourselves useful, we need to come together and figure things out where things start to make sense. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. And then no, because we're not doing that. What we do is we yell and we scream. And then we talk about, you know, how much money is being spent. Well, let me tell you something. This is the best spent taxpayer dollar anybody could ever do. Because public safety, without it, we have nothing. And that's where our city is at right now. All the wondering whys and how comes doesn't matter much, does it? If we cannot allow our officers to do their jobs.
New York City needs our New York City police officers.
That is correct. And we need, as a body here, to work together to try to put together laws that help you to do your jobs better, correct?
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Councilmember Rivera, followed by Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank
afternoon.
you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to also, I know you all appreciate coalition building, which we've been trying to do in my district, especially First Deputy Commissioner Kinsella. We've been working on violence interrupters and some of the violence specifically with young people happening in my public housing developments. I have about 10 public housing developments, over 9,000 families live there, and so we're working with you all to try to bring something maybe to Bellevue Hospital. All right, so a few questions I have. In my district, we've actually built these coalitions of multiple agencies. The mayor has come in and brought Community Link, one on 14th Street and First Avenue, one in Washington Square Park. These are multi-agency responses to areas that have seen a high volume of crime and quality of life complaints. That takes an approach to provide social services, additional PD staff, and other agency involvement. Are these task force budgeted for next fiscal year? And if so, do you have plans to expand the program? And I know you also announced that quality of life initiative. Will this affect the Community Link program at all? And why I ask is because I'd actually like to see this style of program at the NYCHA developments themselves, like actually bringing in multiple agencies with social services. And a lot of problems they face with public safety are also not necessarily PD related. They have broken lobby doors, broken elevators, things that make the residents feel less safe. And I would love to bring a Community Link style approach to the NYCHA developments in my district. Have you any thought of doing this or looked into doing this?
So Community Link is a wonderful program that really delivers significant results. And so there is by no means any intention to retreat from it, only an interest in expanding and continuing to build on it. And I want to be very clear that the Quality of Life Division is intended to supplement the efforts of Community Link. Community Link can't be in every district across the city. It's a very specific, focused model. And so we do need cops in every precinct on all tours every day that are assigned to address quality of life concerns. The two are absolutely complementary. One doesn't replace the other.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you about street vendors. There are small businesses, and there are many areas in my district that are known for their iconic vending culture. And in order to support these small businesses and legitimate vending, we also have to make sure that it's being conducted safely and responsibly. A few years ago, City Council passed vending reform that would move this enforcement to civilian agencies who issue civil summonses instead of criminal summonses, which is especially important in this climate where vendors' immigration status could be complicated by a criminal summons. In the past few years, however, we've seen an increase in NYPD issuing criminal summonses for vending citations that have a civil summons option. So in 2024, it was over 2,000 criminal summons for vending issues, which is a marked increase from the 1,200 in 2023 and 377 criminal summonses in 2019. So I'm interested in how NYPD enforcement on vending issues is actually determined. Is there a dedicated unit, any dedicated funding to vendor enforcement, and how is it determined if NYPD will conduct vendor enforcement instead of DSNY or a civilian agency? And if PD is involved, what is the distinction between a civil summons and a criminal summons?
Okay. I think that maybe all of us, but certainly the two of us, can agree that the paradigms that we have in New York City around vending are broken and need to be addressed. This includes the laws, the operations, the whole thing. As you know, I previously served as sanitation commissioner and was instrumental in the effort to get the sanitation department assigned as the primary agency for vending enforcement. I believe that the model that we set up at the sanitation department about 2 years ago actually works quite well on the enforcement end. Historically, over the past 2 years, sanitation has been lead, but because of the staffing numbers at the Department of Sanitation, we weren't able to cover things like weekends, nights, as examples. And so when that happens, we would regularly call on the NYPD to cover where DSNY staffing was either not available or not working. I hope there were a lot of questions in there. I hope that answered many of them.
It was really also how we are determining who is actually going to do enforcement. Because if it's going to be Department of Sanitation, DSNY, we just want to make sure that you're adequately staffed, that they are adequately staffed.
In my opinion, the Department of Sanitation is not, I shouldn't even be saying this because I'm not sanitation commissioner, but when I was there, the Department of Sanitation was not adequately staffed to handle vending enforcement at the scale required in New York City. And that was a model that actually worked and one worth consideration of like future investments.
All right, I appreciate your honesty, and that's something that we can discuss, obviously, as we approach budget negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you to the panel.
We'll now hear from Councilmember Ariola, followed by Councilmember Osei, and I want to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I want to thank you on so many levels. First, for your comprehensive testimony. We don't always get that. And really, even before that, for what you have brought to the NYPD from day one. There was a statement made before that there was a lack of trust and respect for the NYPD. You have brought that back in the very short period of time that you're there because of the measures that you took and were not afraid to take that maybe others might not have done. So I commend you on your strength and your vision, your knowledge, and how you are leading the NYPD from the front.
Thank you.
I agree with you that a lot of the problems that we're seeing are because we have officers that are being demoralized. And I also agree with you on the incentives that you have put forth, because we do need more cops to come in and take our tests. Look, there's been a significant decrease in men and women applying to become officers. So why is that? It's because they now lack qualified immunity. So everything, if they do anything, it can be personally held against them. They can be personally sued. My colleague spoke about the gang database. Part of that bill has a line in it that says if an NYPD officer or member goes to that gang database, they will be held personally liable. Who would want to become an officer knowing that they could be personally liable for their financial stability, their home, their family, and possibly their freedom? So that's a problem. When you go up to Albany and speak with the legislators about discovery laws and turnstile justice and all of the things that we've been asking to be amended, what is their answer to you?
My sense from my trip to Albany is that our message around recidivism has finally reached the halls of our state capitol. There seems to be widespread acknowledgement that in New York City, we are facing a surging recidivism problem and that something needs to be done. Now, what that something is yet to be seen, and I'm certainly going to be keeping an eye on it. But I have been very clear in putting forward revisions to the discovery law that in no way retreat from the spirit of the initial reforms, but close significant loopholes, some of which have been weaponized by the defense bar, that have rendered our criminal justice system a high-speed revolving door for violent criminals and recidivists. And so I want to see those very specific changes that we have put forward, along with all 5 DAs in New York City, the mayor, the governor. There is a real coalition and real consensus among New York City leaders in the criminal justice system about what has to be done here.
I agree, and let's just stay on discovery laws, because I also heard another colleague say that the discovery laws work. They don't work because of the NYPD and their resistance to complying. Now, any district attorney that I have spoken with has the same opinion of those discovery laws, and they also want them changed because it is hindering them.
Yes, and I'd like to make one point on the discovery laws. There was a whole discussion before on the question of whether we need to produce things that are relevant or related. Related being a much bigger universe of materials than relevant. What if I said to the city council, you need to produce any document in the council's possession related to the How Many Stops Act? That would mean that you would have to go through every notebook, every staffer has, the burden is so extraordinary when you use a word like related as opposed to relevant as to be totally unachievable. And so what we are looking for, I believe, are common sense corrections that, again, do not retreat from the spirit of the reforms, but allow both the police and the prosecutors to make good faith efforts to meet the actual burden.
I agree 100%. And also I'd like to address the fact that it was stated that because we have a larger amount of arrests, it shouldn't equate to being able to process the discovery laws and get that information out. And Chief LaPetrie made it clear how many more arrests we have here in New York City than they would in a small town in Buffalo.
That's right. The volume and scale here is extraordinary.
Correct. Also, what's not being taken into account is the lack of staffing to process that, both with the NYPD and at the district attorney's office, because those are other discussions that we've had. The district attorneys in the 5 boroughs are saying that they don't have enough staffing to really process the discovery laws in the way they're written today.
Yeah, and some of the outcomes related to problems with the discovery laws are so maddening, because cases involving violent career criminals are tossed out on technicalities, like a piece of paperwork not being produced that has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on the ultimate outcome of the case. And it's that type of loophole that we're looking to have closed.
Exactly. And oftentimes, our budget hearings, especially with the NYPD, become oversight hearings. And I apologize for that, because we do have oversight hearings where all the information that has been discussed here was not about the budget, but about your procedures, your policies, and about policing in general. But you can't ask for drug dealers to be arrested while you're allowing people who are using drugs not be arrested. You cannot have, 2 different metrics when both are illegal. So what I'd like to do is take it back to a budget hearing. So I am really concerned about the fact that we don't have enough vehicles for our precincts. And this is something that I'd like to find out how we can help you get more vehicles for your precincts. We've talked about the disrepair that the precincts are in. We've put money in our budget, and we're hoping to get that put forward for a number of our precincts. I have the 104, 102, 106, and the 100th precinct, and we're doing our best. But when we do provide extra cars, if it's 4 cars, they lose 4 cars.
Yeah.
So it's not a net gain.
So I agree and acknowledge that the police department has to invest in a very serious way in our RMPs, in our police cars. Over the past, I would say, 3 years, there has been a massive underinvestment of those vehicles, which has rendered an intolerable percentage of our vehicle fleet above its useful life. And so we do plan to make significant investments in addressing this issue. Christine, do you want to give numbers?
Absolutely. So speaking to the vehicles being above life cycle, as the commissioner mentioned, we have about 72% of our vehicles are over life cycle, which is really not manageable. That's why we have included in our executive budget request to OMB the request for funding of $35 million, $36 million in the budget, so that we can start to replace the vehicles and get to a more manageable life cycle replacement schedule. It's a high priority.
Just in wrapping up, Chair, and thank you for the consideration. It's amazing that you've been able to reduce the overtime, the percentage that you have. Kudos to you, because every time we hear anything on the radio or here or on television, it's we need, cops to be on the trains. We need them to be, in this area. We need to be in that area. And you only have X amount of bodies. And you've done a great job of taking people from their desks and putting them out on the streets. You've taken NCOs and putting them on the streets to make arrests. You've done everything you possibly can, but you cannot change the number of people that you have on your staffing.
Well, we can't change that in the short term. We do hope to change it in the long term. We've got to hire.
What I'm saying is overtime has to be expected.
Yes.
Because the need is there, the call for it is there, and the desire from the community at large in the 5 boroughs to have more police on the streets is there. So you're in what's called a catch-22, but we definitely appreciate the creative, critical thinking that you've brought to this department in the short months that you're here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and your entire team, who represents you wonderfully, even when you're not sitting there and they're not being treated politely.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Councilmember Osei.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel in front of me. I want to ask a question about events that took place in our city from this past Sunday with Mahmoud Khalil, a recent graduate of Columbia University, as well as an American Green Card holder who was arrested by ICE in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security. I know that the mayor released a statement alongside the NYPD saying that back in January that they will not be cooperating with ICE on arrests. The mayor's statements recently have hinted towards more of a cooperative relationship with ICE as of recent. Did the NYPD have any role in the arrest and detention of Mr. Khalil?
We did not, and I would appreciate the opportunity to once again restate the NYPD's policy as it relates to immigration enforcement. The New York City Police Department will always follow all laws, and we will not participate in civil immigration enforcement, period. We will go after criminals regardless of their immigration status, including through work on our federal, state, and local task forces.
And did the federal government give any heads up to the NYPD about this apprehension?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to ask what is the NYPD's current involvement on college campuses in the city?
I'll start, and then maybe Michael will add. We actually spend a lot of time in the area, in the vicinity of college campuses of late. because of the events that are going on there. We do not go into college campuses generally unless we are requested by the property owners, unless there is a safety situation, a public safety situation that we have to address, as we recently did at Milstein Hall, at Barnard, when there was a bomb threat there. We had to go clear the hall.
Thank you for that response. President Trump tweeted that he will, quote, find, apprehend, and deport, end quote, students who have certain views from college campuses. I know that you stated out the NYPD's policy in terms of, not getting involved in any federal immigration enforcement. However, I think we've seen from this current president that some things do happen, even though they are, not kosher or a different approach to how a president moves. If ICE is asking NYPD for their cooperation and to go against what is in your current guidance, is the NYPD and their officers emboldened and empowered to say no and refuse to cooperate?
Yes, New York City Police Department will not engage in civil immigration enforcement, period. And I put out a memo, an operations order, to the entire department in early January, I believe, that made that point very clear and gave our officers operational guidance on just what to do in those circumstances.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Councilmember Stevens, followed by Councilmember Ressler.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing?
Thank you.
It's been a long day. I'll make it as quickly as I can, but I actually wasn't going to bring up the database. I was actually, because I had real questions, but I just want to go on record for saying that it's interesting that it's so much pushback against it. And I think that when we talk about collaboration meaning listening from both sides. Since we've had this hearing, I've had death threats, I've had articles written about me, and trying to make it seem like I'm trying to do something other than say that this tool is not working and it is hurting the Black community, and it's also hurting the relationship with NYPD and communities like mine that I live in and I've been in. And so this conversation, as if I'm trying to do anything other than the right thing, is very problematic for me, because I'm not here to be your enemy. I'm the person who actually have been fighting for the last 3 years to get more cops in the 4-4 because they're struggling with actually getting to the quality of life things, because we have high shooting rates. That's what my district looks like. I've sat there and I've seen, since I was 16-year-old, have lost friends to gun violence. So I take offense that people are not trying to make it seem like I am your enemy. I'm not. And it's unacceptable. So I was not bringing it up. And it's saying that it saves lives, but it's also, what is the cost that you're willing to have this database? It is breaking a relationship with my community. They're not gonna listen. And so maybe stop trying to make it seem like we're your enemy and understand that we're in this together. And that's what community policing is about. So you might have an idea of what it's working. I'm telling you it's not. Because what is the cost? And that's what we need to be evaluating, and that's where the conversation should be. And that's why I'm offended. I want to do right by my community and my people. That's why I was elected. And no one is ever going to shut me up around that. But I'm going to go here. I need to understand, for every block, I know that was an initiative that was rolled out. Where is that at and how's that going? I know it started in District 14, because that is another district that is plagued by gun violence and poverty and all the things. And so I would like to know, what are we doing around that? Because that is an initiative that would help change the community relationship and would do the things that we're trying to do. So let's start there.
Chief Michael Petrie, the Chief of Crime Control Strategies. I just want to make sure I understand your question. The Precision Block Program?
Yeah.
So it's in two precincts right now, the 4-6 precinct and the 73rd precinct. We measure it just like we measure our zones. They don't have the same crime reduction that we see in our zones, but they both have substantial crime reduction. We also see reductions in shootings, and we're always looking to expand those types of.
And I know when I had spoke with Commissioner Parks when it was launched, it was this idea that it would expand block by block. How are we going with that? How many blocks have we included since the launch?
I believe The initiative is now going to be headed up by Deputy Mayor Kaz Daughtry, and I know he just started in his new role, so I don't want to get out ahead of him on where that program is going. But I know that at the New York City Police Department, we have a lot of confidence in that model and want to see it expanded, and we'll be very supportive of that.
So my next question is even around the community affairs team. I know often they are brought out when it is time to have tough conversations, but for me, and one of the things that even my colleague, Councilman Williams, we've been talking about a lot is just like the lack of resources that they have. And also that is a lot of the policing that we want to see in these communities where you're building relationship and you're being out there and actually knowing the community. I'm trying to get a better understanding of like what monies do they have access to actually be able to do some of the work and the outreach, because they often are coming to us, asking us for resources and getting donations, and just trying to get a better understanding of what that process looks like for them to be able to have access to be able to do some of the community engagement ideas and projects that they have, that they're trying to do and get done.
Sure. I would just say, and Christine will talk about the dollars and cents, but the staffing of the Community Affairs Bureau under Eric Adams is the one bureau that in the department that, despite the overall headcount reductions, is actually significantly up in staff. Christine, do you have the dollars?
So
and
it's
cents?
not just staff. I'm talking about access to actually being able to do community events. I'm talking about
Yes,
their
that's what
expenses.
Christine's
Okay.
going to answer for you.
So within the NYPD's budget, the portion of community affairs budget that would go to non-personnel costs is a little over $1 million. And on top of that, the foundation does provide significant resources to support
No,
community events.
and I think maybe you guys are not understanding the question. So my question is more around like, we know that this money, but apparently they're still coming to us trying to get donations because it's easier for them to get donations from council members and donations from like nonprofits than being able to access the money that is allotted in their budget because there's a lot of red tape. So I'm trying to get a better understanding on how community affairs officers are able to access, if they're doing an event, to be able to access different things, whether it's to get money for pizzas or get waters or whatever. How are they able to get access? Because I am hearing that that has been a very difficult process, which is why they have sought to get it other places.
So that's the responsibility of the Bureau leadership. So I'll address your concern with Deputy Commissioner Mark Stewart, who, if they have budget in place, should certainly be making sure that it is available at the local level to be used. So
Yeah,
I
I
will
would love
look into the red tape. One thing that I know that we can agree on is the importance of clearing up red tape.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm bringing it to your attention, because I think this is definitely a place of partnership. I would like to work with the department on figuring out how do we make sure that they have access to the things that they need access to, especially because they are the front line in the community and they typically are the ones who have the best relationships in the communities. And so in order for us to do that, I think that it would really be helpful for us to make sure that if there is a budget, they have access to it. And I just wanted to make another comment, because I know we've been talking a lot about recruitment. Most people don't know I used to be a police cadet, and I remember when I was a police cadet, a lot of years ago, there was a significant effort to do recruitment, and it made sense. I mean, obviously I didn't become a police officer, but my best friend did, who just retired in July, so clearly we made wrong decisions. But I'm trying to understand. She's retired, fully retired. It's amazing. 40 years old. It's crazy. Anyway, but I'm trying to get an understanding. What does recruitment look like for programs like the cadet? Because I do think that it was super beneficial for me while I was in college to be able to be a police cadet and get paid. It was a paid internship, have a very flexible schedule, and also know that there was a lot of people who benefited from that and then transitioned into the NYPD from that program.
Absolutely. Our Chief of Personnel, Chief Benoit, I'll answer your question.
Hi, good afternoon. John Benoit, Chief of Personnel. I was a cadet too.
Oh, look at that.
From 1990 to 1992.
I was a little old. It was in 1999 to 2000.
And I do agree there was a very big push back in those days. But I want to report to you that we're processing 483 candidates to be police cadets right now.
And what does your recruitment process look like currently for the cadets? Yeah.
You're talking about the recruitment process?
Yeah, how are you guys recruiting? Because I don't see it as much. Like, I used to see it all the time, and I don't see it as much as I used to.
So we visit all of the schools citywide. One of our biggest schools that we get a big bang for the buck is John Jay, the College of Criminal
Obviously.
Justice. But we visit all the community colleges, similar in the manner in which we would recruit police officers.
Yeah, I would love to also talk to you guys more about that, because I do think that it is not just an anomaly in NYPD of not being able to hire people. Every agency that I've been sitting in oversight hearings are having the same issues. We have the same issue in corrections. One, I think that we should be working together in partnership, because council members, it's 51 of us. We all have events all the times. We're a pulse in the ground, and people are always reaching out to us for jobs. But then also, too, I think that it's important for us to think about how are we training young people to be a part of it. And I think especially high school students coming out of high school, going into college, staying in the city, it's an amazing opportunity. And they're also struggling with employment. So I would love to, this is another thing that I would love for us to continue to talk about and think about how do we continue to build that out so that more people know about this opportunity.
Thank you. We will definitely take you up on that. We all believe, well, it is important that the police reflect the diversity of the city that they serve. And given all of the hiring that we are setting out to do, both at the rank of police officer and cadet, it would be wonderful to work with all members of the City Council on our recruitment efforts. Those are all led by our Chief of Personnel, so his office will be reaching out to you to follow up on that. And appreciate the offer.
No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. We'll now hear from Councilmember Ressler, followed by Brewer, and then we'll open it up for second round.
Thank you so much, Chair. I really appreciate it. I want to just begin by thanking Chief Galata, who was gracious enough to show up in Transit District 30 / the 84th Precinct this morning for a walkthrough of a couple subway stations in my district with the MTA and BRC and DHS. I'm grateful for your time, and your assistance means a lot. So thank you to the team from 1PP for helping to facilitate that. And I have to say, Commissioner Tisch, I feel like your appointment has been a breath of fresh air, and it has represented a return of competency, rigor, integrity to the leadership of the NYPD that we desperately needed. I don't share all of your priorities, as you probably know, but I deeply respect you, and I think you brought some very high-quality people into senior leadership roles in the agency, like Deputy Commissioner Ryan, to appoint Chief Thompson in charge of internal affairs. These are all great signs for the city of New York.
Thank you.
And I'm grateful for the work that you've done, and I think you have inspired confidence for New Yorkers that public safety is going to begin improving in New York. It has already begun improving in New York City under your leadership.
Thank you.
The issue, you may not be surprised by this if your staff briefed you appropriately, but I'm going to raise the same issue that I raise at every one of these hearings, which is my concern about response times. We have seen under this administration, since compared to pre-COVID levels, response times as of the PMMR are up over 7 minutes, 7 minutes and 10 seconds. For the most urgent crimes, the most critical crimes in progress. When a shot is fired, when there's a robbery, an assault with a weapon, that is up nearly over 40% from pre-COVID levels, and it's getting worse every year. There was some progress in the PMMR last year, but then there was some progress over the course of last year, but now things are worse yet again. To me, this is the #1 responsibility of police officers, is responding in a timely fashion to the most serious crimes to make sure that we are all safe. So I'd just like to ask, and I'll say it's not just the most serious critical crimes, the end-to-end response times for all crimes are up by fully 50% from pre-COVID levels. It was 15 minutes and 49 seconds in the PMMR this year. Pre-COVID, it was 9 minutes and 55 seconds. That is a massive increase for people. When you need an officer and you want that responsiveness, it's just not there in the way that it used to be. And so with that, I'd like to ask, is this on your radar? I imagine it is. What are you doing about it? How can we try and inspire? How can we improve response times?
It's very much on our radar, and it is directly linked to the staffing levels in our precincts and our PSAs, which is why among the major priorities of the past few months have been two things. First, returning officers from desk jobs into the precincts. If the more sector cars that we can put out on a tour, the faster our response times will be. The second is I think we've gone into at length at this hearing, has been around recruitment and making sure that we are not just meeting attrition, but that we are exceeding attrition in our hiring. But the third thing that I don't think I've addressed here is the NYPD collects a lot of data, as many agencies do, but we all know that it matters what data and what metrics the department is really looking at and focusing at. And I think for too long, the focus has been only on, or largely on, the 7 major crimes, which, like, yes, obviously need to keep looking at that. But there are other metrics in 2025 that are very important for us to use to judge our performance on. And one of them happens to be response times. I wouldn't do response times around all crimes, but I would do response times around specifically crimes in progress and critical crimes in progress. Because I think that those are the most meaningful metrics for people waiting for a police response. And so we are reorienting the department around those additional, to be focused on those additional metrics as a daily, weekly, monthly judge of our performance.
I am grateful that you're focused on it and grateful that it is a priority for you and for the department. I struggle a bit that a 3-point-something% variation in uniform staffing levels is leading to a 40% increase in response times. That's a hard thing.
Me too, but it wasn't just the reduction in the uniform staffing levels, it's where those officers were assigned. And not enough priority was placed on our patrol commands. And so we had officers working in specialized units, and those specialized units, their staffing was up 300% or something wild.
Right.
And so what we're doing is reprioritizing the response commands and returning our officers to those commands, because you're right. The increase in response times was not proportional to the decrease in staffing. Some of it was policy decisions about where officers should be assigned.
That is exactly the answer I was looking for. So do you think that we will begin to see this fiscal year significant improvements in response times as you smartly put officers where they should be?
What I will say is I plan to put us on a trajectory to reap the benefits of it. I don't know if it will hit this year because we're doing a huge amount of hiring now. Hiring takes 6 months per class. We have a lot of retirements, but we will continue to focus the limited resources that we have, the officers that we have, on patrol commands and response commands, and make sure that that is where the energy and the manpower go. But I can't guarantee you that you will see a turnaround based on that this year. Certainly in years to come, these decisions that we were making now will be quite fruitful.
Okay. Can I be allowed one more question, or am I in trouble? Speed it up. I'm always in trouble. That's true. That doesn't change. I really appreciate it. I hope that the focus on quality of life and misdemeanors and summons issues don't distract from that key priority.
Certainly not.
The question I want to ask is just about 911 call operators. At our GovOps hearings, we've been hearing from DC 37 that there are calls that are going unanswered, there are mandatory overtime and extended shifts, that we're down to 800 people working from a high that was much higher than that. Can you give us some insight here? Is this a major area of concern for you?
Yes.
Are we answering every call? What can we do to help?
Of course. So I spent the first 12 years of my career at the NYPD. The majority of those years were running the Information Technology Bureau, and one of the great blessings of that job was I got to work with the 911 call takers and dispatchers, our PCTs. Their staffing levels are significantly down from when I oversaw that bureau, and it was one of the first things that leapt out at me when I returned to the department. It absolutely must be addressed, and it is definitely going to be an area of priority for this department.
Okay, I would love to work with you on that to help make
Thank
sure
you.
that's a success. So thank you very much, and appreciate your testimony here today, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now hear from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I do want to say thank you to the 2-4, the 2-0, Central Park, Manhattan North, and the HUB program. Congratulations. And congratulations to you, but we expect no less, just FYI. So I have a question about U of A, paperwork, open data, mental health, tow pounds, and DOI. So in terms of U of A, my understanding is PD mixes the budgets for all 123 police precincts, along with borough-wide offices and detectives and forensic and narcotics and strategic, into a single operations U of A. It accounts for a quarter of your $6 billion budget. Would you be willing to have that broken up into U of A's?
So right now, we have 21 units of appropriation, and in 2026, fiscal year 26, we'll have 25. We have 4 more being added for 2 personnel ones and 2 OTPS ones for the chief of department and the detective bureau. The issue with having more units of appropriation is it's a balance between the granularity that I think you're looking for here, which I understand, but also the fluidity of, you've heard discussions here about reallocating staff, moving people from different areas, different commands, different task forces and divisions. And every time we would do that could potentially, if we got to a really granular level, require more budget modifications, which takes time and creates a lot of bureaucratic elements to adjusting the budget. And we want to make sure that it's really accurate. So part of it is just striking that balance. I think we have, if not the most, but close to the most units of appropriation of the agencies in the city. And so we're willing to have ongoing discussions, but we have been increasing that, but we really do have to strike that balance.
Okay, ongoing discussion. Paperwork. Sometimes, Michael knows this, sometimes half of the tour is filling out paperwork. I go on the tour, I see they fill out paperwork. What are we going to do about that paperwork? Too much paper. Commissioner knows too much paper. What are we going to do about the paper?
I mean, we could stop legislating that they fill out more reports.
Okay, okay. But I'm just saying we need to have a discussion because half of the tour when I go out is paperwork.
Yes.
I sit there with
Amen.
Okay, so let's work on paperwork.
For sure.
Okay. Open data. So I'm the author of the open data bill. I was the one that got the police department to put in open data as it is. But things like no ID for uniform title codes as opposed to civilian titles, which are in there, and there are other omissions. Are you willing to work with us to come up with more information to go into the open data portal?
Absolutely. I believe in transparency, and as Do It Commissioner, championed open data. And I look forward to continuing to work with you on transparency initiatives related to open data.
Okay, mental health. So I went out with EMS, police, and social workers. And obviously, as you know, so many of the issues are mental health. So what ideas do you have for the future to work on that with PD, maybe not just with caseworkers or peer-to-peer? How do you look at dealing with these mental health issues?
I do not believe that the New York City Police Department should be the lead agency addressing mental health in the city. I believe that we should play a support role. As I testified earlier, we are revamping our training related to dealing with and addressing 911 jobs involving people in mental health crisis. We have a number of programs that are ongoing now that I think are actually quite fruitful, and I hope to scale, including the PATH program, specifically in our subways. But I think my headline here on your question is NYPD should not be the lead agency in addressing the mental health crisis.
Well, I went out with Be Heard, and I found that they did a great job. Problem, no place to put people. That's not your problem, but it's all of our problems. They have literally no place to put them. Hospital lets them go, et cetera. So to be worked on. Tow pounds, thank you, Mr. Cuomo, for closing Pier 76, but Manhattan does not have a tow pound.
Manhattan needs a tow pound.
Manhattan has a tow pound?
No, Manhattan needs a tow pound. It's unfair to the other boroughs.
And unfair to the poor people?
And unfair to the people in Manhattan, but it's not acceptable that we're saying, oh, we can't put a tow pound in Manhattan. It's got to go in the Bronx.
No, I think there are places in Manhattan to put one.
Yes, there are places in Manhattan to put it, and our new Deputy Commissioner of Support Services is right now scoping out possible locations for just that. I mean, as you know, it's like a whole process, but that process has definitely begun.
Thank you. Tow pound trucks, are you getting more of those? I saw it in your listing.
So we are included in our funding request for the capital plan is a request for additional tow.
Okay, because I'm always told you can't move that car because I don't have a tow truck. So you're asking for more.
Yes, we're looking to address that.
Finally, DOI, we love the commissioner. You respect her also. I know that she has more officers for protest situations and also for others. Can you just talk about some of the ways in which you're working with DOI?
Sure. We work with Commissioner Strouber quite closely. We have recently upped the staffing of uniformed police officers assigned to the Department of Investigation.
Okay, and do you know how many?
Chief Kenny, do you have that?
Yeah, we've recently replaced some officers. We put in a brand-new lieutenant that was handpicked by myself, formerly from the 7th Street Precinct, and we added 10 investigators.
Okay.
So they were previously at 7, we upped them to 10.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. And we look forward then on data and paperwork.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a follow-up to Councilmember Ressler's question on 911 calls, with what we're hearing on the shortage of staff and staffing have to work extended hours, are there any shortages in service that would be detrimental to the public, and are 911 calls going to voicemail?
It is not my understanding that 911 calls are going to voicemail, and 911, I used to run the system, doesn't have voicemail unless there's something new in the past 5 years, but that would not make sense. I will look at it, though.
And we heard from a representative of the local 5911 that there is a severe shortage of 911 operators. People calling 911 were being redirected to an audio recording because no live operator was available. What is the actual and budgeted headcount for 911 technicians, and what is their attrition rate, and how does this compare to other areas in the department?
Okay. So for PCT, excuse me, just got to get to the right page here. What's that? Hold on, I have it right here. Okay. Do you have this what?
Sorry, so for the police communication technicians, the authorized headcount is 1672. Right now, we're at 1456. So we're about 216 below, but there have been reductions over time to that.
So the first priority is obviously to get us our headcount to our authorized headcount level, and then once we're there, once we've stabilized there, to see if we need to restore any pegs that have occurred in terms of the overall headcount there.
Do you know on average how many or how long someone waits on hold when they call 911?
I do not have that information, but we can get that to you. But I think it's not how long they're on hold, how long they wait for someone to answer the call.
Are the calls going to voicemail?
Not to my knowledge. As I said, when I ran the 911 system for the city of New York, both at the NYPD and DeWitt, there was certainly not a voicemail system, but given the feedback, I will look into what the current state is.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now move to. Great, thanks. We will hear next from the interim chair, Mohammed Khalid, and the executive director, Jonathan Darch, from the Civilian Complaint Review Board. I'll now turn it over for your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to ask everyone to please find seats. We are about to reconvene. Once again, do not approach the dais at any point. And we ask everyone to please silence electronic devices at this time. Thank you. Once again, everyone, please find seats. We are reconvening. Silence all electronic devices. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon. I would like to next welcome Interim Chair Mohammed Khalid and Executive Director Jonathan Dersh from the Civilian Complaint Review Board. I'll now turn it over to you for your testimony.
Gentlemen, 1 second. Can you just affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to answer honestly to council member questions? Just raise your hand, just affirm the following. Okay, thank you both.
Good afternoon, Chairman Yusuf Salam, members of the Public Safety Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm Dr. Mohammed Khalid, and I'm the interim chair of the Civilian Complaint Review Board. I'm joined today by the CCRB Executive Director, Jonathan Dersh. I served on the CCRB from 2005 to 2014 and was reappointed by this council in October as the Staten Island representative. In December, Mayor Eric Adam appointed me as the interim chair. I'm here today to emphasize the critical importance of the CCRB to public safety in New York City and to address factors that underscore the agency's need for adequate funding. These factors include historic rise in complaints of the alleged misconduct, expansion of this agency jurisdiction, and the responsibility to maintain high-quality investigation. CCRB provides civilians with the means to address police misconduct. We believe that public safety relies on the independent and robust system in which those in power are held accountable for their action. Through thorough and impartial investigation, the CCRB amplifies New Yorkers' voices and ensures accountability is accessible to all. In 2024, the CCRB received our highest level of complaints in 12 years. This increase suggests that now, more than ever, New Yorkers are exercising their right to report police misconduct, a right celebrated in New York City since Mayor David Dinkins created this all-civilian board and agency over 30 years ago. Today, I ask your support to protect this right, and in doing so, invest in the safety of all New Yorkers. To function as a truly independent police oversight agency, the CCRB needs $44.5 million and 397 personnel. This is about $17 million and 150 positions more than allocated in the last year adopted budget. This amount represents just over 0.7% of the budget of the agency we are tasked with overseeing. For comparison, the NYPD proposed budget is $5.8 billion, with 35,000 uniformed officers. If our request is granted in full, the agency will have investigators for one every 28 members of the NYPD. In 2024, the CCRB received 5,709 complaints with our jurisdiction, the highest number in the past 12 years. This agency placed a significant strain on our already limited resources, hindering our ability to keep pace with the investigation. In December 2023, the CCRB announced we would suspend investigating certain allegations within our jurisdiction. As last resort to preserve the quality of investigation, as a result, the agency closed 22.5% of all complaints without investigation in 2024. Despite constraint in resources, the CCRB remains committed to serving New Yorkers through thorough and impartial inquiries into the alleged abuses of power. However, we cannot resume these suspended investigations without sufficient funding. This council has been instrumental in enacting meaningful changes in the CCRB jurisdiction. For example, in 2018, this council passed the Right to Know Act, and in 2019, 74% of New Yorkers voted for a proposition granting the CCRB authority to investigate truthful statements made to the CCRB. In 2021, the council expanded the CCRB jurisdiction to include allegations of racial profiling and bias-based policing. These changes improve accountability and ensure police misconduct is comprehensively addressed. But they also necessitate more resources. Allegations from the new areas of jurisdiction accounted for more than 13% of the allegations received in 2024. Over the years, CCRB responsibilities have grown significantly, while budget and staffing level have not kept pace. The solution here is not to suspend these investigations, but to invest in the CCRB to ensure comprehensive civilian oversight. As I mentioned, I previously served on the CCRB from 2005 to 2014. I was fortunate to rejoin the agency in 2024, and upon my return, I quickly began to appreciate the increased quality of investigation and work of this agency. CCRB investigations were meticulous when I left, but I remain impressed by the advancement in technology and the enhanced training provided to the investigators. For example, the use of body-worn camera footage has greatly improved the accuracy and scope of investigation. The rate at which complaints are closed as officer unidentified has decreased by 10 percentage points compared to the 10 years average before the use of BWC. Additionally, the percentage of complaint closed as unable to determine in 2024 was nearly 20 points lower than the average for the decade prior to the rollout of BWC. However, while this technology increased efficiency, it also created additional workload. In 2024, CCRB collected 7,530 hours of BWC footage. BWC footage includes audio and video of incidents that require meticulous and time-consuming review. To maintain the quality and timelessness of the investigation, we need additional staffing to fully leverage these technological advancements. The steady increase in the investigation over the past 12 years had made it difficult for investigators to meet the 18-month statute of limitation and shorten investigation timeliness. We need 107 additional investigation personnel to handle the current workload. It's not enough to keep hiring new investigators. We need to retain the investigators we have. Last year, the promotion of qualified investigators from level 1 to level 2 was delayed, and now the promotion of our level 2 investigators to level 3 are also delayed. The reason for this delay, the investigators have not spent enough time at level 2. Of course, this overlooks the fact that the reason these investigators don't have the time entitled to their promotion were delayed for months without timely promotion and fair compensation. We risk losing many of our most experienced and talented investigative staff. In 2012, the CCRB and the NYPD signed a memorandum of understanding which stated that the CCRB would prosecute cases of highest level of misconduct, referred to as charges and specification. This led to the creation of Administrative Prosecution Unit, which tries cases before NYPD Trial Commissioner. In 2024, the APU, which only has 15 people, received 438 cases. To close these cases in a timely fashion and keep up with the growing docket, the APU needs to hire 3 more prosecutors and 3 more members of administrative staff. When this council passed the bill that empowered the CCRB to investigate racial profiling and bias-based policing, it agreed to fund the creation of a dedicated team to conduct these investigations. The CCRB previously testified before the council that the agency would need a team of at least 50 to conduct this crucial work properly, as these complaints are extremely complicated in nature. Today, we have only been authorized to hire 20 people to do the work of 50. In 2024, the Racial Profiling-Based Policing Unit received 245 complaints. In December, the first case of this nature was tried by our Administrative Prosecution Unit. To continue to do this work and raise the responsibility entrusted in us by the Council and the people of New York. We need sufficient budget and headcount to hire additional qualified investigators, attorneys, and data scientists. The CCRB outreach team continues to connect with New Yorkers by fostering meaningful partnership and building community trust, and in doing so, prioritizing diversity and equity. These initiatives display a holistic approach to outreach that involves creative method of education and public service. Feedback from the various communities highlights the importance of continuing efforts to raise awareness across all 5 boroughs. Ensuring that New Yorkers understand the system of civilian oversight in their city and are informed about their rights when interacting with law enforcement. To do this, the agency needs more outreach coordinators and additional budget to host events to maintain and enhance public education for New Yorkers. To further raise awareness, we are asking for a significant investment in our advertising budget of $1 million. Many New Yorkers remain unaware of the CCRB, which limits the agency effectiveness and reach, particularly in underserved communities. Targeted advertising campaigns would help bridge the gap by informing diverse demographic about their rights and how to file complaints. These funds are also ensure the agency ability to reach New Yorkers of all language and accessibility level. Additionally, this support would bolster the agency's social media presence, a useful tool for both general awareness and investigation. Broadly speaking, increased visibility through advertising would strengthen the public trust, encourage participation, and promote transparency in civilian oversight. Beyond budget concern, board vacancies are also agency's function and case resolution. The city charter mandates that we need 15 board members appointed by the council, by the mayor, the public advocate, and the police commissioner. Currently, 4 seats are still vacant. This shortage significantly slows case processing, which affects both civilian and the member of the service alike. Thank you to the agency dedicated investigator. CCRB investigation timelines have improved. However, these gains remain unnoticed by civilian and NYPD members as their cases await board review. It is my hope today that I have communicated how critical a role the CCRB plays in overall sense of public safety in New York City. As I have stated, the agency ability to fulfill our charter mandated responsibility have been significantly strained due to a historic rise in complaints, expanding jurisdiction, and enhanced investigative quality. The requested budget increase is not only a financial necessity, but an investment in the right of New Yorkers. Fully meeting the agency fiscal need will be an instrumental measure to uphold the integrity of the civilian oversight. I urge the council to provide the funding necessary to enable the CCRB to continue his vital work and rise to the responsibility entrusted to it by the people of New York City. I would like to thank you all for your time, and Mr. Darsh and I am here to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to start by asking about staffing and budgetary requests. CCRB's fiscal 2026 budget in the preliminary plan includes $27.9 million to support 247 budgeted positions. I understand the board currently has 16 vacancies. What new need requests have you submitted to OMB for fiscal 2026, and how are you working with the administration to fill those vacancies and add new positions?
Well, currently we need $44 million more, and the agency has 4 seats still vacant. We are requesting the Bronx delegation to pick a board member and vet them and send it to us. Also, the mayoral position is vacant, and I myself, I have another position I'm holding from Staten Island as a board member because of my interim position. So we are looking forward. We are trying to get more board members so that the work of the agency is not hindered, because the 3 panels, members of the 3 panels, they dispose the cases after fully review the case. So our needs are 197 more personnel and $44 million, am I correct?
Could I add some comments?
Yes, go ahead, Justin.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Chair Salam, the CCRB is requesting $44.5 million total for fiscal year 26, of which $35.4 million is for personnel services and $9.2 million is for OTPS. We're requesting 397 heads, which is 150 more than our authorized head count. We've been working closely with OMB to try and make those needs realized, and Dr. Khalid actually met with Director Jiha last week.
Yes.
And so we're hopeful that the administration is aware of our needs and we understand that there are difficulties in this budget season, but we're hoping to make progress toward those requests. One other thing, Chair Salam, we actually had a new class of investigators start yesterday, and so that vacancies is down from the chart you're looking at because we just had 10 people start yesterday.
Thank you. NYPD testified that they used to close all cases received within 60 days of the statute of limitations. Now they will try to review all cases. Have you spoken with the NYPD on this policy?
Mr. Chairman, we are looking to have a dialogue with them because a lot of those cases previously, I saw the testimony of the commissioner today, and I think she mentioned that she is going to change that timing-wise. So we are hoping that when we send a case to the NYPD, it is done in a timely way without losing the SOL of 18 months.
Going back to staffing, what is the CCRB's current attrition rate, and do you expect this to increase? And also, while you look for that, are there certain job titles that have a higher attrition rate than the attrition rate of the agency as a whole?
Generally speaking, our attrition rate is mostly impacted in the investigator position. In February 2025, our vacancy, is it attrition you are asking for or vacancy?
Attrition.
It's a very good question, Chair Salam, but I'm going to have to get back to you on that.
Sure, no problem. When do you plan to hire the next class of investigators, and how large will that class be?
Yeah, go ahead.
So there were 10 investigators hired who came on board yesterday, and we haven't gotten clarity from OMB about when our next class can start, but we're hoping that would be at least 8 investigators sometime in April or May.
Do you know how many investigators are currently in line for promotion, and is the CCRB waiting for OMB to approve, OMB's approval for these promotions?
Yeah, go ahead.
So at this point, there are 5 investigators whose promotions from level 2 to level 3 are pending at OMB. As recently as yesterday, I spoke to someone at OMB and said they were working on processing those promotions as quickly as possible. And so I'm hopeful that those 4 that are pending will be approved shortly.
How many prosecutors and investigators do you believe CCRB needs to properly handle investigations and make recommendations off the disciplinary matrix?
So the disciplinary matrix doesn't really impact the number of investigators we need because we have to investigate the complaints that we receive. And only after we make determinations are we able to determine, to figure out where on the matrix, what level of discipline is required. What we have seen is that the number of members of service against who the board substantiates misconduct and receive charges has gone way up since the imposition of the disciplinary matrix. And so we believe we need 20 prosecutors to conduct prosecutions based on the current disciplinary matrix.
How much does CCRB rely on overtime to meet the personnel needs of the board in order to close cases in a timely manner? And how much is currently budgeted for overtime in fiscal year 2025? How much has been spent so far as well?
So in fiscal year 2025, we've so far spent approximately $250,000 in overtime. The agency doesn't have a line for overtime. We will continue to spend overtime to try and close as many cases as we can in a timely manner. It is unfortunate that because we are, the responsibilities of the agency require us to get work done, and we use the overtime as a way of expanding our workforce.
Mr. Chairman, may I add that the number of people that the investigators we have in 2014, in 2024, we had to not investigate many cases because of lack of funding and a lack of investigators. So that is also one of the factors that we request more funding, more personnel, so we can properly do the fair investigation in a proper way by the CCRB.
So operating in that manner, where do you find the money, I guess, reallocating funding to be able to fund overtime?
Go ahead.
In the differences between the vacancy rate and our actual headcount, the accruals allow us to pay for the overtime.
Do you believe it would be more appropriate to set the CCRB budget as a percentage of the NYPD budget? And would this be more appropriate than the current method for funding the board?
Mr. Chairman, you can see that if this budget is given to us, we will have one investigator for 128 police officers to investigate. So you can see the comparison of our budget. Of course, there are 34,000 police officers, but in order to do that, we certainly would request more personnel to continue with the with proper and fair investigation.
I think that the current system of setting our headcount, linking our headcount to the NYPD's uniformed headcount, it could have worked before the additional responsibilities that the CCRB has received since the last charter change in 2019. So the 2019 charter set our headcount at 0.67% of the NYPD's uniformed headcount. But since then, there's been the creation of the racial profiling unit and the addition of untruthful statements to our jurisdiction, and sexual misconduct, and the Right to Know Act, and body-worn camera footage, violations of the body-worn camera policy. So while it is arguable whether or not the 0.67% of headcount was something that was workable in 2019, when you factor in all of those additional responsibilities, I don't think that formula, the current formula, is enough to fully fund the CCRB. If you look at the request that we are making, it is not even 1% of the NYPD's annual budget. I think it comes close to 0.7%. So, you know, if we think we need the money at 0.7%, but if you set it at 1%, we would be able to hire more investigators, hire more prosecutors, and do our investigations with the same level of thoroughness, but get them done faster. And also not have 1,992 complaints within our jurisdiction closed without any investigation at all.
Do you believe that that should be reflected in the charter as an increase in the percentage?
Go ahead.
Whether it's in the charter or just in the policy that is enacted by the administration and the council, I'm agnostic to. I just think it is important to know what the needs of the agency are so that the administration and the council can decide what level to fund at.
Last budget hearing, we heard that the starting salary for investigators is $46,000. Is that still the starting salary, or has there been an increase or COLA since we last discussed this?
So a level 1 investigator makes $47,601 a year.
You said 47,601?
Yes, sir.
What is the salary range for each investigator, and when do investigators receive longevity increases? How long, on average, does an investigator work at the CCRB before being promoted to the next level?
Go ahead.
So after a year, after a year, all investigators get paid at the incumbent rate, which increases their salary to $54,741. I'm sorry, that's actually incorrect. It's 2 years before you become an incumbent. We try to promote our investigators who have met the qualifications to get promoted after a year. A level 2 investigator would get $56,928. A level 2 investigator, after they get to their second year, becomes an incumbent, and their salary is $65,467 a year. The promotion from level 2 to level 3 takes a little bit more time, generally a year and a half as a level 2 investigator before you can become a level 3 investigator, sometimes shorter, sometimes longer. It depends on the investigator and how they're doing. A level 3 investigator is almost always an incumbent. An incumbent level 3 investigator gets $77,936 per year. That's their salary.
Would you support linking your investigator salaries to other agency investigator salaries? You know, for instance, the NYPD associate investigator salary is $66,000 to $85,000. Average salary of the CCRB is $73,000. I'm sorry, the average salary of $73,000. CCRB salaries are $48,000 to $80,000 on average. $66,000.
So we would support increasing the salaries of our investigators. And if that is, the best way to do it is to link it to another investigator's salary, another agency's investigator's salary, then we would support it. But right now, our investigators are part of DC 37, and OLR negotiates their salaries and their titles separately from these other agency titles. The CCRB investigator is a unique civil service title. So we would support linking it if that's the best way to do it, but we have no control over the negotiations with the union about CCRB investigator salaries. That's done through OLR without CCRB's input. And I'm sure you know, Mr. Chair, but OLR is the Office of Labor Relations for the city. And I use too many acronyms, I apologize.
CCRB fiscal 2026 budget headcount is 247 positions, which exceeds the charter mandate headcount set as a percentage of the NYPD's uniform headcount. The CCRB's headcount formula set forth in the charter was established before the creation of the CCRB's racial profiling and bias-based policing units. What is the budget and current staffing levels in the racial profiling and bias-based policing units?
So we have 20 staff in our racial profiling unit. That includes managers, investigators, and data analysts. One of the unique things about racial profiling investigations is how we use data from the subject officers of the complaints and the similarly situated officers in their cohort to determine if there is evidence of profiling once certain factors are met.
What do you consider to be the appropriate level of staffing needs to properly handle investigations within these units?
So we need 100 more investigators. That would be 60 for general investigations and 40 more for the racial profiling unit.
Perfect. Now I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Brewer for her questions.
My question is about the mediation and also about, I believe we have more protests. So in terms of mediation, how is that occurring? And then second, in terms of the protests, will there'll be more? That's always been something that you've had to deal with in the past. Obviously, more staff will be helpful. Can you just talk about those two issues?
Madam Councilwoman, we do have a mediation unit, and not every case is become a mediation case, but we work very hard on that to see if we can bring two parties together without going further. As far as the protest, I guess that period was, John, was a little before that I joined.
So, Dr. Khalid, the protests that occurred after October 7th of 2023 have resulted in approximately 45 complaints some on campus and some off campus. It is a far cry from the level of complaints resulting from protests in 2020.
George Floyd, yeah.
And we've been monitoring them. We, as late as yesterday, we had known there was protest activity and police arrests, but so far we've received no complaints from what happened last week.
Interesting. Okay, because I know there was something in the Daily News today. Maybe you'll hear about it. My question then, just back to mediation, what's the percentage, or is there one, as to how many are mediation and how many not? Is that a useful tool?
So mediation is a useful tool. I will pull the statistic for you and get it to you. It is a small number for the total number of complaints that we investigate, because we think it's important that it be voluntary on the part of both the civilian and the member of service, so that people are coming in with the right state of mind to engage in the mediation process. One of the things that we have changed in how mediation works is we now take statements from the civilian, full statements, before we send the case to mediation. So if the case is not successfully mediated, we can continue with the investigation. And we have really been watching how long cases stay in the mediation unit, and our current director of the mediation unit, Caroline Hanna, has done a really, really good job of making sure cases don't languish in the mediation unit, because what can happen is you are trying to mediate a case, it doesn't work out, and then it is old and you can't investigate it.
Got it.
And so the steps we've taken now may have slightly reduced the numbers of successful mediations, but they allow the unsuccessful mediations to be properly investigated.
Got it. Okay. And then just finally, just so you know, I testified at the Speaker's charter revision last night in support of 1% or whatever for you to be tied to an agency, and also like IBO is. And I intend to do the same at the Mayor's Charter Revision Commission. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. We're now going to hear from Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much. Executive Director Darsh, how many years have you worked at the CCRB?
Since 2013.
2013. In your dozen years at the CCRB, have you ever experienced such a high number of complaints filed against uniformed police officers as we experienced in FY24?
So this is the highest level it's been since 2012.
So in your dozen years in the leadership role in the CCRB, this is the highest level of complaints we've experienced against the NYPD. And in fact, it's a 62% increase in just 2 years compared to the beginning of the Adams administration. 62% more complaints year over year was in the PMMR this year. Is that right? Up from 3483 in FY22 to 5644 in FY24?
That is correct.
And in FY25, based on the PMMR, we're on pace to nearly hit 6,000 complaints a year and continue to break that record again. Is that right?
That is correct.
So why? What has changed in the approach of the Adams administration that has led to this dramatic increase of complaints against the police for misconduct?
So the truth is we don't know. And in the same way that when complaints went down and certain people used it as a barometer of a decrease in police misconduct or evidence of good police behavior, I don't necessarily think that the increase is indicative of an increase in misconduct.
You think it's that outreach is so good on the part of your limited staff, despite the dramatic reductions in headcount that have been experienced in this administration, but the outreach is just so darn good that that's what's led to a 62% increase in complaints against NYPD for misconduct over the last 2 years?
So, Councilmember Ressler, what I was saying is we don't know.
Okay, but you are seeing more complaints. So what is driving the complaints?
So the largest allegation that we have is excessive force.
And have you seen a change in policy in the NYPD or an encouragement or anything that indicates to you that there is a shift in departmental prioritization or behavior that has led to this dramatic increase in excessive force being used by the NYPD against the people of New York City?
So just because there are complaints, it does not mean that there is excessive force. The agency substantiates 23% of the complaints that it fully investigates.
Fair. But we are a data-driven government, right? So we use 311. It's complaint-driven for almost every single issue. When there's sanitation complaints about streets that are uncleaned, or air quality complaints that DEP sends out, noise complaints, or complaints against the NYPD for misconduct. We're seeing a substantial increase in excessive force by NYPD officers against members of the public. Yes, not every complaint is substantiated, in part because you don't have the staff to do it, but fine. Every complaint is not substantiated. A majority of complaints are not substantiated. What is being done, to your knowledge, to reduce this very concerning trend?
So the agency has engaged in a policy analysis under there was a request from Deputy Mayor Parker to look at things that the department could do to reduce complaints. We are still engaged in that process and hope to report on it soon. I've spoken with members of the NYPD about their studies of CCRB complaints and the work they're doing to look at complaint levels and what they can do to reduce complaints. There has not been a specific conversation about, if I could just finish,
please,
Councilmember Ressler.
I'm tight on time, and I got more questions, so that's why I need brevity in my responses. So, okay, so I appreciate that Deputy Mayor Parker has looked into this and has worked with you on it. I think his last day is Friday, so if he's not gone already. I have less confidence that his successor is going to give a darn about this issue, and I'm very concerned that we're going to continue to see this trend continue. I hope Commissioner Tisch will make it a priority and try to rein things in. But we have to get this under control. The increase in complaints is a clear indication that there are more problems in our streets and that more people, especially black and brown young men in New York City, are being mistreated by the NYPD, and it's a problem. The last thing I just want to ask is 22.5% of the complaints that were issued to the CCRB last year were closed without an investigation due to budget constraints. So almost 1 out of 4 times that somebody's calling the CCRB, the investigation is just closed because you don't have the staff, which is not your fault, but it is your problem. So how are we determining which of these complaints are getting closed unilaterally by the CCRB? Are these excessive force complaints that are getting closed? What types of complaints how are you triaging in this very unfortunate situation? And we will push and do the best we can with Chair Salam's leadership and others here in the council to try to get more resources for the CCRB. But how are you determining which of these 1 in 4 complaints you are unilaterally closing without an investigation?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Yeah. So the allegations that if a complaint contains one of these allegations, we close it without an investigation. Forcible removal to the hospital, threats, refusal to process a civilian complaint about a member of the NYPD, and the underlying complaint is not a CCRB complaint, failure to provide right-to-know act cards, property seizures, refusal to provide name or shield, discourteous words or actions, and untruthful statements, where that's the only allegation.
Okay, it's a sad day in New York City when an officer can be discourteous, when an officer can seize property inappropriately, when an officer can act in all kinds of ways that are against the law, and we don't have and the Adams administration has starved the CCRB of the resources to even consider investigating the complaint. It's just automatically, unilaterally closed because you don't have the staff. That, to me, is a serious problem. The CCRB needs resources to hold the NYPD accountable, to investigate officers and pursue wrongdoing with real teeth. And what the Adams administration has done to really defang your agency and starve it of resources is disgraceful.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up. CCRB spoke of how their investigations benefit from having access to police body-worn camera footage. However, there have been long-standing issues with delays in the NYPD providing the CCRB with evidence to support investigations. Can you discuss any recent changes to the process by which the NYPD provides the CCRB with evidence, including any updates on efforts to provide the CCRB with direct access to body-worn camera footage?
Mr. Chairman, the body-worn camera is, since it was rolled out, I think it's the most effective tool for us as a CCRB, though it also have consumed a lot of hours, audio, video, listening and watching. But it's a great tool for the CCRB to make a good decision, a proper decision, impartial decision. So we appreciate the council has enacted this few years ago, and we'll continue doing that, which is necessary for the public trust and for the public to make sure that they are treated properly. John, you want to add something to?
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. So when body-worn cameras were first introduced by the NYPD, there were very large backlogs in providing us with body-worn camera footage. Since there was a change in how NYPD handled evidence production to the CCRB, and they put NYPD Legal and Deputy Commissioner Gerber and his team, they made them responsible for it, and the agency works very well with them to get body-worn camera footage efficiently from the department. In 2023 and in 2024, it took 8 days for a body-worn camera footage request to be responded to. So that is a significant improvement over the days where it would take, tens, if not more than 100 days sometimes, for body-worn camera footage to be turned over to the CCRB. Additionally, in December of 2023, the department and the agency signed a memorandum of understanding where cases that were under FID investigation, the evidence that was collected by the Force Investigations Division would be provided to the CCRB within 90 days of the incident on a rolling basis. And that has significantly improved how we have access to not just body-worn camera footage in serious force cases, but all evidence, NYPD paperwork in serious force cases. So it's a substantial change and a real improvement. One of the things you asked about was direct access. We do not have direct access. We think it would make our investigations more efficient, and we also think it would increase the public perception that our investigations are fair and accurate, that we were able to directly access the body-worn camera footage without relying on what is produced by the NYPD.
Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions for this panel. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll now have another break before we go to the DA's offices. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam.
Good afternoon. Everybody settle down and find a seat. We're getting ready to continue. Everybody settle down and find a seat. We are getting ready to continue.
Good afternoon. We will now hear from the DA's office and the Special Narcotics Unit. We have with us Alvin Bragg, Darcel Clark, DA Melinda Katz, Michael McMahon, District Attorney Michael McMahon, DA Eric Gonzalez, and from the Special Narcotics Prosecutor Bridget G. Brennan.
Thank you all. Before you begin, can you just affirm the following, that you affirm to tell the truth and the whole truth, answer honestly to council member questions? Seeing you acknowledge that, you may begin. In terms of order, you choose as you may.
Good afternoon, Chairman Salam and members of the Public Safety Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I am District Attorney Darcel Clark. My testimony can be summed up in 10 words or less, that I'm fighting for the soul of the Bronx. Those who have never tried a criminal case, never had a victim or grieving mother cry on their shoulder, or heard thank you from someone recently released from prison at an employment resource fair you organized for them, should not be telling me how to do my job. Regardless of what a police commissioner, defense attorneys, legislators, or professors say or believe, I am the chief law enforcement officer in the Bronx. And I do this work in close partnership with the great men and women of NYPD. Public safety is my responsibility to deliver to the people of the Bronx. They elected me 3 times to perform this duty. I am unapologetic about who I am and the work that I do. I work for them, and I am one with them. And unless you have experienced the why, you will never know the how. Now is not the time to retreat to broken windows. Now is the time to look ahead to 21st century solutions aimed at keeping the Bronx safe. We start by identifying the root causes of crime and addressing the underlying conditions that lead to a cycle of violence and recidivism. It takes prevention, intervention, prosecution, and reentry. Our borough is under-resourced and underserved. The communities suffering from poverty and high crime have remained the same since the 70s. To tackle the outsized share of violent crime that Bronx residents and businesses experience, our community needs more resources to address employment, education, housing, mental health, and substance abuse. We need more community police officers on patrol. They are our guardians of safety and not warriors of force. We need more detectives to solve the crimes and gather evidence in order to hold people accountable for crime. We need more ADAs and professional staff to care for victims, resolve cases, and engage with the community, especially our youth. And we need the infrastructure, services, and systems in place that support people and bolster public safety. We need a fair and efficient criminal justice system that will keep up with technology and artificial intelligence. A year has passed since I spoke here, and I pleaded for investment in the Bronx. 2024 proved to be another year of hell and hope for our communities. First, let's talk about the hell. 123 people, human lives were taken. That was 31% of New York City's murders occurred in the Bronx. More than a third of the city's shooting incidents took place in the Bronx. Gun violence among youths increased. In 2024, Bronx youth accounted for 42% of the city's young shooting victims, and our kids accounted for 41% of the youth arrested in shootings. Compare those stats to 30% of people ages 16 to 24 out of school and not working, the highest high school dropout rate in the city. The lack of education and opportunities combined with a disturbing amount of youth violence breeds intergenerational trauma that takes years to repair. Do you see the correlation? This is why I don't sleep at night. There have been initiatives announced for a holistic approach to neighborhoods suffering from poverty and crime, but I don't see the resources or capital investment in the Bronx. Increasingly, cases are dismissed because of burdens of discovery. Now is the time to move forward and support minor changes to the discovery laws that are clearly not working as they were intended, or has unintended consequences, I should say. Some cases are dismissed for technical reasons related to discovery, some because of triages. We have to prioritize those cases that most impact public safety. Felonies, violent felonies in particular, will take priority over misdemeanors. But as a result, we have victims who do not receive justice, and defendants are not held accountable or given an opportunity to address their needs. We can do better. We must do better. Now the hope. Last year, I asked for a hospital-based rape crisis center, and I am glad to report that the State Department of Health and New York City Health and Hospitals are moving forward to establishing one. I also asked for a community justice center for the Bronx. We now have a location and a partner in the Center for Justice Innovation. The South Bronx Community Justice Center, and I want to thank Councilmember Diana Ayala here because it's in her district. The South Bronx Justice Center will serve 200 young people per year through an array of programs and services supporting the neighborhoods of Mott Haven, Melrose, and Morrisania. and I'm supporting CCI and Mark J's request for $2 million for this center. We strengthen our reentry programs by providing employment fairs. We held meetings with my Youth Advisory Council on violence prevention and other topics, and the Youth Council is planning this year's Bronx Youth Summit. And I want to thank Council Member Stevens for being here as well. My Youth Council and her Youth Council work together, and we're looking forward to planning that summit. Looking ahead, I'm asking for funding for additional ADAs and professional staff because we're embarking on new initiatives. We are creating a Youth Justice Bureau to move more effectively, to more effectively address youth violence and centralize all matters pertaining to youth justice. The Bureau will be staffed with prosecutors and other professionals specifically trained to consider whether diversion programming or alternative dispositions are appropriate in the court's youth part. The Youth Justice Bureau will address the Raise the Age law that spawned complex issues around 16 and 17-year-olds charged with violent crimes. We're building an auto crime unit in response to the disproportionate number of grand larceny auto crimes, GLAs, that are occurring in the Bronx. The borough is the hub for vehicles stolen out of state that are resold or put into shipping containers sent overseas. People are tired of their cars, tires, mirrors, and catalytic converters being stolen. Currently, we have a number of major investigations underway. Auto crimes affect Bronxites who need their vehicles every day to travel to work, medical appointments, and to take their children to school. We need to assign more ADAs and investigators to this auto crime unit. In 2024, the Crime Victims Assistance Bureau provided targeted support for over 7,500 new clients and delivered nearly 57,000 follow-up services to new and existing clients. Our diverse team of general advocates, liaisons, special coordinators, and therapists assisted crime victims and witnesses with advocacy, crisis intervention, and comprehensive support throughout the criminal justice process. We are asking for $1.1 million toward additional therapists to address the shortage of therapists and the significant disparity in access to mental health services for crime victims in the Bronx. A pre-arraignment desk appearance ticket, also known as DATs, diversion program will operate in the 44th precinct. Individuals who receive a DAT for victimless nonviolent misdemeanor offenses will have an opportunity to receive aid or services instead of prosecution. ADAs and paralegals will work directly in the precincts. Hopefully, we can stop the revolving door to the criminal justice system and stem recidivism by providing services to people who commit these quality of life crimes. In the hub, that's where 149th Street, 3rd Avenue, Melrose Avenue, and Willis Avenues meet. There is a community with dozens of mom and pop shops and chain stores. But simultaneously, there are pockets of brazen drug dealing and desperate people overdosing on the street. And again, Councilmember Ayala, I know I don't have to tell you about this. The drug problem in the hub is historic. Multiple mayors have vowed to clean it up. It is inundated with clinics, but lacks coordinated public resources. Law enforcement plays an important role, but this perennial problem of substance abuse is a public health issue. My Special Investigation Bureau has been investigating trafficking, and we have renewed efforts to address community concerns, working with local community organizations and with NYPD, as well as federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York. When all stakeholders, prosecutors, elected officials, defense attorneys, the police, the court, and the community work together, things get done. I want to thank my extraordinary legal and professional staff who show up every day and go above and beyond, dedicated, and they are committed to pursuing justice with integrity, which is our mission. And I salute the 1.4 million residents of the Bronx whose resilience and resolve inspire me to work for a safer Bronx through fair justice. That's my roadmap and blueprint to pursuing justice with integrity. Let me reiterate that every stance I take comes from my desire to protect my community, everyone in my community. We are not soft on crime, nor are we locking up everyone and throwing away the key. We hold people accountable within the law and with fairness. I will always stand for crime victims. They must never be regulated to an afterthought. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to working together. My full request for the budget is in my written submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Salam, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Council Members Brewer and Stevens and Palladino and Holden. Thank you for staying this afternoon and joining us for this very important session of testimony from the district attorneys and the special narcotics prosecutor. My name is Michael McMahon, and I'm privileged to serve the people of Staten Island as their district attorney. It's also a great honor for me to sit here, to come back to this chamber again, where I served for 8 years, sitting on that side of the room, on the committees, representing the people of Staten Island. I was a proud member of the City Council. And I'm equally proud to be a member of this dais. And before I begin with my testimony, just to say, it is an honor and privilege to serve with these great district attorneys, Clark and Gonzalez and Katz and Bragg, and our special narcotics prosecutor, Bridget Brennan. And I'm here to say that it's, to me, every time we speak, it's an amazing conversation, because the conversation isn't about how can we get more convictions, or I got a murder conviction yesterday, or we're starting a trial on a shooting tomorrow, or how can I get drug dealers locked up. The question and discussion is always, how can we use the power of the platforms that we have as the chief law enforcement officers of our boroughs to have a more positive impact in our communities, to reduce crime, to put ourselves out of business, to make our streets safer and make our justice system fairer for everyone. And so I want my former colleagues from the City Council to know that we are not here as prosecutors looking to prosecute. We are here as prosecutors looking not to prosecute and to keep the people of New York City, and for me, Staten Island, safe. As Staten Island's chief law enforcement officer, I'm incredibly proud of all the work that we have done in my office, together with our partners in the New York City Police Department, neighboring law enforcement agencies, our community, and local non-for-profits, and those who call our beloved Staten Island home, to make our borough a safer place. If I haven't mentioned it yet, I'm from Staten Island. Did I bring that up? While there remains much work to be done to fully restore public safety, everyone here today should be encouraged by the nearly double-digit decrease in reported crime on Staten Island last year, including in 6 of the 7 major index crime categories. And while Staten Island proudly remains the safest community of 500,000 residents in the country, now is not the time for a victory lap. Staten Island continues to face significant public safety challenges, frustrating law enforcement professionals and causing crime victims and hard-working Staten Islanders pain and suffering. We know that retail theft, school and transportation safety, and rampant recidivism remain massive public safety issues for Staten Islanders and families across New York City, and we are committed to doing everything in our power to turn the tide and help restore both public safety, confidence in that public safety, and peace of mind to our residents. However, in order to do that, we need the administration and this council's help. During my testimony before you last year and the year before that, I warned the council that Staten Island was facing a dire shortage of uniformed police officers and detectives patrolling and keeping our borough safe. And despite our persistent pleas, even still today, there are fewer cops deployed on Staten Island than there were in 1968. I didn't misread that. There were fewer cops today on Staten Island than there were in 1968, when our population was barely 60% of what it is today. Our borough and New York City as a whole need the uniformed personnel and detectives and leadership staffing necessary to prevent, deter, and investigate crime. A persistent but underrated significant driver of crime on Staten Island, and one where we as a city must dedicate more resources to combating, is domestic violence. A terrible reality that impacts far too many families, and we know goes widely unreported or underreported. On Staten Island, domestic violence helped to drive a significant increase, more than 40%, in incidents of rape last year, as well as the majority of felony assaults committed in our borough. And while we will always do everything we can to support survivors and hold dangerous domestic abusers accountable in the courtroom, we once again ask that our city council members support the life-saving work of our Domestic Violence Bureau and Victim Services Unit with continued DOVE allocations. And while there are many pressing public safety challenges, none are more important or have had an outsized impact on recidivism and the prosecutor's ability to keep New Yorkers safe as so-called discovery reform. Admirable in intent, the unintended adverse impacts and burdensome requirements of discovery reform have absolutely pummeled police and prosecutors alike, resulting in combative gamesmanship from defense attorneys and the wholesale dismissal of cases across the state on technicalities. This reality robs victims of crime from ever receiving justice and dangerous criminals, quality-of-life offenders, and recidivists from ever being held accountable for their actions in the courtroom. The free, fair, and timely sharing of discovery with defense counsel is a bedrock of American jurisprudence. However, the statute in its current form hampers justice more so than helps it. Defendants are spending much more time in custody, cases are taking longer to adjudicate, victims' access to justice is being delayed or denied, and in many instances, the very system, which should be the guarantee of due process, has become a labyrinthian black hole. We are seeing thousands of cases across the state being dismissed or charges dramatically reduced. This is the direct cause of the rampant and revolving door of recidivism we all know and loathe today. To be sure, ameliorating the undue burdens and unintended consequences of the 2019 Discovery Statute is the top legislative priority of my office and my colleagues here today this year with the state legislature. But we need all of you to join us in the fight. I hope you will help us effect modest changes, not a rollback, very modest changes, while keeping the original statute in place. Despite significant amendments included in last year's state budget, rampant retail theft, the proliferation of illegal smoke shops, and opportunistic scammers and squatters remain massive public safety challenges on Staten Island and indeed across New York City. The aforementioned offenses are not victimless crimes. Desperately needed revenue streams are being pilfered, precious private property is vandalized, and hundreds of millions of dollars are being stolen from our residents and local retailers. I urge this council to think carefully about these quality of life and public safety issues, and to invest not only in additional law enforcement personnel, but public awareness and prevention campaigns to combat these blights on our communities. I would be remiss if I did not mention the overdose crisis that continues to rage, claiming the lives of well over 80 of our neighbors in 2024 and over 150 in 2023, an immeasurable loss to our community. The exact toll of deaths from this crisis in 2024 is still unknown as we get the lab reports from OCME, but we believe the total number of fatalities will show a hopeful decrease from recent years. The loss of life caused by this crisis is still far too high. The presence of fentanyl and related analog drugs continue to stoke this five-alarm fire, appearing in most all fatal overdoses on Staten Island. We remain concerned with the growth of xylazine, a dangerous animal tranquilizer which is mixed with fentanyl, heroin, and cocaine, and does not respond to naloxone. This substance deserves the attention of the council as it is the latest development in our years-long struggle in this fight against the overdose crisis. It is for these reasons and more that my office remains dedicated to addressing underlying conditions of crime, while encouraging supportive programming that builds families up. However, for far too long, the Richmond County District Attorney's Office has done this critical work with one arm tied behind its back. Staten Island now remains the only borough without a community justice center. As D.A. Clark has mentioned, she's moved hers along. And while we graciously received $5 million in capital funding last year towards this essential project, capital funding is needed to correct this inequity and bring this dream to fruition. We have a site, we have a building, we need your help to make it reality. And lastly, I continue to forcefully advocate for this body's support of a mental health support and diversion center on Staten Island and the screening of those arrested at police precincts. As a 21st century prosecutor, I fully understand the fundamental and intrinsic link between mental illness, trauma, chronic homelessness, extreme poverty, substance abuse, and crime. Simply put, we cannot expect to prosecute our way out of all of society's ills. We know that. You know that. These potentially life-saving initiatives would assess a defendant's underlying needs immediately and give law enforcement and their assigned counsel the tools to place them on a road to recovery, thereby lessening the chances for recidivism and strengthening public safety as a whole. As my office continues to work tirelessly to combat these challenges, our success depends entirely on us working together to make our city as safe as possible. We have remained vigilant and consistent in our dedication to the rule of law, the protection of victims of crime, as well as the rights of the accused, and the overall improvement of public safety on Staten Island. But I must reiterate in the strongest possible terms, we need your help. With that said, I will just highlight briefly the things that we've submitted in our testimony more thoroughly for consideration in the budget. We would like to create an intimate partner sexual assault unit within our Domestic Violence Bureau to address the rise in rape cases and the traumatic impact of these cases. As I said last year, only one category of crime had increased on Staten Island, that was rape, and we'd like to create a unit that is sensitive and skilled in preventing, handling those cases, prosecuting when appropriate, and helping the victims. Cybercrime, as you know, scams have become a big issue, and we'd like to create a unit in our team to devote to work on that as well. Just today, I received a text from someone who was scammed out of $200,000, and there's so many New Yorkers who need help in this regard. We'd like to create a hate crimes unit within our office, as we know that hate crimes are up dramatically across the city. We need help dealing with FOIL requests, and we need help with dealing with the increase in ERPO, or extreme risk protection orders, one of the key tools in our toolbox to deal with illegal firearms in our city. I mentioned the Community Justice Center, $30 million in capital funds for that, and we need your help with that as well. We, again, are the only borough without a community justice center, and we'd like to rectify that for the people of Staten Island. We know that it's a methodology that works, and not only in supporting the community, but in preventing crime. And again, that's why we're all here today. I thank you for your attention and indulgence if I went a little bit over, but we look forward to taking your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Salam and Deputy Speaker Ayala. To all of the members of the Public Safety Committee, thank you for being with us and having us testify here today. All of you are among the most forceful voices in our city around the issue of public safety, and I thank you for that. Brooklyn is home to one of the most diverse boroughs in the city, home to 2.7 million people from every background, speaking every language, and practicing every faith. That diversity is our strength, but it also means that keeping Brooklyn safe requires more than just enforcement. It requires trust. It requires fairness. It requires ensuring that everyone, no matter where they were born, feels safe coming forward, reporting crimes, and seeking justice. And I'm proud to say that our efforts are working. last year, Brooklyn recorded the lowest level of gun violence on record. That's not luck. It's the result of smart investments in policing, in court enforcement, and on prevention efforts. The work we've done to reduce violence is fragile. And if we do not continue in investing in things that work, we will lose ground. One of the most important programs we built is Project Restore, which breaks cycles of gang violence that have gripped communities for generations. Project Restore takes young men caught up in gang life and gives them a real second chance. They get mentorship, counseling, job training, and most importantly, a reason to believe in the future that doesn't end for them in a jail cell or in the grave. And it works. Violence has dropped, and we've seen Project Restore participants go to college, hold steady jobs, and stay out of trouble. We're making the difference between safety that lasts and another generation lost. That's why I'm asking you to baseline funding for Project Restore so that when a young person is ready to leave a gang and gang life behind, we are ready and willing to be able to help them. Supporting the vulnerable is vital to lasting public safety, and that's why I also want to express my support for the Crisis to Care agenda championed by the Council's Progressive Caucus, which would provide vitally needed support to those who need it most. Investments in mental health care, harm reduction, services for survivors of gender-based violence, and support of people experiencing homelessness will prevent crimes of desperation, improve transit safety, and make our communities stronger. I'd also say that we must also make sure that the council continues to fund ATI programs that provide an important way of making sure that our justice system continues to pay attention to fundamental fairness and give people who deserve it second chances. While violent crime is dropping, another type of crime is surging, and the great DA of Staten Island, Michael McMahon, touched upon it: cybercrime. Crypto scams, AI-driven fraud, and online financial schemes are growing faster than law enforcement can keep up with, and the targets are usually seniors, immigrants, and working-class people who are manipulated into losing everything. One of those victims was an elderly woman who was tricked by an online scammer running fake investment ads targeting Polish immigrants. She lost everything. She had moved from New York to Pennsylvania, and the police there where she was living did not know how to handle a cryptocurrency crime. So the night before her 79th birthday, she drove back to Brooklyn, slept in her car in front of my office, and waited in our lobby till the next morning. She had nowhere else to turn. Our virtual currency team sat with her, they listened to her, and did everything to help her try to recover the money she'd lost, the money that was stolen from her. This kind of fraud is growing more sophisticated by the day, and AI will only make it worse. To stop it, skilled investigators must intervene immediately using cutting-edge technology and tools. Our small but talented team has seen great results, disrupting massive networks, seizing fraudulent domains, helping victims, and trying to educate the public about this real risk to their livelihoods. Yet, even as these crimes explode, we're watching federal protections vanish. The Trump administration has moved to ease cryptocurrency regulations, has reduced SEC oversight, and have gut agencies designed to protect consumers. That means more scams, more victims, and fewer safeguards. So while Washington steps back, we here in New York City must step forward. We must stand in the breach between scammers and the vulnerable, because if we don't do it, no one will. But to do that, we need investments in technology, staffing, and secure off-site data storage. In my written testimony, there's an image of the data storage center in my office. It's old, it's overheating, and we actually no joke, cool it with a box fan. We're asking for funding for for a safe and secure off-site data storage that many other city agencies use. The DAs have already told you that with the increase in discovery obligations and body cams and surveillance video, our data storage needs have more than quadrupled over the last couple of years. We cannot fight 21st century crime with a 20th century infrastructure. And while we work to modernize, we continue to battle a funding imbalance that no other DA's office in this city faces. Brooklyn is the largest borough. We handle the highest number of arrests. We have the most felony prosecutions. And yet we are the DA's office that is required to spend tens of millions of dollars on commercial rent, while my colleagues operate mostly in city-owned buildings and are rent-free. Every year, we ask the city leaders to address this funding gap. And every year, we're forced to do more with less. I've detailed this more in my written testimony, and we've been briefing council staff, but this crisis is growing in our budget. At the Brooklyn DA's office, justice, fairness, and public safety guide everything we do. We have made real progress in the county, but I warn, progress is never guaranteed. The decisions we make now will determine whether we move forward or slide backwards. I believe in what we've built in Brooklyn, and I believe that we will actually do better this year. Crime, as of now in 2025, is lower in Brooklyn than it was in 24, and as I've already said, 2024 was the safest year in terms of gun violence in the county. But we need the resources to continue to do it. I want to thank all of you for your time and your support. And again, I'm going to say to this Public Safety Committee, I thank you for always fighting for New Yorkers in this area of public safety.
Good afternoon. I want to thank also Salam, Deputy Chair Ayala, Minority Leader Ariola, and Gail Brewer, who we served with in the City Council, Michael. We served together. Good to see you back again. Councilmember Stevens, Holden, Palladino, my Queens family. So this is a great day for us to be able to come in front of the council because we get to share the ideas we have for public safety. And as DA McMahon was talking about, public safety is not just about prosecuting. Public safety is about prosecuting those that when you follow the evidence, it leads to prosecution, but it's also about keeping our kids out of the courtroom. It's also about making sure that we have, as in my office, I have a youth coordinator, we have community relations folks, people that go out to the community and the district, by the way, that are not lawyers. So that when someone says to them, hey, I have a friend in my church who has a daughter who is being trafficked, do you have someone who could talk to them about that? And the person they're speaking to is not a lawyer, but it's a community person, and that community person then brings it back to my office, finds either the ADA to speak to, or finds some way to give that person help. Maybe it's one of the not-for-profits, maybe it's youth leaders, maybe it's Cure Violence, whatever it is. We do that all the time. So it is about finding justice for people, and it's about making sure that we are doing our jobs as elected officials also, right, which is not just about prosecuting. It's also representing our districts and representing our borough, which also means keeping people out of the criminal justice system. In my office, we have 96 more people, more ADAs than we did when I was elected, by the way, 5.5 years ago. It's amazing how long ago that was at this point. I'm in my 6th year as DA. We have 408 ADAs that work in the office. We have about 950 staff members. We have increased, like I said, by 96 to 408 ADAs. We're handling approximately, every ADA is handling approximately 170 cases, when you average it out through the year. My misdemeanor ADAs are handling about 150 cases each one. My felony ADAs, depending on the bureau that they are in, handling, half to a quarter of that, which is still a lot of cases that we are handling on a daily basis with the funding, which I thank you for, by the way, every year, that the city gives us. In that, though, we have about $2 million in federal funding that comes down the pike every year. We don't know the status of that, and we assume we're getting it still, but we don't know. So I wanted to just throw that out there as one of the questions that happen in the budget. We also, as D.A. Gonzalez and a lot of other folks were talking about, as technology increases, the types of crimes that we're going after and the types of victims that we are finding are getting bigger and getting to be more expansive. So, for instance, when you talk about cybercrime, we just had a case, I don't know how many of you read about it, where Taylor Swift concert tickets were being stolen. And so what was happening is Ticketmaster was selling the tickets, and they would have, you have the resale value that a lot of us, or my kids mostly, are using, and they're buying them secondhand on StubHub or the contractors that StubHub uses. And what they were doing was intercepting the tickets. So you'd buy a ticket, you have to download the ticket. In that download, you were never getting that. It was going to someone else, a third party, who is then downloading it and selling it. Those folks made $650,000 on these types of crimes, in this particular crimes. Some of the Taylor Swift concerts tickets were going for like $5,000. And it is so easy to fall for it. And part of what we do, and part of what I do as the DA, is make sure that there's a comfort level in the community where people know that they should be comfortable coming to us, even if they fall for something like that, because it's so easy to fall for. So it is part of the reason that I come here today with my only increase asked being for a computer forensic lab. It's $2.4 million about to make a computer forensic lab and then to staff it. And that would mean downloading and being able to ourselves be able to investigate, because we're investigating it now, but we have to rely on outside sources a lot of times to do the downloads and to go into the computers just because of time and effort and quantity that it has. And so when we ask for that money to do that, it's because I don't want to take money from my retail theft policy that we are working on. If we put money there, it has to come from somewhere. So a crime lab would be amazing, and a forensic lab, so that we can get those scammers that are on the internet, that are scamming our parents and our grandparents and our kids and some of us. And it's important that the technology that the DAs have keep up with the way things are going in life these days. We are also paying rent, just so you know. We have we are scattered. I have 5 offices within a few blocks of each other in Queens County. 2 of them are private. 3 of them are city. I say that only because the DA's office of Queens County has come before the council for, 20, 30 years, not me, but the one previously, and asked for a standalone building for the DA's office. There's a lot that happens while we corroborate with each other and collaborate with each other, and we talk to each other, and it helps our cases as we move through. Just to put everything in perspective, Queens has had 52,000 people who were arrested in '24. With that was about 47,000 arraignments that happened. We conducted in our borough. As Commissioner Tisch was talking about, the crime levels are going down for the overall crime index. That happens as a partnership with the district attorney's offices and the work that we do. We had 64 homicides last year. To put in perspective, in I think it was 71, we had 342 homicides in Queens County, just so you know. And the other things that we work on every single day that, again, need the funding, but we have it right now, but won't when we do our crime lab, is the ghost gun investigations that we do. I created a crime strategies unit several years ago. That crime strategies unit is responsible for getting the largest percentage of the ghost guns off the street in the city from all the boroughs. And it's something that we chose to prioritize and chose to work on very closely so that we can get these ghost guns off the street. And I say that because ghost guns are untraceable. So they are extremely dangerous when they're being built in the basement of an apartment or a basement of a house or in an apartment next door to our constituents, and they have a 30-minute YouTube video that teaches them how to create a gun from the internet pieces that they bought off the street. And ultimately, a lot of people, when we arrest them for that, say, well, it's a hobby. You know what? Find another hobby. And that is the message that we always send. We are getting the scooters off the street in Queens County, just so you know. It's very difficult sometimes to chase the scooters down. So we go out, I don't know, once a week, every other week, maybe at least 2 or 3 times a month. With the NYPD, we've taken about 1,000 scooters off the street that are unlicensed, unregistered, and uninsured. Very important that we have some sort of accountability on these scooters that that you can't identify. And think about that danger when you have that. So we work on that as well as we go around the borough, making sure that we're keeping people safe, not just from prosecution, but also thinking of ways outside the box to do that, like our retail theft. You know, we can all talk about crime going down in certain index, but when you're standing in CVS and someone walks in with a knapsack and fills up that knapsack and walks out, and you're still standing to pay your bill after you had to call the person to get the shampoo from behind the glass door, to you, crime's at 100%, because that's what you're seeing. And that's what you're experiencing. So we've worked very closely with the NYPD on what's called a trespass affidavit program. It has been very successful. About 1,400 trespass affidavits were given. Only about 50 people returned to that store. And it says you no longer have the privilege of being here. And it's worked, 1,300 and something times. So we're very proud of that. We have a CIU unit. 268 cases have been submitted for CIU, which is Conviction Integrity Unit. We vacated 122 of them, and some of them were based on the fact that the police officer involved in the testimony, either there was something wrong with their testimony, or later on was convicted of perjury, or something like that, where I didn't have any longer the confidence in that prosecution. We have a program called Project Reset. Just so you know, every single DAT that goes through our office is vetted for mental health and for drug rehabilitation to make sure that we can't find a way for that individual not to come back to our office, because that is ultimately the goal of it. We've had about 750 people who successfully finished that program, which means that before they even got to arraignment, we figured out how to divert them so that we get them the help they need so they don't come back. It is something I think that most of us are involved in trying to figure out how to get help for people so that we don't have this continuous recidivism in the city of New York. I'm very proud of the work that my office has done. Like I said, this is our 6th year here. I'm also proud of the work that we've done together, my local legislators, with the assembly members and senators, but local council members. We work very closely together, and my phone is always ringing at 11, 12 o'clock at night with issues that they are seeing on the ground, as I'm sure that everybody here has with their local DA. But we thank you for the work that we've done together, and thank you for the opportunity to come out here, state our case for any new funding, but also figure out together how we keep people out of the system as well. Thank you. Was I the fastest?
Good afternoon. First, to our chair, Salam, who's my council member, thank you for your leadership on this committee and broadly all you do in our district. To the other phenomenal members of this committee, the Manhattan members, in touch with and grateful to council members Ayala and Brewer, but to the whole committee for all of your leadership. I come not as a former member, as DAs Katz and McMahon, but as a former council staffer, so profound respect for the work of this body. And really want to start with thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today, but thanks so much for the prior support. And I'll go into some of it in the body of my remarks, but support that has helped us with our gun work, support that has helped us with our wage theft and worker safety, support that has helped us with our survivor services, and support that's helped us with hate crimes. It has immensely enhanced the work we do and helped advance public safety in Manhattan, and I would also say throughout the city. The twin goals of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office are delivering safety and fairness, and we know that we cannot have one without the other. We are achieving these goals with a targeted strategy focusing on the drivers of violence and investing in preventative measures, all of which together keep our communities safe today and in the long term. We are proud of the downward trend of serious crime over the past 2 years, including a 45% decline in shootings in Manhattan over the past 3 years. Similarly, we're encouraged by the overall 10% drop in index crime in Manhattan from 2022 to 2024. But despite these encouraging declines, we know we have more work to do and more work to do together. I want to start by highlighting our gun violence work. As I mentioned, in the years since I took office, the shootings have declined 45%. We are encouraged by the continued impact of our efforts this year. As of February 23rd of this year, shooting incidents are down 36% in Manhattan North and 33% in Manhattan South compared to the same time period in 2024. So that's over and above that 45% decline. To achieve these results, we focus our work on both strategic investments and enforcement. Immense credit is due to the hard work, of course, of our partners at the NYPD, and I also want to give credit to our tireless community-based organizations and community leaders for doing a lot of work preventing gun violence from occurring in the first place. I mentioned my gratitude to this body for its prior support. You funded us in 2023 to hire 6 gun analysts, 1 for each of our trial bureaus. Their work is essential to gun interdiction and prosecution, helping us to highlight for juries key evidence, and then helping us to get these very serious felonies ready for trial. So I'm very grateful, and that 45% decline number is really a shared number for all of us, given your funding. In addition to the enforcement work, which we give priority to, we also have done a lot of strategic investment work, which I think helps explain and contextualize that 45% decline. I'm particularly proud to announce that we're going to expand our Youth Gun Violence Prevention Initiative. Through this program, we award grants to community-based organizations to offer wages, stipends to at-risk young people to engage in meaningful jobs and community projects during the summer months. Those based in Manhattan have met some of these young people and seen the extraordinary work, and I thank you for engaging them. Chair Salam, I would say join me. We were together. We joined each other to see a presentation that one of these extraordinary groups did, presenting to us policy proposals and informing us. That funding and engagement is helping keep our communities safe. On hate crimes, I'm really grateful. In my first year in office, I came before you and asked, as we were in the middle of a spike in anti-AAPI hate crime, for additional funding, and you provided an additional $1.7 million to expand our hate crimes unit. We went from a unit with 2 or 3 lawyers to one that has approximately 15 lawyers. We were able to add investigators, outreach personnel, and that work has made an extraordinary difference. That funding has made an extraordinary difference both in investigations and in prosecutions, and then also the community partnership work we do. D.A. Gonzalez mentioned at the top of his remarks trust and how we need that trust in communities. I literally had in my first month members of the AAPI community said, "You don't speak my language." As a result of your funding, we now have 2 investigators fluent in Cantonese, and that's helped extraordinarily in our hate crime work. So I thank you for that. It's both in the courtroom, but also in the communities, that funding. And again, it's sad that we are where we are. It's been an incredible, very significant expansion from 28 hate crime prosecutions in 2020 to over 100 prosecutions in 2024. So we are sad about the fact that the work is there to be done, but are grateful to you for the support and able to do the work ably. I almost said Councilmember Katz. D.A. Katz mentioned retail theft, which is a significant priority for my office. Maybe she'll argue with me about this. I would say Manhattan is the retail capital of the country. But in any event, we need our businesses to thrive throughout the city. And so we've continued to target the population that is sort of repeatedly shoplifting. In Manhattan, 5% of the people arrested on a Manhattan retail offense account for about 1/3 of all Manhattan retail theft complaints. So we've been working with our commands at the NYPD, focusing on that group, doing the day in and day out work. In addition, we've been doing proactive upstream investigations into those who stand to profit from this rise in retail theft, and that's another critical piece of our strategy. So in May, we announced the indictment of 2 individuals for criminal possession of stolen property in the first degree for possessing more than $1 million in various stolen goods as part of a retail theft fencing operation. I can also, we announced that when we brought that work, we saw in other places that we were investigating, we saw the impact, the deterrence that's bringing that case brought. Many of my colleagues have talked about, alluded to or directly addressed mental health. I focused a lot on our broken mental health system, and if you go to Manhattan Criminal Court any day of the week, you can see how broken our system is. The lack of treatment, housing, and supportive services leads to greater contact with the criminal justice system, and that sadly is on full display. I am proud to continue noting the success of our Pathways to Public Safety Division. We use problem-solving courts with their intensive oversight, comprehensive case management, and individually tailored programming because this approach has a strong track record of making us safer by addressing underlying needs and changing problematic behavior long-term. We have specially trained Pathways deputies in each of our trial bureaus and our Special Victims Division, and they're screening cases and determining who should be referred to these problem-solving courts, which include Manhattan Mental Health Court, Judicial Diversion, and our felony ATI. These individuals are then directed to programming that is tailored to their needs. In these courts, the defendant pleads guilty at the outset and accepts a court-supervised mandate, typically of 18 to 24 months of tailored programming with court monitoring. And one very important factor that distinguishes the work of these courts from perhaps from more traditional, less intensive diversion programs is that every participant, when they graduate, has stable housing and a source of income, either a job or disability benefits. And we are finding through the data we track that this work of the Pathways Division is really having a significant impact on public safety. I noted earlier kind of community partnerships, and several of my colleagues, all of my colleagues perhaps, talked about the work that we do in connection with our communities. We have in Manhattan really a very good template for hubs that we have done, first starting in Chair Salam's district. I know he knows our Barbara Askins, the head of the 125th Street Business Improvement District, but really coming together with local leaders, city agencies, and coordinating delivery of services and figuring out which tool to pull out of the toolkit to address a particular issue. So focusing on a range of public safety issues, including retail theft, substance use, the mental health crisis, and more. This hub model deploys teams to conduct regular walkthroughs to observe issues in real time and speak with local community members and businesses on the ground. They identify specific individuals in the area who may need connections to services, such as housing or medical care, and make referrals to the appropriate city agency or service provider. So for that, I thank you as well, because you're obviously funding all of those city agencies, whether it's Department of Buildings, which is taking down illegal scaffolding, Department of Health and Department of Homeless Services that's going out and connecting with individuals, and obviously my office and the NYPD. Following the success of that launch on 125th Street, we have moved further south, and we have one in Midtown, and just last week, we joined the city once again to announce a third such hub, the Village Interagency Task Force, which is going to focus on improving quality of life and safety issues in and around Washington Square Park, the West 4th Street subway station, and surrounding areas. So we're encouraged by that work. Working alongside many of our hubs, we've also continued to see the benefits from the $6 million of asset forfeiture funds we invested into our Neighborhood Navigators initiative with our partners at the Bridge. These navigators are currently operating in several high-needs areas across Manhattan. They build rapport with individuals on the street, including those who are unhoused or maybe struggling with substance use, by addressing immediate needs. They then connect them with longer-term services, including housing, social service benefits, detox, and mental health treatment. We have a similar court-based initiative. I noticed our colleague from the Fortune Society here today and wanted to acknowledge their work. A $3 million investment doing very similar work, but based in our arraignment parts. Right in our courthouses, court-based navigators bring their own lived experience to the same type of relationship building work, approaching individuals, offering them services, and perhaps most transformational, going straight from the arraignment part in Fortune vehicle to transitional housing to stabilize people and advance public safety. We know this is reducing recidivism. My last section, and in some ways, as D.A. Clark said and highlighted, the heartbeat of our work, supporting victims, and then I'll get to my new asks. Last year, with the support of additional funding from this body, we revamped and expanded the services provided to survivors and witnesses. With nearly double the staff and a clear mandate from me, the Survivor Services Bureau, SSB, is central to our strategy for advancing public safety by addressing the trauma of crime victims and witnesses. SSB trauma experts are now key members of the prosecution teams that take on cases involving victims, along with ADAs, investigators, analysts, and paralegals. Their early, consistent, and trauma-informed engagement with survivors and their families helps ensure them access to the services they need to rebuild their lives while helping them navigate New York's complex court system. So I'm grateful for all the prior support. Like my colleagues, I do have new asks, and they're based really in personnel, some additional personnel that would be extraordinarily helpful in three ways. So though my office is seeing historically low rates of attrition for our office, we are still feeling the effects of the significant attrition that occurred prior to and during the early days of COVID. As a result, a sort of very specific issue has emerged in our office. We're now lacking sufficient mid-level assistant district attorneys. These are the attorneys that are handling quite serious cases. Takes time to develop expertise and depth in the work that we do. And obviously there are financial strains and people depart, but particularly during COVID, we had the sort of mid-levels, and so that area is one area where we are coming to ask that gap be addressed. More detail is in our written submission. The second, and DAs McMahon and Clark mentioned the discovery challenges. We are in Albany, advocating for changes to the statute. The sheer volume of discoverable material that we must produce also produces kind of personnel challenges, and we have an ask in our written materials to the council to help us with positions to expand the headcount of professional staff to focus on our ability to fulfill our discovery obligations as early and as quickly in the life of a case as possible. We make that request, and that need will persist even if there's a change in Albany in the law. We just need more personnel to deal with the volume of discoverable material. And finally, we're asking for additional funding. I highlighted the Pathways of Public Safety Division work. We're asking for additional funding, which is set forth in the written materials to continue that good work. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I'm Bridget Brennan. I'm the city's special narcotics prosecutor. I'm very pleased to be with you today. I've worked with some of you on your local issues, and our office is always available for you. I know that I am the last speaker, and it's been a long afternoon and a long day for you. So I'm going to try to summarize my remarks, but I would urge you to read the testimony which we have produced for you. It's in a nice plastic envelope, and it's got lots of interesting graphs and more information, detailed information. So we're here to give you an outlook on what it is we're facing and what it is your communities are facing. We have a few asks, and I want to give you a little bit of explanation as well, because narcotics trafficking, of course, involves a global picture. The localities are at the end of a very long trail when it comes to most narcotics, including specifically fentanyl, which is primarily produced in Mexico, and also cocaine, which is grown in Colombia. So let me be as quick as I can, because I know you all have questions to ask, and I'd like to get to those as well. So our office, under the direction of the 5 DAs, has been a leader in efforts to rein in the opioid epidemic that's claimed far too many lives. From the teenagers that we see buying pills over Instagram or Snapchat, to elderly citizens and all ages in between. I don't know if you are aware, but the highest rate of overdose deaths in our city is among those aged 55 and older. It's shocking. And we try to adjust through the years to all the challenges that we face. We have prosecuted drug traffickers and distributors throughout the city, and at the same time, we expand our treatment opportunities for defendants. And the most powerful reflection of our targeted enforcement strategies is encapsulated in a chart on page 4 in our submitted testimony. And it tracks the indictments and incarcerations stemming from cases brought to our office, and it shows a decrease of more than 90% in indictments and incarcerations since both peaked in the 1990s. So I think that tells you more than anything else about the focus of our office and our approach. We have citywide jurisdiction over all 5 boroughs, and we are tagged with looking at the big cases with citywide impact, as well as local problems as directed by the 5 DAs. So our office's success is not measured in indictments and incarcerations. It's gauged by the quality and impact of our work. Our office has a stellar national reputation and local reputation for expertise in high-level narcotics investigation. And at the same time, when we are working in a particular precinct or community, we are welcomed by the neighborhoods, hard hit by open drug trafficking when we have been asked to assist in those neighborhoods. And in connection with that, I've met with the council members of those districts when we've been asked to concentrate in those areas. For the past 15 years, we've been frustrated by the ever-rising rates of overdose deaths, fueled by ever more lethal opioids, and specifically by fentanyl. But our efforts, as well as everybody at this table, the NYPD, the DEA, health and treatment outreach workers, and so many others, have finally resulted in the best news we've had in years. Overdose deaths in New York City have dropped by a meaningful 22% in the 12-month period ending in September 2004, having peaked in 2022, and that's according to the CDC. Our local health department and medical examiner's office is not able to report as quickly as the CDC is. So for the more current information, we rely on them. The more comprehensive information comes from our city health department, but that comes about a year later. So please refer to page 5 in my testimony for the details on that. And this welcome decline mirrors trends across much of the US. We're optimistic because the trends indicate that not only is there a lower volume of fentanyl coming into the US, it is less potent. And I should say and remind you that the CDC report reflects a period that started in September of 2023 and ended in September of 2024. So it reflects the activities of the past administration in negotiating and pressuring international partners such as China, which produces the chemicals that go into fentanyl and are shipped to Mexico, and the pressure on Mexican cartels by the new leadership in Mexico. But we too have sharpened our investigative skills and broadened our collaborations and outreach. We meet not only with the NYPD and the DEA, but also with health department officials and the medical examiner's office, as well as community groups and local officials. And most recently, we've expanded our efforts to encompass educational outreach to students, parents, and seniors. Our attorneys, our staff, and I have visited countless classrooms, auditoriums, and senior centers across the city to speak directly to students, parents, teachers, and elders about the dangerous drug supply, about the antidote Narcan, and to answer questions in a straightforward and candid manner. So we are continuing those efforts. The big problem, one of the biggest problems that we see, and again, most of the regulation of the drugs coming into the country is coming at a federal level, because New York City is a hub of all kinds of financial activity and banking activity. It's also a hub for trafficking of narcotics, and as a result, those drugs pour out into the city. And so we rely on the federal government for much of the control of the substances. We are seeing relief, but one of the big areas, and we're going to have to figure out how to deal with this locally, is how the drugs are marketed. We are seeing a profusion of drug marketing done on social media, as well as platforms, encrypted platforms, and those drugs that are sold there are reaching our children. And they're often sold as, they may be sold as Adderall, as cheaper oxycodone. And that's why we also go to talk to the seniors, because seniors often have many medications that they are buying, and they're looking for cheap purchases. You may have seen that the federal prosecutors did a big case this past year involving offshore spots that were delivering prescriptions that purported to be from Canadian pharmacies and contained fentanyl. And so we are enhancing our outreach efforts as well as our prosecution efforts. We're looking very closely at pill press operations, and as a matter of fact, we'll be talking about one publicly tomorrow that was running out of actually a location in the Chair's district. And it involved a couple of pill presses that could pump out 4,000 to 6,000 pills in an hour. And they were pumping out fentanyl pills and methamphetamine pills. So so you can't just control the supply coming in, you have to be able to control the distribution. And our federal government has fallen short on that. The social media platforms are not regulated in a meaningful way. We're going to have to come up with some local strategies, perhaps with civil suits, or some other strategies, besides taking out the pill presses. I think that's always a good idea. But we're going to have to come out with other strategies that we can do in order to limit this, as well as continuing our education and outreach efforts, and continuing to support, in my office, all the efforts of the DA's offices. They're all working very hard in this area. So I do have a few asks. I'm going to skip right to that now. And of course, I'll entertain any questions, but I do urge you to read our testimony, which has more comprehensive information in it. So, we've accomplished a lot over the past year. It's really gratifying to us to finally see some of the overdose deaths coming down. And our staff does have enormous workloads, just like the other DAs. We continue to operate with significantly reduced headcount when compared to the pre-COVID years, and that adds to the responsibility of our existing staff members. And we continue to have these staff shortages. We work hard on recruitment, and we talk to the DAs about how we might be able to shore up some of our shortages. But when they're facing short staffs themselves, it's very difficult for them to staff us. So we work diligently on recruitment and retention, and we are enjoying some success. So for 2026, we're asking for the council's support for 2 funding requests. We're renewing our request to support our Alternative to Incarceration program, ATI, which was expanded in 2020, along to incorporate the Manhattan Felony Alternatives to Incarceration. For a while, Manhattan took us under their wing and allowed our defendants to participate in the program they were funding. But we still collaborate with them and with the Center for Justice initiatives to assist individuals who were not previously served by pre-existing programs. So we're requesting additional funds for that, $218,841 for that program for FY 2006. To meet an entirely different need, we're also submitting a request for $150,000 in capital funding to upgrade radios for our investigators unit in 2026. We do have our own investigators who work closely with DEA or NYPD on cases. They tend to be retired PD narcotics detectives or retired DEA agents. So in closing, I appreciate the close relationship my office has with the council. Over the past years, I've met with many members and many of your constituents to learn about specific community concerns and how to address them. And I remain available to any of you at any time if you have a particular problem you want to talk about or generally speak about the problems that we're facing. Thank you so much for your support, and thanks to the DAs for all their support through the years.
Thank you. We will actually be hearing from Councilmember Ressler first. He has a question before he has to go.
Chair, that is incredibly gracious of you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me just say hello to all the district attorneys. Great to see you all. Take a moment to thank District Attorney Bragg in particular for your clarity and courage in taking on President Trump and holding this administration accountable, and for the good work that you've been doing. I also just want to thank my district attorney for doing a superb job. You all have really hard jobs, and District Attorney Gonzalez, really you balance being fair and pursuing justice and improving safety in our borough in the ways that, in exactly the ways that I would hope. And I really appreciate the work that you and your team do. I just want to call out something that you bring up on page 3 of your testimony. Brooklyn District Attorney, the Kings County District Attorney's Office spends $24.36 million per year annually in rent.
Yes.
And so, according to the testimony here, Queens spends $6.42 million in rent, so Brooklyn spends 4 times more than Queens in rent. New York County spends $3.7 million in rent, so we spend about 7 times as much as New York County in rent. The Bronx spends $2 million in rent, so we spend 12 times more than the Bronx in rent. And Richmond County spends $0.19 million, so we spend 128 times more annually in rent in Brooklyn than we do in Staten Island. There is no separate line item in your budget for rent, correct?
That's correct.
So if we take the $24 million out of your budget from rent, there's $124 million left over. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So that is the same as the Bronx. And I'm not trying to take a penny away from District Attorney Clark. No, I would never, ever, ever do that.
You better not.
I would never do that. Althea and I are on the same team. But we're twice the population. We have twice as many people, literally more than twice as many people as the Bronx, and we have the same operating budget when you take rent out of the equation as the Bronx. And in fact, if you look at Manhattan, and everyone knows we're the most populous borough, we have the most arrests, 72,000 arrests last year, is that right?
78,000.
78, excuse me. We get 46% less funding per felony arrest than Manhattan, is that right?
Yes.
So, and our head count is 122 DAs, 122 ADAs lower than Manhattan, is that right?
Yes.
So,
Our budgeted head count.
budgeted headcount, excuse me. So this is totally unfair. It deeply undermines safety and fairness in our borough. When you ask OMB, you know, and for the record, for the background, District Attorney's Office moved into the office space you have as a way of advancing the commercial office space market in downtown Brooklyn, right? This was an economic development strategy?
Yes, in 1998.
In 1998, 27 odd years ago. And we still need that help in the downtown Brooklyn office market, unfortunately. But when we ask OMB for a separate line item so that this funding that we have to put into rent is not taking away from the costs and the expenses of operating your office, what do they say?
Well, in addition to that, the other space, city-owned space that the DA's office had access to kind of drive down some of the costs, the municipal building and others had been sold. And so not only are we paying this tremendous rent and it's hurting really the operating budget of the office because we're not receiving additional funding for that, we have also not been able to have enough space to do that. We're caught in this issue where we need to actually get more space because we've been limited to the space that had been provided.
You don't have the money to pay for the space, and you don't have the money to expand your headcount, despite the obvious need and the clear unfairness and the inequity in funding compared to each of the other boroughs.
Yeah, and I think that where you really start to see that is in the amount of dollars available per felony prosecutions. The county not only handles the most number of arrests, but the most number of felony indictments, including the most violent felony indictments in the city and the state. And so it's been a hardship. Historically, the Brooklyn DA's office pays the least in terms of starting salaries and in many other ways because this is how we try to negotiate the difference.
This is 16, 17% of your total budget. If that was freed up, what would you do to advance safety in our borough?
Well, our head count needs to go up. It's all laid out in our written testimony. We would obviously continue to fund these initiatives in our office that deal around issues of public safety. The operational side of the office would work much better. The budget crisis that we're in is something that I've testified about year after year, but the rent as the contract is renewed goes up, and so we start to see a higher differential. I think years ago there was about $10 million that separated Brooklyn from Manhattan. Today, after you take away the funding for the rent, that number is closer to $40 million.
There must be a separate line item for rent. It's the only fair way to approach this issue. I don't understand why 1/6 of your budget should go toward rent instead of advancing fairness and safety in our borough. And I hope that the council can rally hard in partnership with you, and the Brooklyn delegation can work hard in partnership with you to push OMB and the mayor to do the right thing.
I appreciate that very much, Councilmember Ressler. Even as you've mentioned, our head count, our budgeted head count is less than the Bronx, our budgeted head count.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Salam, for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Darcel needs more.
I want to start with asking, were there any new needs your offices requested from the administration that were not included in your testimony? This is for the panel.
Oh, all of it? I had so many requests. I didn't want to take up the time asking for every single thing. But for the most part, we would like to see $25 million baseline for 187 positions. We need more staff. You heard all of the work that we have to do. It's like you can't get it done. We had a tremendous amount of attrition after COVID. We were able to alleviate some of that, and we're doing much better, but we still are at a deficit. And, a lot of it goes to that we had to increase our salaries in order to encourage people to come. But with the discovery, that discouraged people from coming because it's so much work. But we're doing better, but in order for me to really be where I am, I would need, 187 more DAs to bring me to where I'm supposed to be, $25 million baseline. That's one of the biggest acts.
Yes, I would join in that as well. Overall funding needs to be increased to fulfill the mission that our constituents and our council members want us to fulfill. We highlighted some of the items that we submit in our testimony, but we'll certainly in writing submission highlight more if that makes your work easier, Mr. Chairman.
Can I just add one thing? And if I get more ADAs, I need more space because I have to put them somewhere.
Chairman, we desperately, need the funding that Councilmember Ressler mentioned regarding our rent. That would allow us to bring up the number of assistant district attorneys and staff and paralegals, and of course, as my colleagues already testified to, the discovery obligations are tremendous. We estimate, after speaking to our staff, that ADAs spend about 80% of their day just doing discovery work. That does not include the time that they spend in court. That does not include speaking to victims and survivors of crime, going to crime scenes, preparing cases for hearings and trial. So there's a desperate need to do that. I understand that money is tight. If we got everything we asked for in our budget, we would still not be the most highly funded district attorney's office in the city. Thank you.
I agree. But so, right, I think that is a big problem, right? We can't hire ADAs fast enough to meet the discovery obligations, to meet all the prosecutions that we have, and to make sure that we have people in the same time working in our conviction integrity unit, well, at least in my conviction integrity units and all of the other human trafficking and areas that we try to work with the community on. We can't hire ADAs fast enough, and then if we do, we need space. So it is a vicious circle in that. But the answer to your question, Mr. Chairman, is no. There's nothing here that we've asked for that we haven't also or will ask from the mayor. Just the crime lab would be the most successful thing for our budget so that we can actually have those tools without taking them from our other bureaus. Thank you.
Same, our written testimony captures everything, but I will note that the asks are for personnel. Our most significant and best resources are human resources. They're the folks who are driving public safety.
And same, everything that we've asked for, we've made an application for with the city too.
I mean, I think this may be obvious, but just to get it on record, how would these increase in funding increase the efficiency of the justice system?
I think that's a really important issue. DA McMahon, when he discussed discovery, said that one of the unintended consequences, besides many more dismissals, is that it's actually lengthened the time that it takes to get a case ready and processed in court. It's actually the opposite of what was intended. They thought a shorter discovery window would mean quicker and faster resolution of cases. But what we've seen is that on average, cases last about 6 months longer. But those cases, we never really dug our way out of the COVID backlog. And so I took a lot of pride that in Brooklyn, pretrial detention, even on the most serious crimes, we got people to trial around a year and a half. Unfortunately, I cannot say that's what's happening today. In many of our homicide cases, I'm looking at cases that are 3 and 4 years old. It's unacceptable. It's unfair to the detainee who has not been convicted, but it's also unfair to victims and families and survivors of these crimes that they cannot get their day in court. Getting those staff numbers up so that ADAs can move those cases forward in fair and efficient ways is critically important. And of course, all of the other work that DA Katz talked about, our conviction review unit remains the national standard of how to do this work. But when ADAs are overworked and investigators don't have the resources, they're more likely and inclined to make mistakes that could lead to wrongful convictions. So this is really important work. This is not just simply about processing cases, but it's about making sure that things are done correctly, that justice is upheld, and that our city moves in safe and fair ways. Thank you for that question.
Yes, I mean, I would agree with DA Cass, but also, it's also to have enough people to really look at the humanity in the work that we're doing. It's not necessarily towards conviction, but it's toward making just sure that the right thing is done, whatever that is. And every case is its own, and we want to do that. We want to make sure that we have enough people. Like I told you, the increase in youth crime in and of itself, and the victims of crime, the survivors, that takes special attention, and we need more people to be able to do that. We're losing a generation of young people in the Bronx right now because we don't have enough staff to really pay attention or to be specialized in areas that can really deal with that population and what is driving the crime in our communities.
So with respect to efficiency, two of our requests, I think, go directly to that. One for the personnel in our complaint room, the 12 new paralegals. I mean, so I think this is probably true of all of our complaint rooms, but in Manhattan, it's like 19 hours a day, 365 days a year. We're asking for 12 paralegals. That additional staff is going to help with arrest or arraignment time. Will go directly to sort of the efficiency, really at the, one of the most, critical times in the life cycle of a case. One of the other asks is for discovery specialists, which will, help us do the diligence that we want to do and that we're required to do, and to move cases swiftly. So the requests are tailored, those two in particular.
Could I also add, Mr. Chairman, there's been, in this discussion about discovery and discovery reform, there's been some conversations that money was allotted for the district attorneys to implement technology changes and make things more efficient, bring in the staff. We've all spent our money. I mean, we've used those resources. We have broadened our capacity. We have, upped our technology, increased our storage space. We have a platform to gather and the discovery and exchange with the defendants, a discovery platform. We've done all those things. We have the staff, but it's still creating all of these unintended consequences that the well-meaning legislation didn't foresee at the time. And I would also point out, you see in front of you really the broad continuum of political perspectives, I think, and yet we're all here in one unified voice saying, no, we need some minor changes in that law that'll make our criminal justice fairer to the accused, to the victim of crime, and to the public as a whole. It'll help us keep the public safer.
I don't know if you want everyone to answer every question, so I'll just chime in. So the crime lab is meant to be just that, more efficient, right? Because if we have to every investigation we have has some sort of technology involved. If I'm taking down, like we did a few months ago, Trans de Aragua gangs, or if we're taking down the Crips, or if we're working to prosecute those that are selling secondhand, Taylor Swift concert tickets, or whatever it is, they pretty much all, in general, have some technology aspect to it. So if I can do that without outsourcing it to other contractors, it would certainly make the system more efficient.
So I want to move maybe to some questions on discovery. Does the preliminary plan provide all the resources your offices need to meet the demands of discovery reform?
Mr. President? We're all going to end. The discovery reforms that are in the legislature right now lead to more efficient offices and more efficient cases as we move forward. It allows for us to prosecute the cases, work with the bench, and make sure that the changes that we are asking for leads to our cases being moved forward. That's what we are trying to do. So, for instance, if every time there is a discovery issue, even if it's a technical issue that is left out of discovery, and our cases are dismissed, that leads to our ADAs and our investigators and our support staff putting a lot of time and effort into those cases that ultimately might be dismissed for a technicality, like in one of my cases, for instance, a pepper spray wasn't secured by a police officer in a case that had nothing to do with the case we were prosecuting. That was not turned over. That case was dismissed. In another case, we had a transfer ticket for someone who was in jail, and that was not also turned over, and our case was dismissed. So at the end of the day, the less we have of these technical sort of dismissals that provide for 30/30, I think the more efficient the system is. Mr. President of RDASNY, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, we all need, and I think everyone's testified that we need more funding to meet our, the burdens of gathering the information and processing it and then turning it over. There's no question about that. We need more assistance. They're overburdened. The paralegals are overburdened, and even in terms of storage, cloud storage, if you will, we need more resources there across the board. But the issues sort of run parallel that we talk about when it comes to discovery, because yes, we have that operational need to be able to do things, but the reforms that we're presenting to Albany now, the mild adjustments, are simply to say, even when we do all that, if there's a technical miss or something that doesn't affect the outcome of the case or the rights of the accused, that cases shouldn't be dismissed because of that. There are other remedies that the court should consider. So that's there. What we need to meet our obligations, yes, we do need more resources, Mr. Chairman, across the board. We need more paralegals. We need more technical support. But that is not what we're talking about when we go to Albany.
I would just add, with the resources, definitely, like, when all these issues came up, it's like, oh, it's a resource thing, we'll just give you more money. We receive more money, we're using it, we still have the issue. So DA McMahon is right. We need the change in the law to change it, because all the money in the world, all the staffing and everything doesn't stop a dismissal of a case when it's based on a technicality. So that's where the difference is.
In the November plan, your budgets reflected a total of $28.9 million from the state for discovery. Please explain how your offices have or plan to utilize those funds and the outcomes you expect to achieve from this increase.
We acknowledge that we did receive money from the state, and thank God we did, because when the law was passed 5 years ago, it was an unfunded mandate. So for at least 4 years, we were working with no money and trying to get it done. Now that we have that, we are hiring the people that we need, but the most expensive part of it is the technology. And technology not only costs money, but it also takes time. So we're spending it in the way that we need to. We're spending it on discovery because we needed it for that, but it's going to take time to catch up, especially with the volume of the cases that we have. And, you know, there's a whole discussion on what's happening with the 5 of us down here as opposed to other DA's offices in the state. Every office is different, but out of all the 62 counties, most of the work is right here in front of you. So we're using the discovery the way that we can for technology, for hiring. Like, again, you know, they give us deadlines, the budget, deadlines for us to spend it. We can't spend it in that time frame because it takes a lot of time to do recruitment, to find the right people. We don't want to just hire anybody. We need to hire the right people that's going to do the work correctly, and the technology. I personally take time, you know, of my own to go out recruiting. I cast a wide net in order to bring more assistants in so that they'll be able to do the work. That way we could disperse the work evenly, as opposed with so many of them carrying so many cases, 100, 120 cases. That's a lot, plus getting the discovery and everything else. So the money is helpful. We're using it for, you know, hiring personnel as well as technology.
I just want to piggyback on what DA Clark said in terms of this money. You know, the district attorneys with the exception, I believe, of DA McMahon, have, tried to, we've hired a company to come in to do some of the interfacing, in the technological sense, between our offices, the police department, able to share with the defender organizations, discovery, right? So a lot of the money just goes out to the build out of this technological system. One of the things that we were able to do with our discovery money, for example, is to finally get rid of paper files in our courthouse and have electronic filing of documents and things. So a lot of this is really around the technology, but of course around the additional headcounts of our office. I did distinguish earlier between my budgeted headcount and what I actually have, is because we use some of that discovery money to bring on paralegals and support staff to assist in the procurement of the discovery. I would say one last piece, and this is not something that I think can be solved by itself, but DA Clark also mentioned that money was given to us by the state, and even when we get money from the city, the procurement rules make it very difficult in order for us to enter into these contracts and then meet the deadline. So we got money from the state, but by the time that money came, there would be no way to use that procure this stuff legally. So money had to go back, and so I think people see that money came, but not all of it was spent. And that's an ongoing problem, as I understand, both in state and city government.
And go ahead. Yes, sir. Go.
No, I would just add that we are extraordinarily grateful for the funding from both state and city, but it doesn't change the legal standard. I practice pretty broadly: federal prosecutor, state prosecutor, civil, federal. The standard where if you exercise, diligence, inadvertently, don't turn over a document, that the judge would feel constrained to have no other remedy but dismissal. I'm not familiar with any other area of practice where there's such a constraint. That the judges, and we have judges in Manhattan, I think probably throughout the city, but certainly in Manhattan, that's how they've ruled, that they say, my hands are tied under the law. I can't order an adjournment. I can't say, we've offered, say, Judge, we just won't use the evidence. The evidence we turned over belatedly, we just won't use it, preclude it. That's a natural remedy in other places I've practiced. The funding, while it's great and allows us to, move cases and cuts into the dismissals a little bit, as long as that standard remains, this issue is going to persist.
And just in response, our office didn't receive very much money out of that. Probably proportionate to the cases and the type of cases we do. We only received $825, $825,000. It wasn't that little. Our biggest issue is staffing, actually, rather than any of the other, other supports.
The answer to your question from Queens' perspective is we spent it all last year on mostly IT, firewall, servers, storage, those types of issues, including a discovery a unit. That's job is really to figure out how to perpetuate the discovery in an easier and more efficient manner, but also work with our individual ADAs whenever they have issues that they can be helpful with. And this year, we're spending much of it to extend our data storage, but also on Luminosity and different software buys that make it more efficient.
I want to move to.
If I could just say, Mr. Chairman, real quick,
Yes.
Everything they said, but we, just so you understand, so for instance, in our office now, because of the discovery laws, we have a whole body-worn camera unit. That's about 8 people who work just in gathering the body-worn camera material, collating it, curating it, and turning it over. I didn't have that before. We have discovery specialists that we didn't have before, so they don't do what paralegals do. They do something different. And then we have that technology side, which everyone said. And then lastly, some money was used to stop the attrition of assistant district attorneys. Last year, we lost 1/3 of our assistant district attorneys because of the workload not being managed properly. We've given them a little more money and the support that they needed with the money that we got from you all, and that has stabilized somewhat. So there's there's all sides to this, but it's had quite a change and an impact on the way that prosecutions are conducted and defense is conducted in the state of New York.
So going to overtime questions, specific for the Manhattan DA. As of January, your office has spent $2.3 million for overtime. This greatly exceeds the $82,904 budget at adoption of fiscal 2025. Can you please explain why your office has spent over $2 million more than what was budgeted only 6 months into the fiscal 2025?
Yes, thanks for the question, Chair. This is something that we are focused on. I mean, in large parts, it's the size of the system, the arrests and then staffing. And some of the requests, the asks, would have more staff, spread the work out, and would hopefully have less overtime. But it is something that we're examining. We're doing assessments to see where we can operate, because we don't want to have these kind of overtime costs as well. But as a general matter, the macro answer is, with arrests up and more case and more work, we're doing the same amount of work with this staff, and that leads to overtime. And hopefully, with more staff, we hope we can do that. But we are going through and doing an assessment.
And historically, the actual overtime spending for the New York DA's office has surpassed $3 million. So I'm just wondering also, just to, in terms of the $82,904 allocation, why was it that at the adoption?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, gotcha. So the question is, why only budget 82,000 when historically we've gone over that number?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the answer may be hope springs eternal. I mean, this is obviously something that happens in other parts of law enforcement as well. What I can commit to the chair of this body today is to examine it. As you say, we are where we are in the year. We have the balance of the year left, and we'll be examining this and taking this seriously. We're mindful of fiscal constraints, but also, when work has to get done, it has to get done, and we are, trying to balance our commitment to public safety and really important work. It's, I was actually talking with staff about this before I left, getting some itemization and some detail, and I would say just, one example that was given to me is very important work. In the abstract, I certainly agree that we want to be within these strictures, but I will say when it comes up, there's not not that we can't be more efficient. We certainly can be, and we will strive to be. But when the work presents itself, we need to do the work.
At adoption, the Bronx DA had $227,777 budgeted for overtime. Yet as of January, has spent $507,585,000. The Brooklyn DA had budgeted $1 million, but has spent 1.7, and the Queens DA had budgeted $801,597, but spent 1.2 million. Please clarify why each of your offices has already exceeded your planned overtime spending only 6 months into the fiscal year, and will you be requesting increases to your budget for additional overtime spending in the executive plan?
No. Well, my office doesn't really have an overtime issue. We follow the city's overtime cap regulations, and we basically stay within that, guidelines in order to try to get the work done. I know that we have some issues with unions, and, they negotiate certain things, certain time should be overtime, certain times they can't stay, and we have to find other ways to do it. Sometimes we give them compensatory days as opposed to overtime. It's a mixture, but overall, if there's something that has to be overtime, we get a waiver from OMB. That's the city's guidelines, and that's what we tend to do in my office.
Happy to. So we, first of all, you know that ADAs don't get overtime, right? So it's support staff and it's paralegals, it's TPAs, and they're the ones that are getting the overtime. And I think similar to what the other DAs have said, when the work needs to be done, the work needs to be done. And at the end of the day, we'd much rather have that work done by individuals that we can hire and actually add to our staff. But you don't always know when it's coming, and when the work needs to be done, it needs to be done. We are on a path right now. In 2025, we have about $300,000 of overtime so far. So I think we're on a consistent path from last year. And like we said, if we don't have the everyday staff to do it, you got to get that done. We have deadlines every single day in court and every single day on our motion practice and every single day of the investigations as well. It's not just about trial practice. It's also about investigating people that are being defrauded or people that need our assistance. And so sometimes those investigations and that trial practice takes us into OT.
In terms of the overtime in our office, it's the largest segment of that is going to be, as DA Katz said, it's not going to ADAs. ADAs don't get overtime. It's the other professionals. But in my office, the largest segment of that goes to the law enforcement, to the detective investigators. One of the things that I will say that I've been a prosecutor for 28 years. As you know, as the NYPD headcount has shrunk, so have the staffing of police officers that are detectives that are assigned to the DA squads. So much of the work that had been typically done by NYPD in our offices are now being done by detective investigators in our office who are mostly retired law enforcement. There are some career detective investigators. That is a tremendous piece of the overtime budget, but what I would like to assure the chairman and everyone in the Public Safety Committee, during the 7 years that I've been district attorney, we have never once gone over the budgeted that we've had, and we don't expect to do so this year.
I want to ask questions on the closing of Rikers Island. One of the critical steps towards finally closing Rikers Island is reducing the population of the city's jail system. The significant delays in the processing of cases has been one of the primary impediments in the effort to lowering the population of the city's jails. What efforts is your office making to limit case delays and guarantee speedy trials? And this is as a follow-up with that, what resources does the DA need, do the DAs need to improve the efficiency of the trial systems, and are there any other efforts your office is making that would help to reduce the population on Rikers Island?
Well, I would say in the Bronx, we screen each case very carefully. A lot has to do with whether or not cases are bail eligible. So, Rikers Island is not filled with people that, for crimes that are not bail eligible. So we're talking about cases that we can seek bail and may receive bail from judges. Doesn't always happen in the Bronx, I can tell you that. But what I can say is that, we make sure that we screen them, and those that I have in Rikers, and I think as of today, or yesterday, I had to look up some numbers. There were 6,967 people in Rikers, and of those, 1,127 were held on Bronx cases. And those cases, the top charges are murder in the second degree, attempted murder, criminal possession of a weapon, robbery in the first degree, and attempted criminal possession of a weapon. Those are the areas that cause the most harm to public safety. So when I have cases, I look at them thoroughly. Look, I get accused for not prosecuting enough cases. So I have the highest declination rate in the city, and I get blamed for that. So to have 1,100, you know, I mean, I wish nobody had to be in jail, but if we have to hold people accountable, if we have to talk about public safety, those that are held on Bronx cases have been alleged to committed these crimes that I've spoken, and these are the top charges that poses the most threat to public safety in the Bronx.
Not to sound like a broken record, but we mentioned that discovery is certainly part of a reason for a case delay or that we've seen over the last 2 years, I would say in particular. And there you've seen a spike in the overall cases in Rikers, I think roughly from under 5,000 to now close to 7,000, so it's directly related. The courts, OCA has spoken on this. Judge Zayas has testified about this and the numbers that he's presented, so that is part of it. We also see, you know, sadly, in many cases, mental health is part of the situation that people accused of a crime are dealing with, and sometimes because people are waiting for a mental health exam, 730 exams as they're referred to, that adds for delay. And that's something that could be looked at to deal with, to have more resources to deal with those issues. I'll also say this, and it's kind of unrelated to your exact work here, but there are not as many, well, at least in Staten Island, let me say this, cases, the longer cases we have, and the reason that I think that our homicide cases go to that 3-year to 4-year is because the defense attorneys themselves are spread thin. And so there are only a few who handle murder cases on Staten Island, and the courts are waiting for them to be freed up for the next one. So that's part of it, and doesn't quite relate to government work, but that is what we see happening as well, just anecdotally, why we think some cases sit in Rikers for a longer period of time than any of us want.
I would say in Brooklyn, there are a lot of reasons for court delay. But the underfunding of the court system plays a tremendous piece of that. You know, the ability for a case to resolve itself, a disposition to be reached on an incarcerated person, really depends on the availability of a judge. It does not require a judge to try the case. It requires a judge to be available to hear the matter and then force both sides either into a trial or into a disposition. Not having enough court officers, stenographers, judges in the county has played a tremendous part of the delays because, quite frankly, these are high stakes for everyone. High stakes for the accused and whether or not to accept a plea offer or to go to trial, for the prosecutor to have that moment in clarity and time with a victim or survivor of crime. This is what's on the table. What do we want to do here? But without the availability of judges each and every day to make those cases and force those cases to a resolution, you know, things get delayed because it's never, you know, honestly, especially in high stakes cases where they're looking, no one's getting out of jail that day. It's, you know, you take a disposition, you may get out in 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Delay tends to work, you know, to the benefit of the defense. And so, because maybe the case will be dismissed or a witness will not come back. So that's beyond the city council, but I believe that that continues to play a tremendous role in the delays, and I've already mentioned the backlog. Yeah, Clark is saying
Right.
court
Well,
reporters.
as a former judge, I can tell you, there's a shortage of court reporters statewide. They don't have enough court reporters, so you can't do a case without a reporter there. They don't have enough court officers. That holds it up, and there's a shortage of judges as well. There's a lot of things that's happening in OCA that they need the help in order to build it up. That would speed up the cases for us as well, but they have to have the capacity to process, you know, to handle the cases, and there's a lot of shortcomings there.
Yeah, and I would say what DA Bragg said earlier today resonates deeply as well. There's a lack of experienced trial lawyers in prosecutors' offices at the mid-level at the mid-level. You know, we've been very successful in hiring young law graduates to fill in primarily in criminal court, but that mid-level senior prosecutor who has 10 trials under their belt knows what they're doing is more rare than it used to be. And I think that also helps delay it, and I'm sure you will hear from our public defenders, but I know that they are also struggling in having, their career people stay on with everything that they have to go through. And so, there's a real moment in time where we just need everyone to come together and really, in the state budget as well, to provide resources for our courts. One last thing I'm going to say, just to put it by perspective, we already said that Brooklyn has the largest intake. I went 2 years with only one trial judge in my local criminal court. I had one judge available to do trials for 2 years after COVID. That is a system that obviously with 60,000 criminal court arrests cannot work. I also point out that year after year, the last 3 or 4 years in a row, Brooklyn has had about a 15% increase year after year in new arrests. So the volume is up, but there has been no investment made by the state in our courts.
So just to give you some perspective, Queens has 27% of the population in the city of New York. We have 13% of the population at Rikers. We do all we can to make sure that there are diversions, that there are pre-arraignment diversion, which is usually our DATs, but we do everything we can to divert people to treatment courts to make sure that there's mental health court, there's human trafficking court, there's drug rehabilitation court, there's veterans courts. But again, 13% of the population there is Queens, 27% of the population in the city is Queens County. Just so you know, as DA Clark mentioned, different borough, different numbers, but it is important to note that on remand, 32% of the people that are remanded out of Queens County are charged with homicide. And the 15% are charged with having firearms and dangerous weapons. So, and as the charge goes down, it's a different percentage. But we take remand extremely seriously, and we also take asking for bail extremely seriously. That's why the laws were passed that ask us to look at how much a defendant can afford. And so we have a whole unit that is on it. We work on it, but at the end of the day, the largest percentage at Rikers are there for violent crimes, and we're only asked for bail or remand because of that. And it is exactly who we think may not, has a risk of flight. And so those are the reasons.
So in Manhattan, a big driver of the population is how long someone is in Rikers. And so we have focused over the past couple of years on moving to adjudication people who have been Rikers for a year or more. So at the start of 2022, there were 503 people in pretrial custody on a Manhattan case who have been in custody over a year. And at the start of this year, there's 342. So that's a 32% reduction. And we're doing that by focusing on, for all sorts of reasons. For us, we want to move the case because the longer the case is going, you have to find the witnesses, evidence may spoliate, and obviously for the defense, if you're in Rikers, you want to move that case as well. And so we've been able to really work with the courts and align around that. And that's something now that we've gotten over that number of folks who've been over a year, looking now at sort of 9 months. So looking there is one way that we're really focusing our energies.
With regard to narcotics cases, there's only 3 charges on which somebody can be held in on bail for a first arrest. It's an A1 felony possession, an A1 felony sale, or operating as a major trafficker. To the extent our defendants are held at arraignment, it's generally major traffickers with very large loads of drugs. We obviously try to move those cases expeditiously. And what we have found is, I agree with what everybody else has said, it's a lack of court resources. Oftentimes, there may be new judges in the systems, but they're not in the system, but they're not experienced judges, so they don't move the cases as quickly. And, our cases, we're certainly under pressure to answer ready on our cases and proceed to trial. And so I don't think you'll find many cases are delayed on account of our lack of moving forward, especially on a narcotics case. Sometimes they're complex, but we have significant evidence on most of our cases where people are held.
And to DA Gonzalez, can you talk about the pilot program for case processing that you are working with that you're working on with Judge Zayas?
Yes, so what we're trying to do is do everything in our power to move the backlog and to help, sort through some of the issues related to discovery implementation. And so what's happening now in the county, and it's shown great success so far in ways that may not have been anticipated. But what happens is that very senior staff from the courthouse will oversee a case before the case is on for trial. They will meet with the assigned assistant DA as well as an executive from my office, so not just a supervisor, but someone who has executive authority in the office to help resolve cases and to deal with whatever discovery snafus may be involved in the case. The defense attorney will be present. And what we've seen during the implementation of this program is that we have been able, with the activity of the judge, the involvement of the judge and senior staff from the court's office, been able to resolve cases. So we're starting to move cases a little more quickly, meaning that they're not being upheld and delayed. It's shown a lot of promise. It really does speak to what I was referring to earlier. We need court staff in order to expedite things in the courthouse. It's really about the availability of the court. This program is also designed really to try to resolve discovery issues. One of the things we've all testified to in some ways is that the unintended response to discovery implementation is there's a lot of litigation back and forth between the DA's office and the defense attorney representing their client about what's been turned over, whether or not there's been an issue with the certificate of compliance or the statement of readiness, and sometimes these things linger for months and months. The courts are overwhelmed too because they're not staffed well, and sometimes you're waiting for a decision on a discovery matter. The motion has been filed, and it may take 3 months to get the court's decision, of course, adding to delay in the cases. So this allows the senior staff of the court, and sometimes the judge very directly, to be involved in a discovery matter, resolve it, and move the case forward. And I thank Administrative Judge Zayas and, of course, Chief Judge Wilson for getting their hands dirty and getting involved in this discovery issue.
Thank you. We're going to now hear from our other members, starting with Councilmember Holden.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for being on the front lines and doing the work along with our NYPD. A few questions on discovery. I just want to get to some numbers. It's been reported that criminal case dismissals in New York City stood at 41% before discovery reforms and shot up to 62% in 2023. What are they now in 2020? What was the 24 numbers look like in each of your officers? And you could just say the number if you know it. And are they dismissed because of discovery?
Everybody's looking for their specific numbers. You want to start?
I happen to have a fact sheet that we've been using up in Albany. It's citywide numbers. I don't know if that's helpful.
Well, you don't know Manhattan?
They essentially mirror in some regards. I mean, I've dug into parts of the Manhattan docket, for example, domestic violence. But just for context, since I have this in front of me, if it's helpful, I'll say the overall case dismissal rate up from 2019, when it was 42%, to 62% in 2023, which is a 48% increase. And that we have it broken down to felony.
But that's the best argument for changing the discovery laws and for funding more monies for your offices. What are we doing in the other boroughs, though? It's pretty high in Manhattan, obviously.
Yeah, our numbers are, and I will endeavor to pull out the Manhattan numbers, but we are seeing significant dismissals. I am, very concerned in particular about our domestic violence docket, where we've seen significant dismissals, and when the cases get dismissed, the order of protection goes away from it with it as well.
Right. So that again endangers a spouse or certainly the family. Anybody else on?
Well, in the Bronx in 2019, for the felonies, 26% of the cases were being dismissed, and in 2024, it's now 44. It was 44%.
So 44. So it's quite, and again, it's not because the average was 41% before the discovery laws. So if you did a lot better than that, then your office was doing their due diligence. What about this?
Well, that's for felonies. For misdemeanors, 50% were being dismissed in 2019. That was before the discovery.
Yeah, see, there's
and it's up to 7.
And to me, that as let's say a victim of a crime, that would be outrageous that person got away without even going to trial.
Yes.
What about Staten Island? Is it?
So you have to understand that our volume is so different than the other boroughs. So we have roughly 10,000 arrests a year. They have 6-7 times that many. So we have our rates are a little bit more similar to counties outside the city. So the increase is not 20% in dismissal rates, but it's more like 10 to 15% in misdemeanors. And because our volume on felonies is lower, that we don't have the dismissal rate that they have, but we have a reduction in charges rate because we're at a situation where we have to maybe take a plea on a case that because of circumstances, because a motion is pending, because a piece of evidence wasn't turned over, that the justice that maybe the facts and law required are not being delivered because of discovery. So we're having that impact, just not at the volume as my colleagues have, because in all fairness, we don't have the volume.
Right, you don't have okay, Brooklyn, though, has the other side of the coin. Dismissal rate, do you have the dismissal rate?
I'm going to give you the number. I'm asking staff to give me the exact number. But generally, what we've seen and we issued we filed our report in March, we provided all of that, so I'm going to make sure that I leave a copy with you as well. But what we're seeing, quite honestly, is that the biggest impact is in our local criminal court. In my office, I will put 2 or 3 ADAs on a felony matter to make sure that these serious felonies don't get dismissed. So we're seeing a much smaller number of dismissals in Supreme Court. That should not mean that discovery is not an issue in the felony practices, that we're double and tripling the number of people we're putting on these cases because these are the violent crimes. Where you really start to see these numbers skyrocket is in the local criminal court, where we're saying 40% of the cases being dismissed in our local criminal court is because we cannot comply with the discovery statute, which is a combination of the material, but also the short deadline, 60 days on B misdemeanors, 90 days on A misdemeanors. So we're seeing right now, it's 57% dismissals in the county, up from other years. So
justice is not being served.
Well, I think
certainly the victims. If something is dismissed and it's a felony, or it's a serious crime, even a misdemeanor could be serious, and if they're being dismissed, the victims are the biggest losers here, but the public, again, if we're not funding your offices correctly, and the state comes up with these discovery laws and bail reform and raise the age and all these things that kind of push up crime and but then lower the standards of justice. Again, it is outrageous that we can't fund the officers that are keeping us safe. Certainly, we're not funding NYPD. We're not. Everybody's begging, especially the criminal justice system is begging here, not only for jails, but for even, bringing these cases to court. So I don't think there's any greater need here in the city of New York than to fund the offices of the DAs, that they can properly prosecute and put away people that should be put away. And I know the population at Rikers is very violent because I speak to obviously the correction officers who said the people there's less people there, but they're more violent. And if people are walking, away from these cases, for whatever reason, it needs to be addressed. Just one other, if you, DA Katz, you want to jump in with?
Well, yeah, I'd like to give you numbers, but I'd also like to just comment on one thing you said, which is, so we are, remember, there are dismissals otherwise, so we're researching exactly why the dismissals happened in '24. We estimate that about 28% of our felonies were dismissed because of discovery noncompliance, and then about 40% of the misdemeanors just for this very reason. But I just want to correct one thing, if I can, Councilman, because you're always such a great supporter. It's not always about the due diligence, because we will use every single tool we have, use due diligence, in good faith, rely on precedents of the courts that we are practicing in, and still can get our cases dismissed. But it's not always just about that. It's also about the amount of vetting that happens, right? So none of us want to really dismiss, want to make sure that I think, well, at least I'll speak for myself. I want to make sure that those that are getting dismissed because of discovery noncompliance are sort of compared, right? We want to vet, make sure people aren't in danger, make sure that if it's an assault, make sure that if someone's in a home with someone, that they are going to be safe in the future as well. And you are absolutely right. The danger that comes from a dismissal is that our orders of protections die with the dismissal of the case. So if you have a person who's being assaulted in their own home, that dies with the case. If we have witnesses that are involved in gang prosecutions, those orders of protections die with the case. And so you're right, it is imperative that those numbers get lower.
Yeah, so again, I just thank you, Chair, for the time, but if we go from 41% as an average for New York City before discovery reform, and then we go into the 60s, that's a huge problem. That is and again, for whatever reason, they're being dismissed on a technicality many times, which is outrageous, where the judges, do this. By the way, just one other question. Is there any way to appeal a dismissal? No, the answer is no to that, right? If your case is dismissed on a technicality, it doesn't really affect the case, essentially. Some of you have testified. Again, could you go to another court and say, this is ridiculous. This person is a danger to everyone?
We have very limited ways on a strict, legal ruling. If it's a legal ruling, we have a way of going to court. But typically, and I know this may sound weird, but in criminal court, the local criminal courts, we're limited to, and I think this is just from my experience, you're limited to 3 appeals a year.
So you get a number. So you have to use it wisely.
Right. In criminal court, you can't. In Supreme Court, obviously the rules are different.
So just like a challenge in baseball, you only get if you get 3 challenges
a year.
A year or a game. So that seems ridiculous.
So what you wind up challenging is not any factual individual case. Typically, it's a ruling that may impact the legal precedent.
Right. Thank you, Chair.
Now hear from Councilmember Stevens.
Hello? Hello. Okay, it's working. I didn't break it. Good afternoon, and thank you guys for being here with us this afternoon. And I guess I'll start with my first question around,
I don't think
obviously.
that's on. That's not
Hello.
on. That microphone.
It's broke?
Yeah.
I'm not paying for it. Sorry. Well, thank you guys for all being here today. And I guess I'll start my question specifically with the Bronx, because that's where I'm from. As y'all can see, Bronx versus the world. But I'm working on a decarceration plan because, as Darcel Clark has mentioned multiple times, that we're seeing an increase in youth violence across the city. And I would love to hear more about the what was it you call it?
Youth Justice
Yeah,
Bureau.
the Youth Justice Bureau that you're thinking about doing. And I guess my first question is to ask about how many ADAs would you need for this, and what are some of the specialties that you're looking for to have in this department, and what would be unique about this department in particular?
All right, in the written submission is a lot more, but I'll summarize it. We would need probably to have about 10 DAs if we could. I don't know if I'm going to get there initially, but I know that I have to establish this bureau now because it's been a lot of inconsistencies in the way we've been handling the youth that come through. We have the youth part that's statutorily there now for the 16 and 17-year-olds, but there are laws for juvenile offenders who are 13 to 15, and the laws are different for them than it is for the 16 and 17-year-olds. And the way that it's interpreted in the law, the 16 and 17-year-olds right now are getting more protection than the 13, 14, and 15-year-olds because automatically I get to keep them if I want, based on certain designated felonies. But with the 16 and 17-year-olds, I have to make my case in order to retain the case in that youth part. Mostly everything goes to family court. And I don't have a real problem with raise the age. I have some issues with it. So all the misdemeanors now go to family court. I don't deal with those anymore. So the cases that I have for the youth are the most serious cases. And I had to prove to a judge that I should be able to retain those cases in that youth part. And that means that, those are cases where there may be some kind of sexual assault, something that has some serious physical injury, or they display a gun. And a lot of times most of the times we try to retain it, sometimes we don't. But those that commit homicides and murders and things like that, we keep. So when you're looking at how we're dealing with them, there's a lot of inconsistencies. So now I want to put it in a central place where the DAs are trained about youth development, brain development, all of those things. So we're going to have resource coordinators. We have a doctor, a psychologist that knows this work, that is helping us build these things. We're having Montefiore Hospital be part of that to give us the mental health services and counseling. We know we have clergy involved. We're going to have all of these specialized people there to assist the youth part, because the youth part should already have that. But when we talked about,
Yeah, we know that's not the case.
okay, we talked about, all right, so the youth part, they have their issues already. They don't have enough.
Yeah.
So I'm building my own, because I can't wait for them. But I got to make sure that our
that's
kids are
one of the
treated
things I've been
fairly.
talking with the advocates and providers about, is just the discrepancies of the programs that's available in the youth part that's not in the family court, and it's just so different. And that's one of the things that for me is I'm really trying to look to solve for X, how do we move forward, because this has been a real problem. We have an increased number of young people who are in secure detention, which is alarming for me, and it should be alarming for everyone here. And I know everyone loves to talk about justice and all this, but some of the justices, we are failing these kids, and I say we as everyone, because these numbers are going up, and we're creating a generation of people who are going to have high recidivist rates in the future. And so for me, that's why I was really interested to hear more about this program, and I guess into the panel, and I guess very succinctly, because I know everybody's tired at this point, especially Chair, who's been up here for a while now, to just talk about what are some things that you're doing around this youth issue that we're having, because we are seeing a number, and I know, because I'm in the Bronx, I know that Darcel has, DA Clark has youth advisory board, and like she said, we work really closely with them and all the things. And so I'm also just trying to see what other folks are doing around like the youth part as well, because this is, to me, it is a crisis that no one is kind of talking about. And I know like we're fighting for all these other things, but this is something that's near and dear to my heart, and wanted just to hear a little bit what you guys are doing.
So in Brooklyn, I'll start. We have a designated group in my office to what DA Clark is trying to create in Bronx County. Brooklyn has a designated group of lawyers who only handle incidents involving youth. We had created in 2015 a young adult court that was before the youth part, and so there's been a history of being able to deal with juveniles and young offenders in a different way. I took a lot of pride, especially in the young adult court, that most of these young people came through the justice system. It was about meeting their social service needs, not holding them criminally accountable in terms of giving them convictions, but holding them accountable through the process of coming to court and services and working with the defenders. I'm very lucky in the county. Brooklyn has a lot of services. I have two great public defender organizations, Brooklyn Defender Services and Legal Aid, who will also coordinate with their clients to get services, and we were very successful. In our youth part, that thinking, what cases we retain and what cases we send to family court, we're also very lucky there because we have a good judge, a great judge, Judge Walker, who spends a lot of time thinking about that job as a family court judge, making tough decisions when we ask to keep cases in Supreme, whether or not the best interest of our community is served by sending that case to family court. But those things are happening. There's a Bureau of Youth Investments, and we're doing a lot of the social service work and prevention and intervention work, and of course funding much of the programs, much of the money that my office takes from forfeiture. We spend it directly on our youth, so that includes sports events and non-sports events and things working with community-based providers to give resources and opportunity to young people. I do say, and I will go back, I asked that Project Restore be baseline funding. Many of our young people are involved in gang activity. Project Restore is just about trying to get some of these young kids away from the antisocial behavior that they may be forced into by gangs. We've seen this over and over in the city, where older gang members will often force younger gang members to carry their guns, to engage in activity because the law treats them differently. And so we have to be mindful that when we want to protect our young people, that the resources of our city and must be really directed to this point. But we've all talked about this up here, and we're very concerned about many aspects of Raise the Age. And the last thing that I will leave with is there's a crisis in our youth detention centers. You have way too old of people being held in custody there, 18, 19 years old, with our youngest people, and the rising rates of crime in our detention centers against young people and against the staff there is alarming. And so trying to figure all that out, I think we did meet all five of us with our Corp Counsel to discuss how we can better coordinate with family court as well.
And I'll try to be quick. I know everybody is tired, it's long, you still have testimony to hear, but I'd be remiss, and it's part of the reason that people should read their testimony instead of doing it off the cuff like I did. So just so everybody knows, today we actually launched a data story on my website. There you can see all the retail theft trespass affidavits that we have. You can also see the ghost gun takedowns that we have. It's all interactive on the website. And in answer to your question, you can also see all the community engagement that my office has done. So first of all, we hired a special ed teacher actually to come in and talk to the junior high schools and the high schools, and he spends his days talking to parents who believe that their child might be on the wrong path. And we try to help, right? We try to go into the schools. We go into the schools with a program that actually was created by by Bridget, talking about fentanyl and the risks of using fentanyl and why we should be careful about that. So the youth group does all of these projects. We go out to volunteer at basketball games and high school basketball games. But we go into the schools, into the junior high schools, into the high schools, and we talk about what our office has to offer. The third thing, besides the data and besides the community, is that we do an RFP. So we did a $2.75 million RFP to go out to youth programs throughout the borough of Queens County. It goes through the process. It actually funds a lot of the not-for-profits that work with our youth. But at the end of the day, I think the best thing about my job is to be able to keep people out of the courtroom. And so being in the community, making sure that the first time our kids see us is not when we're in the courtroom, to make sure the first time our kids see us is when we're in the community. So there's that trust that builds, as the DAs all have said in different ways. And so we made it a real effort. I mean, I can talk about the adolescent unit that we have as well, like DA Gonzalez talked about, which is we have a special unit that deals with our young people, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 years old. And they have that expertise that they have developed through the years to try and steer people away that are already in the system. But I consider my job well spent when I steer them away before they get in the system.
So I'll just add a little bit. I think DA Katz said it well. We're talking about, I don't want people to see me for the first time down here. We have a Harlem office and a Washington Heights office, which are very active, in addition to sort of the pure community partnership work that we're doing. This is for sort of everyone. We're also strategically engaging with crisis management and cure violence around areas where we know we need to diffuse things, and those partnerships have been really, shouldn't call them partnerships. Our respect for their independent work has been very important. You know, my office under my predecessor started the Saturday Night Lights program. We continue to, who's that? Well, I
have to explain it. I hate it. Everybody knows it. I hate it. I have my own issues. I'm a real youth developer. I have serious issues with it, but I understand the purpose.
Right. Understood. And then I mentioned and I just want to sort of just close by saluting Councilmembers Brewer and Salam, because a lot of what we're doing is in partnership with the members who are doing so much as well, so partnering. So I mentioned the chair and I were with the youth group. All of the anti-gun grants we did, they reported back. So we were together, and it's just great to be with him out with these great, beautiful young people presenting on these substantive projects. I'm thinking about an event that Councilmember Brewer does every year in the summer. It's a big block party, and there's youth games, and it's important for me to be there engaging. So just want to salute them. I know the Bronx is great too.
No, you pick up your borough. You go right ahead.
In Manhattan, just privileged to work, specifically to point out the council members, because the work we're doing, I'm very excited about it. I can itemize more of it, but I think what I'm most excited about is those partnerships and doing it together.
If I could just kind of wrap it up, and everything that my colleagues have said, we've, in Staten Island as well, we're doing a lot of these things. I have an education coordinator who goes into the schools. We have a youth advisory committee. We're meeting with the youth where they are. But to be honest with you, Councilwoman, the kids are not all right. Even in Staten Island, I say always even Staten Island because our crime rates are normally lower, but I've had a 15-year-old slain in a schoolyard by gunfire. I had a 15-year-old stabbed by a 14-year-old on a bus coming home from school, stabbed to death. So this goes on, and it's raging across our city. And for me, what's missing is meaningful outcomes after people have contact with the criminal justice system. Because what's happening with a lot of the raised age cases, as you know, they go to family court, they're dealt with by the Corporation Council. There are not the resources that are supposed to be there. The state legislature never delivered on its $800 million promise for resources to go with that legislation when they passed it.
That's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there were two pieces to that. They passed raised the age, but there was also a funding component. I think it was $850 million, right? And they
If you guys can give me that number, because I would love to make sure we advocate for that. Because one of the things that for me is like I'm really trying to, like, I'm the chair of Children and Youth Services, and I'm wrapping it up, and it wasn't my fault, so don't yell at me. But really just thinking about how do we meet the kids where we're at, and not just, I'm talking about preventative, right? Like I'm trying to make sure that they're not coming to you guys and to family court and all the things. And I think it's to me, it's a holistic approach. And so I'll just offer up, like, I'm here, I'm working, and really want to involve not just NYPD and providers, but also you guys to come be part of this conversation of how do we really tackle this issue. And I mean, just hearing that the state, had funding that they were supposed to allocate and did it, I think that's a place we could all work together and really rally behind to get the money that's deserved to go with the legislation that's passed.
Because with meaningful outcomes, if someone does come into contact with the system, we want to make sure that they find the programming and the support that they need to not have the same repeat, but also to have some accountability there, just to make sure, okay, if you're going to go to a counseling program, make sure that that's being done, to have follow-through, to make sure that that one contact is the only contact.
Yeah.
That's something that we can do, what we do across the board. I do it with people, young people suffer from addiction illness. I give them we dismiss those cases if they go for a 30-day program, and at the end, they get a certificate from me. That's, I think, is missing in a lot of the raise the age cases, at least as far as I see it. And that's where your advocacy to get that funding in place, to get those programs in place.
We gonna do that advocacy.
We're gonna advocate, but then you need resource coordinators in the court who can say, okay, you're coming back in 30 days. You're gonna tell the coordinator, did you go to those 4 meetings with the counselor? Did you go to the park cleanup? Whatever is appropriate for you, did you do it? And let's make sure that that gets done, because I think then you'll see a bigger improvement and less people repeating in the system.
Listen, I'm here for it, and like I said, I want to offer myself up and make sure that we're working together, and when we're having these meetings and offering you guys to be a part of those conversations, because you just had a lot of solutions that I would love to hear more about, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Ariola, followed by Palladino.
Thank you, Chair. District Attorney Katz, good to see you. I didn't quite hear before, we said we're 27% of the population of the 5 boroughs.
13% of the people that are at Rikers are from Queens.
13%, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So the reason why I bring that up is because I know how proactive you are.
Yes.
And I just would like to validate all the things that you said, which is because I'm part of it as a council member and as a community member and with our community for your retail theft and trespass affidavit. It is a home run. It works from whether you're the Home Depot or the local bagel store or Walgreens. It stops people from coming in and stealing again because they know that they're going to get arrested. You're on the ground in closing illegal cannabis shops. You are on the ground taking unlicensed, unregistered vehicles off our streets. You listen when PD brings in and files a report for a recidivist and is asking for bail where appropriate. You also listen when treatment is appropriate, and especially for our youths. And when I think just recently, because I follow you quite closely on social media, and I really suggest everyone does, 2 brothers, you found an arsenal there, 25 years in prison. So kudos to you. People are being arrested in Queens, they're being held at bail with Queens, and they're being prosecuted in Queens. We recently had a legislative breakfast where you put out your 5 or 6 points. One of those points was for animal cruelty, animal rights, and the fact that we need to tighten up the punishment, thank you for the word, the punishment for people who are abusing animals. And then we spoke about veterans. So these I have two sets of questions. So I just want to say that I'm very lucky to have you, and we are very lucky to have you as our DA, because you're already addressing the issues that need to be addressed. And so for the other DAs, I just would like to know, do you have veterans treatment courts? And are veterans treatment courts fully operational in your boroughs? How many veterans were diverted to these courts last year? And what additional funding could enhance these programs?
You need the cords.
So Brooklyn does in fact have a veterans court both in the Supreme Court practice and in criminal court. In fact, the veterans court was initiated in Kings County. One of the things that I think more outreach through possibly the VAs, hospitals, and others to allow people to come into our veterans court. We've seen just in general in a lot of the treatment parts, in particular in the criminal court, less involvement and less, buy-in by, the people who've been arrested, the defendants, because they have a just, 60% chance of getting their case dismissed, where, veterans court or any treatment court requires a further engagement with the legal system to to get the treatment and the services. And so we think that I think that it is again one of the unintended consequences of discovery reform in criminal court that less people are engaging in mental health treatment in our criminal courts, in drug treatment, and yes, even in our Veterans Court Bureau. I should also say that our Veteran Court Treatment Bureau, in many of these cases, after services are provided and there's been a diagnosis of PTSD or whatever, brought the veteran in, these cases are dismissed. I believe that Veterans Court is incredibly important. The person who raised me, the person I considered to be my father, my stepfather, was a proud Marine, fought in the war, came back, and I think that these services are not a gift, but are owed to our veterans, and I would just want to thank the court for, and for all the funding that we get to provide these services.
Be real quick. Just in terms of numbers, so we started the court in 2017. We've had 66 participants in the program. It was much more robust, but DA Gonzalez is absolutely right. It is another unintended consequence of cases getting dismissed at the get-go or during the process for technical violations, and you're losing the meaningful outcomes even in those cases, which is something that I speak to a lot. Instead, 40% of our cases go to alternative to incarceration. That means that those people did something wrong. It was against the norms of society, but they shouldn't go to jail for it, but they should get some sort of direction and help so that they don't recidivate, right? And that is not being done, and Veterans Treatment Court is a perfect example of that. Drug Treatment Court, our whole program, that is all true. So I just wanted to underscore that as well.
And we have our veterans in our treatment court as well. I'd have to get back to you with the numbers that we have. It's not a lot, but it's an avenue for them to get mental health treatment and otherwise. Unfortunately, we have so many, and the treatment court has very strict rules as to which cases can go in there. So I've advocated for another problem-solving court in the Bronx, for another judge to be able to take the overflow that's part of the treatment court, but others that don't fit in treatment court, but they deserve some type of treatment or alternatives to incarceration. And just last week, OCA has told us that we will be receiving another problem-solving court in the Bronx. So that's another place where we can deal with our veterans. I also have an employee resource group of veterans. One of the members is here, one of my executives for operation. And they not only work within the office with our staff, but work within the community as well and assist in the work that we do in the community.
So we have a part in Manhattan. It's much smaller than our other problem-solving courts. I would love to expand it like DA Gonzalez. I have a lot of military in my family, and I've seen the effects of service and the phenomenal service they've done for the country. Like DA Clark, we have a group, perhaps maybe a little more informal, but vibrant group of veterans in the Manhattan DA's office. And so I would love to build upon the work and expand the treatment court. And I think we have folks in the office that would be very interested in that.
I certainly appreciate that. And honestly, on the animal abuse issue, we all know that we do have to expand the, the consequences, because oftentimes the link between animal abuse becomes violent crimes towards humans. So thank you for that. And District Attorney Katz, I just want you to know that your DV program will be funded again this year for $72,500, and your forensic lab, Bob, Vicky, and myself will bring that to the delegation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just so everybody knows about the animals, so it's in the agricultural law. And so the highest form of accountability is really 2 years. So you could torture animals, you could, torture your cat or dog, and then have not the accountability that I think you really should have in our courts. And so we've been working with the council members on those issues as well in the community. So thank you.
And I could just add to that, so as part of the State DA's Association, which I'm honored to be the president of now, but we advocate for increasing the penalties for those heinous crimes every year. So when you're talking to your state legislators, please bring it up with them as well, because that is controlled by state law.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Councilmember Palladino.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everybody, for staying. 3 cheers for Queens, because it looks like we're the only ones here, okay? I mean, and let me, no, sorry, Gail, okay, don't take offense. One, okay. But I do want to make a point, and the point is, you guys are so important, and the fact that you are on at this hour of the day is really too bad, because this is an extremely important part of our public safety and our criminal justice. It's twofold. And the fact that there are no council members here to listen to exactly what goes on in your offices so that we can bring it back to our constituents. The council members can understand how desperate you are and how much you need, justifiably so. When we sit here and we ask questions, or our constituents ask questions, they don't understand the nuts and the bolts of what goes into this. They do not understand the weeds that you are tangled in. This is a deep swamp you are in, and you are trying desperately to keep your heads above water while the state government has really tied you up with these discovery laws. We can make this meeting really short, and that's by saying, do away with the discovery laws. They have tied you up. If you don't dot your I's or cross your T's, they walk, you're screwed. The people of New York are screwed. Now, we could do this with, the right frame of mind, in the right sort of way, but this is a very good example, once again, about how laws are passed without thinking about what's coming down the road. As the old saying goes, the cart before the horse. So now we've got young kids who need care and understanding. We have, these other preteens, if you want to call them that, from 16 to 18. We've got our adults. You guys have got a very short list here of what you want. I mean, D.A. Katz, we work together. I love her. She does everything possible. And the idea that all you want is, when you think about it, is your forensic lab for a lousy $2,379,000. When you think of the budget that we're about to pass, it's going to be upwards of $116 billion. And we cannot give you the tools that you need to do your job right. I sat here, I listened to everybody speak, so I don't have many questions because you guys have really, covered the gamut. And I thank you, D.A. Clark from the Bronx. Man, oh man, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. And I just want to say, this catch and release, okay? We've seen very bad repercussions from this catch and release program, and especially when it comes to the island of Manhattan and the DA in Manhattan. And Lincoln Ressler, my colleague, he made it a little political here today, and I really didn't want to take that route. But you know what? it is what it is, and the justice system, sadly, seems to have come under a little bit of the political realm. You guys are not political. You guys are here to do your job. And you know what? The city owes it to you, and the state owes it to you, so that you could do your job. And it's frustrating, as Bob said, that you're sitting here before us in an empty room at 5 o'clock in the afternoon with nobody else here to listen to the pittance that you need from the city in order to get you guys going. Your ADAs, you need so much, and yet you need so little. And you know what, DA Katz, I want to see you get that building, because I've been to Queens Boulevard, and let me tell you something, that's no party. All right, between the parking, and you got to go here for that and that for that. It's incredible. But the work that comes out of Queens, kudos to you. And thank you for everything you do for us, my office, all of us here in Queens. We thank you. And I know how hard the rest of you work, and I have to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I just hope we can make your life just a little bit easier.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to yield to my colleague from Staten Island for the
Thank you,
moment.
DA Katz, and thank you, Councilwoman. And I'm just going to apply for citizenship in Queens because it sounds like everything's together there, and I admire you guys. Having sat on that side, I appreciate you being here and delving into this testimony with us. With due deference and respect, I thank you for your remarks, but if I could just state for the record, we are not looking to get rid of the discovery law.
No, I know you're not. I am.
Oh, you are.
You're not. I know
we're
you're
just
not. I
trying-
understand where you sit. It's okay.
We're just trying to-
I want the discovery laws gone.
Okay.
Because I
And-
want cashless bail gone.
Okay.
I want bail reform gone. But we're not going to get political here, are we?
No.
Okay.
This is substance, but just so you know, our message, I think, is
Okay.
the law has good intentions. It just needs to be tweaked a little bit, and it would make
We could
everybody
tweak- we'll
be more
get it-
just and more fair and safer.
I
Thank
agree.
you.
And you know what?
And you're welcome to Staten Island anytime.
Oh, I try to go, but you're too far away.
Yes.
You know, we all could meet in the middle here, and I think in our years in government thus far, for me, it's only 4, but I in my past life as well, I just want to say communication and talking and figuring this out is key, absolute key. And anybody who knows me knows where I stand on things, which is great, and I know where everybody else stands on things, and that's fine too. Now let's work together to make this work, because we've got real problems, and we need real problems solved. And like I said, let's just do this, and I know we can do it, but let's get you guys funded. There's no reason with $116 billion that we're going to pass this year that you get shortchanged in any way, shape, or form. I got one other question pertaining to animal cruelty. Animal cruelty prosecutions. Does each DA office have a dedicated animal cruelty protection team?
We handle the cases and on a case-by-case basis, and the ADAs do the work, but I just recently hired an animal cruelty person to start a unit for me to begin to do that work.
Very good.
And I know how important those cases are. Look, I get all kinds of letters all the time. I get more letters
about animals
being hurt and killed than the people.
I know, makes you think,
that are
doesn't
dying
it?
in the Bronx. So I know how important it is and how important animals are.
It's such an issue near and dear to our hearts. We do have a dedicated ADA. She has a specific unit with a detective investigator and a community person and a paralegal. She wears more than one hat, I have to be honest, but anytime there's a case, it goes to her and it's handled appropriately, and she is very dedicated. Thanks.
In Brooklyn, we have a dedicated coordinator in our office and a senior assistant district attorney who is responsible for overseeing all of the cases. I don't have a committed bureau in sense, like I don't have like a whole staff, but every one of those cases is handled through her. She works regularly with the ASPCA and other organizations, including doing search warrants when we learn of animals that may be being abused, and going in and applying for search warrants to allow legal entry to seize those animals, and of course barring them from future ownership.
We have a unit that sits in the Domestic Violence Bureau. because as I think Councilmember Ariola said, a lot of times there is an indication of abuse in the future by the treatment of animals. So we have a unit that sits in the Domestic Violence Bureau who is dedicated to animal abuse and animal crimes. We also just got a therapy dog named Kimmy, which my office is very proud of. So we use that to work with our children and any victims of crimes that may need some comforting as well, including anybody in the office, I guess that is. And just as much as Councilmember Palladino and Councilmember Ariola, I like the kind words and I appreciate it, but we prosecute, but we also try to keep people out of the court system, which is very important to do both. And Councilmember Palladino, I can only tell you that because there's a lot of different views in the room, I want to make it very crystal clear that unless I'm wrong, I'm going to speak for the DAs as well as our president that says we don't want to get rid of the discovery laws. We don't want to backtrack that. And so we are working with the legislature on hopefully getting some amendments that will ease some of the pressure on discovery. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
In Manhattan, we have a point person for our animal cruelty work, a point person who's an assistant district attorney, and she's supported by our senior staff as well.
Perfect. And we will now hear from Councilmember Brewer.
Oh, thank you very much. I just want to let you know Manhattan is in the house. I want to make that clear. And second, I'm the one that's really got the Veterans Court in Manhattan off the ground many years ago. I think somebody knows that. And my husband's a vet, so those are my bona fides, just so we're clear. I have a question for Manhattan and our wonderful DA. So the hub, the Fortune Society, and the bridge are all doing great jobs. My concern budget-wise is when the individuals whom they are working with are identified, supported in some way, is there enough opportunities for follow-up? Is there housing? Is there a place for them to go that gets to psychiatric assistance and so on? Because when I go out with Be Heard, I went out in Queens, I snuck to Queens, and I went out with the Be Heard group. And they really do not have places to put people after they are addressed in by the EMS and by social workers. So that's my question, follow-up.
No, thank you, Councilmember Brewer. For the navigators, so for Fortune and Bridge, they are procurements funded out of our asset forfeiture funds, and I think you'll hear from Fortune later. I'm sure more funding would be welcome, but it is a funded initiative, and it is going very well when we look at the touch points, the metrics that we're looking at, connections, whether it's connections to other providers, hygiene kits, food, and particularly, and Fortune can address this when they testify, housing. I think the hubs, which are more, basically coordination of mayoral agencies, suffer from the same shortages that you and I have talked about, and you know well because you're so on the ground looking at these issues. And so, yeah, a lot of the when I mentioned that if you go to criminal court in the morning, you can see the brokenness of our system. A lot of that, if we had front-end funding addressing mental health and housing shortages, we would avoid those cases. That's true. So we certainly need it. I think within the four corners of the Navigators program. I mean, this was not for this year, but maybe for a future year, when we have a sort of the body of work presented to sort of baseline that in the budget. I think it's important work that's advancing public safety. We're happy to fund it out of forfeiture, and then come to the council at a later date, showing the metrics and the success, and ask for baseline funding.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more questions for you all. Definitely appreciate your testimony and your answers to the questions. We'll now be moving to Mark J.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye, Gail.
Good afternoon. Can everybody settle down and find your seats? We are getting ready to continue. Everybody settle down and find your seats. We are getting ready to continue.
Okay, next we'll hear from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, and afterwards we will hear from the public. If any member of the public would like to testify, please fill out a slip with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be announced. All right, we'll hear from Dina Logan, Nora Daniel, Robert Fiato, and Candace Julian.
Just before you begin, can you just affirm that you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to answer honestly to council member questions? Seeing you all acknowledge that, you may go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for hanging in there with us and for all of the members of the public as well. Chair Salam and your members who are supporting you in spirit of the public safety. My name is Gianna Logan, and I am the Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, affectionately known as MOCJ. I am joined by Nora Daniel, who is our Chief of Staff, Robert Fiato, who is our Chief Financial Officer, and Candace Julian, our Chief Operating Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss MOCJ's fiscal year 26 with you, our preliminary budget and priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. MOCJ is a think tank that advises the mayor and the deputy mayor of public safety on strategies to improve efficiency and fairness in the criminal legal system. We also are an implementing agency, and we turn the ideas that we come up with into actual services that benefit our communities and residents. We do recognize that public safety is a collaboration. It's between all of the stakeholders. So we bring together entities involved in the legal system, sister city agencies, state actors, nonprofit partners, and community members to address issues that undermine the stability of our neighborhoods. For fiscal year 26, MOCJ's preliminary budget allocates approximately $787 million towards our services that include everything you heard here earlier: reentry pathways, transitional housing, alternatives to incarceration, pretrial services, indigent defense services, the Office for Special Enforcement, which you haven't heard about, and our Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes. Reentry is a critical component of the criminal justice continuum. Individuals leaving incarceration face significant barriers to housing, employment, healthcare, and education. That's what makes our community-based reentry programs essential to long-term success and overall city safety. MOCJ invests $26 million a year in reentry programs, including discharge planning on Rikers Island, job training, and holistic wraparound services. We use the word investing. That's because reentry programs are supporting individuals' successful return to our community. Stronger communities means safer communities for all New Yorkers. MOCJ's interventions not only reduce recidivism, but we emphasize accountability and the root causes of negative behavior. We invest $32 million annually in alternatives to incarceration programs, known as ATIs, across the 5 boroughs.
These ATI programs provide services that include connection to mental health supports, substance misuse treatment to more than 5,000 New Yorkers each year, helping safely reduce incarceration rates, which ultimately saves taxpayer dollars. Affording individuals the ability to remain in their community while receiving the services they need to succeed helps improve outcomes for justice-involved individuals and their families. In 2016, MOCJ launched the Supervised Release Program as a pre-trial option in New York City. This program provides judges with the option of a structured supervision model that boosts courts' attendance while simultaneously addressing participants' needs. We've maintained and improved these programs since 2020 with our contracted partners across the 5 boroughs, supporting individuals as they navigate the criminal legal system while affording them the opportunity to remain engaged in their communities rather than being detained. It's working. Tens of thousands of individuals a year are supervised through regular check-ins with case managers, court reminders and legal assistance, mental health and substance use referrals, employment, and educational support. Consistent with Mayor Adams' vision of public safety as the prerequisite to prosperity, MOCJ understands that individuals we support require housing stability. It's the foundation. It's the foundation for success. Without a stable place to live, individuals leaving incarceration are far more likely to face homelessness, unemployment, and may reoffend. MOCJ is committed to ensuring that these individuals have access to stable housing options. Our transitional housing initiative is one of the city's most significant investments in reentry support in recent years. Building on the success of our COVID-19 emergency housing, we evolved that housing model for supports into a sustainable model of transitional housing to meet people where they are and provide a direct pathway to permanent, can we say that again? Permanent housing. Here we see return on our investment. Transitional housing doesn't just provide individuals a bed, it provides the foundation for stability, safety, and success. In 2022, we were fortunate enough to move over 250 individuals into permanent housing, thanks to our sister agency HPD, partner providers, and emergency housing vouchers. In support of housing for all New Yorkers, MOCJ's Office of Special Enforcement plays a critical role in helping achieve Mayor Adams' goal of maintaining affordable housing options. The office fully implemented Local Law 18 in 2022, yay, City Council, the short-term rental registration law, preventing illegal short-term rentals that destabilize neighborhoods and undermines the city's housing supply. The Office of Special Enforcement conducts its work in conjunction with the Department of Buildings and the Fire Department to maintain the integrity of the city's rental market, ensuring that housing remains safe, habitable, and available for New Yorkers. MOCJ's Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes performs critical work to address and prevent bias-related incidents. New York City is a leader on these efforts in our state and across our nation. Hate crimes and bias incidents threaten the mosaic and cohesion of our communities. We work closely with the NYPD, local organizations, national consortiums of cities, and impacted communities to provide education, support, and interventions following hate crimes and bias incidents. We also fund community-based anti-hate initiatives through Partners Against the Hate, also referred to as PATH programs. It includes programs focused on the needs of women and girls, education, and youth engagement. Working with the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, we fund the Breaking Bread Building Bonds program, an initiative Mayor Adams began as borough president, bringing together individuals from diverse backgrounds to foster dialogue and understanding over a simple meal that's shared and ultimately creates a safer, more unified city. MOCJ is proud of our history of innovation, and we continue that undaunted. For example, we created an intensive case management model to address individuals with higher needs mandated to supervise release programs by the courts. Earlier you heard DA Gonzalez talk to you about his Project Restore. Well, that's a partnership. Project Restore Bed-Stuy invested in and graduated a cohort of 30 wonderful young men from a collaborative focused deterrence model, providing off-ramps from gun and gang violence. The partners included the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office, Columbia University Center for Justice, Bridge Street Development Corporation, and community organization Both Sides of the Violence. This is one of the most promising models for disrupting cycles of violence. We must never compromise an individual's right to quality representation when accused of a crime, regardless of ability to pay, which is why MOCJ, tasked with administering the city's indigent defense portfolio, works closely with the New York State Office of Indigent Legal Services, also known as ILS, to effectively administer funding to providers. We also manage the city's conflict council, known as the Assigned Counsel Plan. As part of our transition to our own agency, MOCJ reorganized its personnel resources to create a dedicated team of professionals in our legal division focused on the contracts, the invoicing, and the payments for this large portfolio of indigent defense. Collaborating with our contracts and fiscal teams, fiscal year 25 contracts were registered timely, and we are now on track for timely registration in fiscal year 26. As I alluded to, the new fiscal year marks a significant milestone for MOCJ, the finalization of its own agency code. Woo for us. This code facilitated the establishment of our key administrative functions, including the critical build-out of dedicated human resources and IT teams to support all of the innovative work that our members do. It's allowing us to continue providing resources for the long term to our nonprofit partners, as well as the most vulnerable New Yorkers. Perhaps most importantly, it just makes us more efficient by expanding our technological capabilities. It ensures our policies and initiatives are guided by empirical evidence and real-time analysis. Our work from re-entry services to community safety initiatives is grounded in the belief that healthy neighborhoods are the foundation of a safe city. And our collaboration with stakeholders throughout the criminal legal system is helping us to identify the barriers, tailor solutions, and ensure a holistic public safety strategy. MOCJ and the mayor remain committed to investing in people as a pathway to public safety. With a front row seat to how those investments are providing return, I'm confident MOCJ is well positioned to further enhance its impact in the years ahead, benefiting all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony and for your continued partnership in advancing justice and safety. I welcome your questions. Look forward to discussing how we can further our shared goals.
Thank you for your testimony. Just have a few questions regarding the plan. The preliminary plan includes an increase of $135,000 in fiscal year 25 and a baseline increase of $270,000 in the out years to hire a fiscal manager, a senior fiscal analyst, and a contract manager at MOCJ. Will these positions help alleviate the contract delays that MOCJ is currently experiencing, and what recruitment strategies are being implemented to hire and fill these positions?
Thank you very much for the question, Chair. Yes, the new positions that we have listed are ones that are to assist in the efficiency, and I would turn to our Chief Operating Officer to talk about the specifics of the individuals, and then our Chief Financial Officer to explain further.
Thank you for the question. Yes, as far as recruitment efforts, we've been utilizing the hiring halls through the city's NYC Jobs portal. We're able to recruit the expertise needed to move on contract and finance actions. Of those 3 positions, we actually have 2 candidates in the approval process, and we'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer for additional details.
Thank you. My mic's not on. That would help. Our total expenditure budget in fiscal 25 is $967 million. That's devoted to contracts. So we anticipate the new fiscal analysts that are being hired to ensure that we're having adequate invoice turnaround time. We also have total active contracts of 164 with 70 unique vendors. So we envision the contract manager that will be coming on board to ensure that we are meeting our timely registration goals and ensuring that our nonprofit providers get paid in a timely and appropriate fashion.
The plan includes an additional $87,500 in fiscal year 25, and then a baseline increase of $175,000 starting in fiscal year 26 from funds transferred from POD to MOCJ for a Deputy Director of Policy and Justice Operations. What is the purpose of this transfer? What will be the responsibilities of this position? And is this currently a vacant position for which you are hiring, or is the position filled by someone who previously worked at the POD?
The position is a backfill for us. We promoted, when our first deputy director moved to DCAS as their general counsel, we promoted our current senior attorney to be our first deputy director. And we are now backfilling her position, which we are grateful that we have done so. The role for this position will be very dedicated to policy work that we are doing as it relates to all of the initiatives that support the overall efficiency of the criminal justice system, case processing very specifically, which you heard a lot about earlier today, where we look very specifically at the log jams that we're seeing with our stakeholders and come up with the solutions on how to move them. And sometimes that's really as simple as figuring out how to make sure that a Sally Port door is being opened timely. So that person will coordinate the other members of the policy team to create strategy, but also on the day-to-day making sure that log jams are moved.
I will also add that that position is no longer vacant. The Deputy Director for Policy and Justice Operation is now serving in his 2nd day at MOCJ.
Moving to headcount and staffing. In the preliminary plan, MOCJ's headcount decreased from 119 in fiscal year 25 to 57 positions in fiscal year 26. Please explain why there is such a large decrease in budgeted headcount. Does the headcount in the preliminary plan reflect the actual needs of the office in fiscal year 26, or are there additional positions that are required? How many of these positions are dedicated to managing MOCJ's criminal justice and indigent defense contracts? And does MOCJ's central staff have sufficient resources to administer and monitor its significant contract portfolio? Why or why not?
Thank you for the question. The reduction in headcount would have been from the transition of various portfolios to sister agencies across the city. Our headcount has actually increased since then as we've been working with our colleagues at OMB to ensure that the agency is adequately staffed. We received 6 lines in the FY24 January plan for agency operations. As you mentioned, we recently received 3 additional lines to support contract and finance actions. We are always looking at the staffing needs and are very proud of the work that our colleagues are doing at MOCJ to move the needle on the various programs and contract actions. So yes, the decrease would have been related to the transition of various portfolios to other agencies, and we have been working with OMB to ensure that we are adequately staffed, which is reflected in the increased headcount in recent financial plans.
I want to move to closing Rikers Island. We have been informed by the administration that there's approximately $1.5 billion currently budgeted for initiatives to reduce the jail population and provide responsible alternatives to incarceration. Can you confirm that the budget includes this funding? And what programs and services does the administration currently fund to meet the goals of responsibly reducing the jail population?
So I will, thank you for the question. I will let our Chief Financial Officer keep the numbers so I don't get everything twisted. But in terms of the programming and the initiatives, I will also give our Chief of Staff time to discuss them, but we are ensuring that we are looking at reentry services. What we're trying to do is make sure that as a whole, the criminal legal system is functioning efficiently. We're making sure that there are less people going in and more people coming out. That's the straight math. So for supervised release, what are the programs, what are the services that the courts, that the DAs, that the defenders all agree they need in order to have individuals that can safely navigate their cases in community, stay in community? For individuals that are currently on Rikers, we continue to work with the Population Review Team, with CJI, to continue to look at individuals. All of the DAs are very responsive. We are able to call, we are able to have conversations about individuals and cases for them to look at again. And as we're talking about making sure that people just don't go back, so giving them either alternatives to incarceration or the ability to reenter community where they have foundation so that they are not coming back into the system.
So just to reiterate what Director Logan was mentioning, we do run supervised release through MOCJ. We work with 5 providers to fund that program. And last year, there were about 28,000 cases that came through supervised release. In addition to that, we have alternatives to incarceration, whose goal is to really work with people and provide the services that they need so that they are less likely to return to the criminal justice system. So through that program, over the lifetime of the alternatives to incarceration, the most recent contract, it's been averaged about 6,600 people a year, and last year was around 8,000, so we've seen some increase in the use of ATIs. And we also work with 10 reentry providers to do discharge planning on island, as Director Logan mentioned in testimony, and also to provide in-community services for reentry, and that has about 4,000 people a year in that programming. We also have transitional housing that seeks to connect people to a safe place to land when they're leaving jail or prison, which is also has an impact on how people, ensuring that people are less likely to come back into the system.
And just to be clear, the transitional housing program is not just a bed, as I said, it's foundation, but it also is very proactive. So our director for transitional housing worked with other stakeholders to change hearts and minds and created an initiative that was Open Minds, Open Doors, making sure that we're addressing the stigma and the misconceptions about individuals coming back to community so that landlords and brokers and your neighbor who has a two-family house would be making their units available for individuals who are coming back who need, as I will quote Yolanda Johnson-Peterkin, second, third, fourth, and fifth chances in order to become functioning and reintegrated with their community members.
Can you clarify the $1.5 billion as to where that is in the budget?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, Chair?
Just wanted clarification on where the $1.5 billion was in the budget.
1.5 billion is primarily within the DOC capital plan, not within MOCJ's budget.
What funding does the preliminary budget include to address PICs with a mental health diagnosis?
So the funding for people in custody who have mental health diagnoses, that comes through the correctional health system, correctional health services. So that funding is within their budget.
And how is MOCJ working to eliminate unnecessary incarceration in our city?
So as we were talking about, all of our work is designed around creating a justice system that's smaller, safer, and fairer, and that still maintains public safety for all New Yorkers. And so in order to do that, we run programs that either divert people away from jail or prison or seek to reduce the likelihood of someone returning. So that's within supervised release, which diverts people away, could divert people away from incarceration as they await their case disposition, and then alternatives to incarceration, which diverts people away from jail or prison as the accountability measure when their case is resolved.
Are there any tools that MOCJ currently has that can be leveraged to increase the ATIs and lower the population at Rikers Island?
So we're committed to continuing to work with all of our partners to make sure that ATIs are used to their fullest extent. It's definitely something that we are continuing to work on. We have been working with our research and our research innovation team to develop both quality assurance measures and also better data to really dig in to see where the gaps are that we need to fill in order to make sure that the ATIs are being used to their fullest extent.
Has your office met with the Lippman Commission to discuss how MOCJ can assist in expanding ATIs?
We have actually spoken to different members of the Lippman Commission about multiple areas of not only the ATIs, but addressing the larger seriously mental ill population. We continue to have those conversations and find common grounds as to where we can do better, where we can talk to our partners to do better, and where there may be options for new ideas of things to start doing.
And what assistance is MOCJ able to provide with regards to upcoming Lippman Commission recommendations for lowering the population at Rikers?
When we look at lowering the population of Rikers, again, we're talking about the programming, but we're also talking about how we can move the needle of individuals who are staying in in custody for longer periods of time with delay. So when we are looking at what tools we have, one of the things that we've talked to various members of the DA's offices as well as to other stakeholder partners is to think about how we, in line with what the courts are doing, can get the information to DAs and to defenders sooner. So where in the flow of individuals coming through the criminal legal system can we give better assessment tools? Where can we give better screening tools so that people have more information sooner and can make more concrete decisions sooner? One of the things that our research innovation team has looked at is very specifically the timeline for adjournments and understanding that reducing the time to adjournment by even just 1 day could actually save 67 beds in Rikers. And so looking at it not only holistically at the individuals and what the services that are needed to be provided, but looking very concrete using the empirical data to look at what is actually happening within the system and what the system can do to better address the case processing needs, address the needs of the individuals, are the tools that we bring to the table with all of our stakeholders.
Why hasn't the points of agreement tracker been routinely updated as projects were completed or postponed? According to the MOCJ's website, it has not been updated since 2022.
So we did have some staff turnover in that we needed to have someone who was in charge of the tracker, but we do anticipate updating the tracker sometime within the next month or so.
Has your office written an internal progress report regarding the investments listed in the points of agreement?
We do have internal updates on the POAs. We do.
Can you send that report to us?
It's not a report per se, but when we are ready to update it, we will send it over to you.
Thank you. Has the NYC Jail Population Review Program in Brooklyn and Manhattan been expanded citywide?
So the program has not yet gone citywide. It is still in Queens and Manhattan, and we are at this point reviewing with the teams to figure out what is the best path forward for moving the program ahead.
So we've started to, we have the funding to expand it, and so we are looking to expand it fully by the end of this fiscal year.
And what impact on public safety and the average daily population have you seen come out of the NYC Jail Population Review Program?
Thank you. I'm going to start and then I'm going to let Ms. Daniel go ahead. The impact for us in terms of public safety has been a very clear, granular level understanding of the individuals that are coming into the system. And having that new data was something that we did not originally have. We have been able to start creating the solutions for the services and the things that needed to be enhanced. So for example, I mentioned our intensive case management program. What our data folks had seen was that there were a core group of individuals who were not responding to the supervised release model that had been in operation for quite some time. And based on that information, we were able to realize the specific steps that we needed to add. We needed to reduce case sizes for the individuals that we saw that were coming in that were presenting with this persistent pattern. So we needed more senior case managers who had more experience because these individuals had higher needs. We needed to make sure that we were providing them with more supports to come to court because their nervous system responded in ways that the average New Yorker may not. If I say to you and to Ms. Daniel and to myself, we have to be at City Council for a 3 p.m. hearing, then we make sure that we get here at 3 p.m. What we saw with these individuals that were being not so successful in supervised release was that their nervous system responded to that as a fight or flight. So where you thought it was a meaningful opportunity, it really wasn't because their nervous system did not have the coping skills to be able to get them to that place at that time. So giving them a case manager that got them to the behavioral supports that helped them develop coping skills so that they didn't receive that information as a fight or flight scenario were some of the things that we use that other information to then be able to build within the current structure of the tools that we provide.
And apologies to the correction, jail population review has expanded citywide. It is citywide now.
And according to the jail population forecast terms and conditions report, there are two major factors driving the increase in the jail population: people with mental health diagnosis and case delays. What strategies is MOCJ implementing to lower the specific population on Rikers Island?
Right now, we're working with our partners in correctional health services and health and hospitals to really think about what the services are to address that population, because we know from the data what is referred to as Brad H and the individuals within DOC custody is growing significantly, and even within just the time from December to now, we have seen that population grow. So it is looking at the opportunities to provide stronger services for that population to get the level of personnel that our partner providers will need to assess what caseloads should look like when we're dealing with that population. And then always it comes back to making sure that there is the appropriate housing for individuals to thrive.
Regarding alternatives to incarceration, exactly how much funding is budgeted for ATIs and other diversion programs in this plan?
In FY25, we're budgeted for about $32 million for our ATI providers, 14. And for the reentry providers, we're budgeted for about $26 million, covering 10 providers.
So there are discrepancies between what is outlined in the proposed budget and what advocates have been told would be cut. Can you please clarify the proposed cuts for services that flow through MOCJ for alternatives to incarceration and reentry services?
Our FY26 PEG in the Alternative to Incarceration program is $8.9 million, and our FY26 PEG in the reentry program is $8 million. And we're continuing to work with our partners at OMB and our vendors that we work with every day to assess the impact of these cuts as we enter into fiscal 26.
So there was nothing in this plan in terms of the PEGs. We wanted to know why there was such a decrease.
The only PEGs that we have in effect right now for ATI and reentry are for next year, $8.9 million for ATI and $8 million for reentry. The fiscal 25 PEGs were restored.
Okay. Can you please list the programs that the program providers that would be affected by the cuts, by these cuts that are coming?
So for reentry services, we have 10 providers, and for ATIs, we have 14, and we can send you that list.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing that there's no one left to question you, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for being patient. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic. We spoke about the budget. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. I will now call the first in-person panel. Arislea Skinner, Olivia Duong, Glens Rivera, and Janie Fox. You may begin at any order you would like.
Good evening, everyone. Chairman Yusuf Salam and distinguished members of the committee. I am Glennis Rivera, Second Vice President of Local 372, New York City Board of Education employee, District Council 37, ASME. It is an honor of the Local 372 to present this testimony on behalf of the Level 1 and Level 2 school crossing guards that are represented under the leadership of our President, Sean D. Francois I. Local 372 respectfully requests the city to restore the school crossing guards vacancy positions that were cut off from the previous budget. City funding to support the promotion of a citywide public awareness campaign to stop the violence against school crossing guards, and permanent reforms to school crossing guards, pay practices conforming the same that to the DOE support staff titles. Local 372 has long testified the need to hire additional school crossing guards is vital in order to keep our children safe from danger of reckless drivers, and to ensure that our crossing guards members are not stretched thin by the continuous decline of staff. Student pedestrians often face major safety traffic hazards every day caused by double and triple parked cars and buses. Stops sited in close proximity to school buildings, and school crossing guards are often the first line of defense in ensuring the safety of these students. These workers have risked their own health, safety, and lives to perform vital services to the community. And as the member of the crossing guards continue to decline, thousands of children cross main intersections without any supervision, putting our children's safety in jeopardy. The need for increased protection for our student pedestrians and members of our community make it essential that the City of New York allocate funding for the additional hiring of the school crossing guards. In 2023, Mayor Adams authorized the elimination of almost 500 open crossing guards positions, completely eliminating the hiring of additional school crossing guards. And just last year, in March, an 8-year-old boy lost his life due to the driver's recklessness. Just 5 blocks from school, by eliminating these open positions and not hiring additional school crossing guards, sends a dangerous message. The safety of New York school children, it's not the city's priority.
I see that you're reading your testimony. In the interest of time, if you have that to submit to us, that would be great. That way it'll be a part of the record.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Chair Salam and distinguished members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Arisleda Skinner. I am the president of Local 5911 of DC 37, representing the New York City's 911 operators. My understanding is that the NYPD Commissioner Tisch today stated that the 911 calls aren't going into a voicemail. In correction of her statement, our 911 callers are going into recording. I wanted to play a recording, which I will submit, of today, March 11, during her testimony by a civilian who called 911 for her mother-in-law whose sugar level was up 500 and was disoriented and unable to speak to a live 911 operator, to only get EMS respond until 10 minutes after. I want you to know that a fire can double its size within 30 seconds, transforming a small flame into a raging inferno in minutes. However, when you call 911, you might end up going straight into a voice recording. When someone stops breathing, cardiac arrest can follow within moments. The brain can only survive for 3 to 4 minutes without oxygen. Moreover, time response for the NYPD is crucial when a person is under attack or in danger. A reliable 911 system is essential for the safety and well-being of our city. Chairman, unfortunately, over the past few months and as recently as today, calls to 911 have been directed to a voice recording due to shortage of operators and an increase in sick call-outs caused by burnouts and fear of not being able to go home after every shift. After their shifts are due, excessive mandatory overtime is required of every 911 operator. It is important to emphasize that 911 operators are the one group that cannot afford to be short-staffed, as they're responsible for dispatching or connecting emergency responses such as EMS, FD, and NYPD. When individuals are in distress, it is our operators who answer those calls. Calm a mother who's losing a child, talk to someone off a ledge, and comfort those who are having difficulty breathing until an emergency response arrives in person. The emergencies are numerous, and we need to be alert and focused and provide the best possible assistance. With that, I conclude New York City's 911 system is in crisis due to the severe understaffing, with fewer than 1,000 active operators handling a population of 1.2 million plus people in this city. Again, we are in an emergency situation today. The number of unanswered calls, mandatory overtime, high absenteeism, resignation rates among operators impacting the well-being of job performance on our operators and the safety of New York City. The City Council is urged to address this crisis by increasing staffing, improving transparency, to prevent a potential tragedy. Sir, my full testimony will be submitted with you today, as well as a recording of today's audio. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I will take any questions if need.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Salam and the members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Olivia Duong, and I am president of Local 3778 of District Council 37, representing 300 civilian NYPD professional titles such as criminalists, city research scientists. I got a little bit excited today when I heard DA Melinda Katz mention the need for a forensic crime lab, and that's because I'm here today to highlight the urgent need for a new facility for our hardworking forensic scientists under the city title of criminalists working at the NYPD Police Laboratory. The need for a new updated forensic laboratory building is long overdue. Currently, there are just under 400 employees working in forensic chemistry, firearms analysis, and crime scene units out of a 5-story building in Queens built in 1930. Originally a department store, refitted as a college university, and most recently a chemical laboratory, firing range, and office building. The current facility is outdated and in a constant state of repair and disrepair. I believe that many years ago, our former forensic investigations chief testified right here in this room about how urgently we need a new home. Millions of dollars have been put into our roof just to ensure it doesn't leak. Our operations have long outgrown the space provided for our testing needs. In short, our workers deserve a state-of-the-art facility with ventilated spaces where we can safely handle bulk powder evidence of unknown origin, like fentanyl, xylazine, fake oxy tablets, and increasingly more hazardous and toxic chemicals. We need safe spaces to test live firearms and the increased caseload of ghost guns. I ask the committee to ensure that this is put into the NYPD capital budget on behalf of the civil servants who are rarely seen or heard, but make a profound difference and impact to public safety in New York City. In spite of the many facility challenges we face, my colleagues have strived to maintain the highest quality and integrity of their forensic work for the citizens of New York City. I will submit a written testimony for the record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jane Fox. I am the chair of the Legal Aid Society Attorneys Chapter at the Association of Legal Advocates and Attorneys. We are United Auto Workers, Local 2325. UAW 2325 represents over 3,400 active and retired legal services workers at over 30 nonprofit organizations in the New York City metro area and beyond. UAW 2325 members are attorneys, paralegals, social workers, investigators, and support staff. We are the workers who guarantee community safety by making sure New Yorkers have access to justice in our courts and vital social services in our city. And while our members are an essential labor force, decades of underfunding has led to untenable working conditions. We are facing an attrition and workload crisis. We are facing a student debt crisis. Our salaries and retirement benefits have failed to keep pace with our counterparts in the district attorney's offices and corporation counsel, and this inequity in our funding speaks volumes about who is valued in the legal system. When our wages stagnate, the services our clients receive are degraded. Our members are dedicated to public service, and when we can no longer afford to stay, we go to jobs in the public sector that have better salaries and real pensions, such as the Attorney General's office and the Office of Court Administration. Positions requiring experience go unfilled, leaving those who remain overburdened with rising caseloads. Our salaries are just too low, and the cost of living in the city is just too high. In 2025, UAW 2325 has fundamentally changed the terrain of legal services through our union organizing, and now over 95% of legal service workers in New York City are UAW 2325 members. And this year, we have aligned the contracts of over 2,100 of our union members across 12 chapters to expire on June 30th, 2025 for a potential sector-wide strike in July that could shut down courts across the city. And while we are committed to bargaining in good faith with our employers, and while we do not want to strike, we are prepared to withhold our labor to win a future for thousands of our members who need better wages for the long term. In fiscal year 26, we are asking the council to fully fund legal services so our employers can meet our core bargaining demands. Together, we are bargaining to establish a living wage floor of $70,000 for our entry-level members. We are bargaining to guarantee a minimum 4.5% COLA. We are bargaining to ensure our retirement benefits match what public sector employees get in the state retirement system. And finally, we are bargaining to increase salaries to keep pace with agencies such as the Federal Defender's and Attorney General's Office to retain our most experienced members. Our members are not immune from the affordability crisis that has hit this city. Austerity budgets in legal services hurt our union, and they hurt New Yorkers.
If you can submit the remainder of your testimony
just
so
have-
that it can be
Sure,
included in.
one final statement, which is that settling fair contracts centered on these demands will provide stability to our members and ensure working-class New Yorkers get the absolute best legal representation because they deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question for this panel. How many hours of overtime are 911 operators working?
16 hours.
16 hours.
We are scheduled to work 8 hours, some are on 12, but we're mandated for 16-hour tours every day.
You said every day.
Majority of the members are ordered every day.
16 hours daily,
Every day.
911 calls.
Almost 150 calls a day, working on 3 to 4 hours sleep, because most of our members are working on 3 to 4 hours sleep every day for 16 hours.
And just, you made a statement, and I wanted to get some clarity.
Sure.
You said the 911 calls are going to voicemail?
They're going into a recording system. I have the recording for you to provide to you as well. As of today and last week, when you call 911, you will get a recording telling you to stay on the line, followed by a TT tap, which is sounds like you're going into a fax machine, and it will continue to tell you to hold until a live operator comes on. It can take up to 1 minute to 2 minutes for a live operator to come on. The statement I made about the issue that happened today with one of the civilians was she had to wait for a minute or two for that call to go through, 10 minutes for EMS to respond to the person who needed assistance.
Wow. Any time where the call is not being answered at all?
No, we eventually pick up, eventually.
But it could take time, like
It can
you're saying,
take
in terms
time.
of like.
And again, we are not
oxygen to the
aware
brain.
the caller is stating on the other line. So you can have someone's child who is not breathing. She has to wait until that call gets responded for us to give her EMS on the line, as well as if there's a fire in your home, you have to wait on the line until we get on live to transfer you to the fire department. So no one gets the emergency dispatched until we are live on the phone call.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for your testimony. I'd now like to call to the witness table Tina Luongo, Lisa Schreiberdorf, Anthony Martone, Juval Scott,
Piali Basic.
Piali.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Hi, Councilman.
Perfect. I didn't want to drop that one up. So just to remind you, you have about 2 minutes to speak. Once you hear the audible chime, try to wrap in the interest of time. We have a lot of people that are signed up. Thanks. You can start in any order you like. Oh, just press the button.
Okay. I was saying that I wish we had the 5 minutes, but I'll be brief. My name is Piali Basic. I'm with the Neighborhood Defender Services of Harlem. I'll introduce myself, and I think my colleagues are going to introduce themselves. As you know, our offices provide constitutionally mandated representation for those who are accused of crimes. Collectively, our organizations represent thousands of largely Black and brown New Yorkers each year. But the council supports us, you're familiar with our work, because we're more than just public defenders. We offer holistic, interdisciplinary defense representation. So what does that mean? We work with attorneys, advocates, and administrators who work collectively because everyone is invested in our mission to fight for justice and equity for the communities that we serve. Let me give you some examples of that. It looks like a social worker who sits for hours with a young client who's facing arraignments, making sure they are released and able to go home. It involves investigators who are being trained to keep up with the ever-changing landscape of technology, which is vital to ensure that we have access to critical discovery to get cases resolved quickly. And most importantly, I think so critically, it involves advocates who are accompanying clients to sometimes life-saving mental health, substance abuse treatment. And the earlier that our teams get involved, the more successful our advocacy. But we want to discuss why we need increasing funding. And for the greatest impact that funding has had in the last few years is that it's impacted our inability to offer competitive salaries, which my colleagues will discuss. So what we are, and we'll have a joint statement to actually lay out what our specific requests are, as well as to respond to some of the statements made earlier. But our ask is a 25% increase on the personnel budgets of our baseline contracts to raise existing salaries. Just 3 more statements. Our ask also increases funding to support the rising costs of health insurance on our baseline contracts, to support the substantial increase we're seeing in OTPS, the occupancy costs, rental costs, and as well as supporting our homicide contract, which we very much need additional funding to support our homicide contracts. So I think each of my colleagues will speak specifically about those requests.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Juval Scott. I'm the Executive Director of the Bronx Defenders. I began as the Executive Director for the Bronx Defenders about 6 months ago. I started there after a 2-decade career in the federal public defender system, and so I have spent the last 2 decades really working towards making sure that the promise enshrined in Gideon versus Wainwright came to fruition. I was heartened to hear the prosecutors say that they want a system that is fair and one that looks at people as individuals. That's precisely what public defenders do. We tell the stories of the people who find themselves entangled in the system, in the criminal legal system or other systems, and we make sure that each of those people is seen as an individual and not merely a cog in the wheel. That the system is not one where people who find themselves in courts across the city are treated as though they are similar or exactly the same as people who are standing next to them. The reason why this is important is because those people like myself who spend decades in public defense, people who want to be public defenders, we do so knowing that we could go and have far more lucrative careers in big law and corporations, but we don't, because the work that we're able to do to serve the community is sustaining for us. But what is different in New York City than the federal system is the way that public defenders are paid. And I think it boils down in some ways to the fact that public defenders, even in this process here, are not even seen in the role that, as important as they are. We are constitutionally mandated service. We are a service that is provided in accordance with, in accordance with the Constitution. But here today, we were given 2 minutes to respond to a very big issue, and I'll wrap this up very briefly, which is we need more money. Public defenders are sustaining large rates of burnout because we live in one of the world's most expensive cities, but the pay has not kept pace. And it's very different. There are public defenders right here in the city, in the federal defender system, who make more money. And it's in part because the federal government has decided that they will not allow public defenders to be paid less than their counterparts on the other side of the aisle. That public defenders in the federal system will make at least as much as the prosecutors that they have cases against. New York City could make that same commitment to public defenders, if not more. It's not a perfect model because prosecutors get other benefits, pensions, things of that nature that we would never get. But at a minimum, we could do that. It would stem a burnout. It would allow us to stem the tide of attrition that happens in public defender offices, and it would allow us to serve the community and the clients that rely on our services. And so I'm asking you, the council, to make sure that we're properly funded, to provide that 25% increase so that people who want to be public defenders in one of the most expensive cities in this country have the opportunity to do so and will stay.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today to advocate for our city's public defenders and the thousands of residents we represent each day. My name is Anthony Martone. I'm the Executive Director of Queens Defenders, and today I'm calling out to New York City Council to support a 25% salary increase for public defenders. This increase will bring our staff salaries closer to the recent increases in the 18B assigned council plan and to aid in the retention of our staff. Our attorneys are trained not only to enhance legal skills, but also to represent our clients beyond the case itself and to use services for our offices, creating opportunities for change, which minimize recidivism. This can only be done in a public defender office, but it's become increasingly challenging to keep talented attorneys once we've invested in them. Experienced attorneys often leave around the 3rd or 4th year for more lucrative government jobs or to join the 18B council plan, which recently has received an increase in hourly compensation from $75 an hour to $158 an hour. That's a 110% increase that aligns with the federal assigned counsel and meets the minimum wage requirement to maintain effective counsel for indigent New Yorkers. An 18B attorney billing 35 hours a week, which is modest, makes over $287,000 a year. Public defenders' compensation, on the other hand, is woefully inadequate. 18B's increased hourly rate is both for felonies and for misdemeanors. Supreme Court judges, knowing this, usually give enhanced rates for felonies up to $200 an hour as they realize misdemeanor attorneys are getting paid the same. When Governor Hochul increased the 18B rate, she acknowledged that it was a fair rate, and she also said this is absolutely a need. The work they do is critical. Since discovery reforms, attorneys spend countless hours combing through gigabytes of data and watching hours upon hours of body-worn cameras. All defense attorneys spend much more time on each case. The difference is 18B counsel bill for each hour when we do not. We urge the City Council to increase the funding for public defenders, to include a 25% salary increase for the critical work they do for New York City's residents, and to provide the city with a more cost-effective option for representing clients who cannot afford an attorney. This increase would demonstrate the value of their work, the lives they change, the vital role they play in New York City's criminal system, and simultaneously support the retention of high-quality staff our organization spends years of training and developing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you very much for this opportunity, Chair Salam, and also for your dedication to sit here and listen to the testimony. I'm Tina Longo. I'm the Chief Attorney of the Criminal Defense Practice, and I've served the people of New York City as the Chief Defender and a Public Defender at Legal Aid Society for over 20 years. And from that seat, I have watched this city reform laws, brings some segment of justice and fairness to the criminal legal system, stop and frisk, right? Remove broken windows policing from our courts. But I have to admit that even with my status of being somewhat of a veteran at this table, I am perplexed and very disappointed in the level of information or misinformation that was shared earlier today about discovery reform in our state. And I feel that while the issue of salaries for public defenders and monies for our office is critically important, we also have to set the record straight to some of the things that was shared today. Let's be honest about discovery first and foremost. The discovery law that was passed in Albany in 2019 and went into effect on January 1st, 2020, 2 months before the world stopped with a pandemic, did not create more discovery to be handed over. It simply requires the prosecutors to turn over discovery that exists. So when I first started in New York City, in this county, over at 100 Center Street, and my client was to take a plea or go to trial or go to hearing, and I was given 15 pages of papers and told to try the case, we did. But that's not justice. That's not fairness. That created wrongful convictions. That created tons of appeals and delays on the backs of the people we represented. The fact is that, yes, discovery reform created the obligation of prosecutors to turn over more. And we actually agree with the prosecutors on a few points here that I think are important. Technology and staffing is critical, which is why 3 years ago, all the defender chiefs and all the prosecutors wrote the mayor and told the governor what was needed was funding. And that funding just started to flow only a couple of years ago. And I want to set the record straight. You heard DA Gonzalez talk about a system that they're putting in place that will make efficient discovery review. They're building that system now. It's not in place. Legal Aid Society is using that same vendor. Our system isn't in place either because it takes a really long time to put that technology in. And I raise that because Governor Hochul's proposal is not a tweak. It isn't going to be more efficient, and in fact, it's going to cause more delay because I will tell you what the public defenders in New York City will do and state. We will file motions because we aren't getting the proper discovery, because under the governor's proposal, the prosecutor will be able to dictate what gets turned over or not. We will fight that. The last thing I want to say, and I know there are other people, but I'm hoping that the folks that are here in the public want to understand and what the data shows. Felony cases are not being dismissed. The OCA data shows that, and Judge Zayas, who testified in the state hearing specifically was asked whether or not cases are being dismissed, and his answer was, felony cases are not being dismissed as a result of discovery. So
I have a question about the discovery.
Yes, please.
Why is it so difficult from the defense's perspective for the New York City prosecutors to comply with the discovery laws? Is it a managerial or a technological problem?
What I have been saying is it's not a law fix, it's a management fix. And the management fix, here's the reality. NYPD holds all the evidence for the prosecutors. They have to process it. NYPD has to process it, store it, and hand it over to the prosecutors. No money was put on the table in 2019 to build out a system. The prosecutors admitted today that they're just building that system out. It's a system called NICE. 4 of the 5 prosecutors are going to be using it. DA McMahon is opting out of that. That is going to allow NYPD to share electronically that data, and the prosecutors then to review it, analyze it, and turn it over to us electronically. That's key. There is also a bill that's sponsored by Senator Myrie and Assemblyman Micah Lasher that would allow the prosecutors automatic access to take the discovery from NYPD themselves instead of waiting. The other issue I want to say is they talked a lot earlier, and I agree, we all agree, that we need more staffing because of discovery. You need more. Perhaps they need more prosecutors. Our argument would be we need more defenders. But more importantly, do you know who we need? We need paralegals, what we call litigation assistants at Legal Aid Society, non-attorneys trained on analyzing, organizing, getting the case ready. Do you know the model that works out there? It's called law firms. Law firms in our city and across this country deal with terabytes and terabytes of discovery. The model they use is they put paralegals in place first so that lawyers could lawyer. So that if you're a prosecutor, your ADA can move that domestic violence case to a trial or a hearing. If you're a defense attorney, your attorney's resources are to be over to court or at Rikers or investigating a case to be ready for trial. Monies need to be used to put that type of staffing in place. And more money needs to be put toward the technology to get it set. And the key here is, if we can do that, the law doesn't need to be rolled back. Because it's not the law that's going to create the efficiency, it's staffing and technology.
And I would just note that in the federal system, that is the way that it's constructed. We've been dealing with terabytes of information since before the discovery law here. We had the structure that Tina mentions with paralegals and different staffing, and it allows attorneys to really be able to process through the information efficiently. It's the right thing to do. It's the constitutional thing to do. People should know what the evidence is against them. When prosecutors charge cases, they know that. There's no reason to delay handing that over to defense counsel. And I'd note that when cases are picked up and go into federal court, the New York NYPD doesn't seem to have a problem handing it over to federal prosecutors. So it seems to be something that is reserved for prosecutions here in the city, as opposed to when they want it to go to something different.
So I want to know also, is there a ratio of paralegals to lawyers that you would find ideal?
There's a standard that historically we used, which is 10 to 1, and I'll tell you that's not sufficient.
I was going to say, in federal offices, it was about 4 to 1.
Right.
The ratio.
And that was what we had been asking for a number of years. But it's also the training that paralegals should be getting. Our paralegals, we call them again, we have paralegals and we have litigation assistants. They do very different things. A paralegal will file motions and go to the file subpoenas, prepare paperwork. A litigation assistant sits on the case with the defense attorney and organizes all the evidence, indexes it, organizes it, and then presents that to a lawyer. The lawyer then says, watch the body-worn camera and give me a synopsis of that. And I'm going to give you a story of a litigation assistant that started last year. In September. Litigation assistant, a case was pending a long time. We heard that we're still working out of COVID backlog. This case was pending a really long time. The lawyer had looked at some of the evidence, but did not have the time to look at all of it. The litigation assistants watched the body-worn camera. And after our client was out in the community, not in, luckily, at Rikers. The litigation assistant found information on the body-worn camera that when it was presented to the district attorney, the case was dismissed because it showed that actually the client had not done what the police had alleged to do. That's the power of people. Changing a law will not help that, especially the governor's version that would have probably allowed a prosecutor to perhaps not turn over all the body-worn camera evidence, right? Because they could, in essence, choose. So the other issue that I think is really a solution that we need to lean on, and I'm going to credit DA Gonzalez for talking about it, and that is the pilot in Brooklyn that OCA, Judge Zayas, has actually implemented. And what I heard DA Gonzalez to say, and I agree with him, is that the pilot is working. Placing a judge and senior members of OCA to negotiate and convene a meeting that talks about DAs, would you turn over? Defense, what do you still need? How much more time do you need? Okay, we're gonna set it down for trial, is working. And so that should be our goal. Our goal that has not rolled out yet in the other 4 boroughs. It's in process. But that's a solution that doesn't require a law to be rolled back. It actually will move things and are moving things quickly. So funding, people, and the OCA having a judge call conferences, which again happen, I think, in the federal system all the time, mirroring our system to more efficient systems across the country and in the federal system is the answer we should all be leaning on.
And I just have a last question for this panel. Can you please give us your perspective on this DAs have claimed larger dismissal rates on misdemeanor cases based on technicalities. Is this what you see as the defense bar?
Yeah, well, I think what the prosecutors are doing in anticipation of an argument to remove the law is that everything that gets dismissed, they're just blaming on dismissals as far as discovery. If a complaining witness doesn't come forward within that same 90 days on an A misdemeanor or 60 days on a B misdemeanor, and they don't have a supporting deposition, that case gets dismissed. That happened all the time prior to discovery laws and after the discovery laws. But what the DAs are doing, you can manipulate numbers to anything you want them to say. They're just clustering them into dismissals and attributing them to discovery dismissals. Now, did they give discovery in those cases? No, because they knew they weren't getting a supporting deposition. So they'll put down that no discovery, couldn't get the discovery over, so the case is dismissed. It could be insufficiency, and they'll say they didn't turn over discovery, therefore the case gets dismissed on discovery issues. And I think it's calculated differently with felonies and misdemeanors. Pretty much all misdemeanors, they just attribute to lack of discovery. Because the felony dismissals aren't happening, they really can't do that. And there's studies in OCA and other studies that you can look at that shows quite clearly that dismissals are actually down in some counties. And the reason why they're down, because it's not because of the discovery. I was on trial, in the middle of a trial. I got 3 discovery during trial. I made 3 challenges to the certificate of compliance. It did not get dismissed, even though it was happening in the middle of a trial. The judge said, take overnight, take a look at it. I'm not dismissing the case. That's a fallacy, thinking that felonies are getting dismissed because of discovery. And it's outrageous that I sat here for some of this today, that there are actually government officials saying that people who are accused of a crime should not get the discovery, which could then lead to unlawful convictions. And we know that's been a fact. That's been proven. Lack of discovery leads to unlawful convictions. Why would someone have to sit in jail for 20, 30 years and then say, oh, we should have turned that over? It's outrageous to even go near that.
I'd also just add that I think we have to be careful and steer clear of naming a prosecutor's inability to meet their constitutional obligation a technicality. It's not a technicality. And so I think we have to be really careful when we frame it that way. They have an obligation to the public. They have an obligation to the accused. And so they have to meet that obligation. When they don't, there is a process, there are laws, there are things that happen on the other side of that. That's not a technicality, it's the rule of law.
Well, definitely thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
so
time.
much for your time.
We'll take a 5-minute break before the next panel is called up. Thank you for your patience. I'd like to call up the next panel. When you hear your name, come up to the witness table to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. When recognized, about the topic of today's hearing, the budget. If you have written testimony that you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that to the Sergeant at Arms, and you may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov 72 hours of the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. The next panel that I'm going to be calling is Corinthian Black, Rob De Leon, Meg Egan, Megan Marceline, Megan Kirk, and Giles McCallie. So you'll have, okay, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Once you hear the chime from the clock, that means to begin to wrap your testimony. And you can start in any order you would like.
Thank you, Chairman Salam. My name is Megan French-Marcelin. I'm the Senior Director of Policy at the Legal Action Center. Today, I testify on behalf of the New York City Alternatives to Incarceration and Reentry Coalition, a network of 12 service organizations with decades of experience in providing holistic, community-based supports to justice-involved New Yorkers. Collectively, our programs serve more than 30,000 New York City residents each year. The ecosystem of providers that I represent now work in front-end alternatives to detention and incarceration, as well as back-end reentry services. We have been a model nationwide for how you get to a more equitable, human-centered justice system. And we do this work with pennies on each dollar that the city allocates to the DOC, to the NYPD, and other law enforcement entities. Decades of research demonstrate that ATI programs are more effective than incarceration at improving public safety outcomes, decreasing the chance of future convictions, improving employment rates, and generating significant savings for taxpayers. Across New York City, ATI and reentry programs yield reductions in homelessness and psychiatric hospitalizations, as well as increases in health-seeking behavior, relational connections, meaningful participation in the economy, as well as overall desistance from crime. And yet I sit before you today representing the aforementioned ecosystem, now staring down what I heard today, over $16 million of cuts. I will just ask that these cuts be restored, and we are asking for an increase from City Council of $2.4 million to continue this work. The rest of my testimony is submitted written.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Meg Egan, and it is my honor and privilege to lead the Women's Prison Association. Chair Salam, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Throughout our 180-year history, WPA has been a force for change, challenging the systemic inequities that criminalize and marginalize women, particularly Black and brown women. For these women, incarceration is not merely a consequence of a single event, but the result of compounding systemic failures: poverty, housing instability, trauma, and lack of opportunity. The harms and failures of Rikers Island are real. The cost to families, communities, and the city is immeasurable. Mothers are separated from children, communities lose contributors. The cycle of inequity perpetuates and deepens. But what if there was a different way? A way that prioritized prevention, provided support, and treated justice as an opportunity for restoration rather than punishment. WPA envisions that path forward. There are just over 400 women held on Rikers Island right now. We believe that together with our partners, we can develop the services and support to make the community the public safety-minded default rather than Rikers Island. Our work will center on the following priorities to develop the infrastructure of services to meaningfully address the compounding systemic failures that diminish safety. As Megan said, the city must not just restore the ATI and reentry funding currently cut, but expand these essential and effective programs. We are also requesting funding to lay out a clear and practical pathway to make incarceration for women obsolete in New York City. Funding to provide robust clinical care to our clients and improve outcomes and public safety, and funding to develop a robust discharge planning infrastructure to ensure that planning begins the moment a woman sets foot on Rikers Island. Through this work, WPA will break barriers, shatter systems, and reshape societal norms to significantly reduce the number of women incarcerated in New York City. This will significantly increase the opportunity, financial security, and stability for women, their families, their communities, and our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Salam and members. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Megan Kirk. I'm team leader of CASES Nathaniel Assertive Community Treatment, member of the ATI Reentry Coalition. At CASES, we know that New York City's most pressing safety problems are solved best by supporting people, not jailing them, and our programs do what jails cannot. We provide our clients opportunities to recover, reintegrate, and succeed in their communities. The budget is an opportunity to invest in that vision. However, the proposed cuts would compromise the city's safety, and we join with the call. I was heartened to hear so much support throughout today's testimony for investment in mental health, alternative to incarceration, and the programs we here today provide. So I'd like to share with you about assertive community treatment, as Nathaniel is the nation's first and now only one of 2 alternative to incarceration or detention assertive community treatment teams. We are a long-time evidence-based, cost-effective, intensive, holistic, multidisciplinary community approach to providing services for people who have serious mental illness, who have demonstrably not been served by more traditional treatments. This includes psychiatric care, nursing care, peer support, and because of MOCJ and City Council funding, we are also able to provide holistic housing support, substance use support, to provide the services that our clients need. I would like to share about one such anonymized client today who might live in one of your districts. His name is Alfred. He is a Black man in his 40s. He has experienced intense persecutory delusions and paranoia for as long as he can remember. He experiences command hallucinations, which means that he hears voices telling him to do certain things. He was referred to us after a high-profile felony arrest, after he had been released, but it was identified he was not doing well with that clinic referral he had been given on discharge. After we built rapport with Alfred, we were able to identify a medication regimen that served him. Over time, he was able to gain employment, develop community connections as he has no family support, and today he's doing well after graduating from mental health court in the fall. We join the request to enhance the funding for people we serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening to all, and thank you to Council Committee Chair Solomon and committee members for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Corinthian Black. I am a former gang member and an individual who's known to carry a loaded firearm. Today, you see a full-time community navigator with the Atlas Hope program, partnered with the Fortress Society, a member of the Legal Action Center Youth Advisory Board, an emerging adult for the Annie E. Casey Foundation, and much more. As a product of an ATI program, I believe the concept of alternative to incarceration should be the staple in our communities. I support law and order, but prison is not the only solution. The ideology of the correctional system is based upon punishment, not rehabilitation. Some say if you did the crime, you must do the time, but there are alternatives like ATI programs. I was mandated into Fortune Society for a year. If that's not doing the time, I don't know what is, and it wasn't easy. Initially, I was skeptical, thinking it would be like Rikers Island, filled with people from various backgrounds, including those with gun cases like mine. After a few weeks, I started to open up in Fortune, which became my safe haven. The Thinking for a Change and anger management classics was very therapeutic, teaching me about myself and different ways to handle conflict. I learned that walking away from confrontation takes more discipline than reacting in anger, a lesson reinforced by mentors with extensive prison experience. This highlights the need for credible mentors for youth like those provided by ATI programs. I realized that my decisions have wider impacts, a lesson carried into my daily life. Fortune empowered me, even created the first ever Client of the Month award for me. They introduced me to influential settings and supported my development of a youth curriculum backed by the Annie E. Casey Foundation. Now I'm the provider. Through my youth focus group and my work with Atlas Hope, I support individuals aged 16 to 40 who are just as impacted and high at risk. I build trust within the community and motivate those I once stood alongside and others, assisting them in finding employment and achieving stability. In neighborhoods like the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, we often encounter smoke shops, Kennedy Fried Chicken, liquor stores that promote unhealthy lifestyles. I believe we should allocate funding to establish more ATI programs in these areas, giving justice impacted individuals a better chance to thrive. Instead of waiting to intervene after youth have committed crimes, we need to be proactive and support them while they're young. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Salam, for your great work and support over the years, and for hearing us tonight. I'll summarize my statement here that I've submitted. My name is Rob DeLeon. I'm the Deputy CEO at the Fortune Society. At the Fortune Society last year, we served over 13,000 individuals who've had impacts with the criminal legal system. And those individuals were able to be connected to jobs, to housing, to addiction treatment services, to mental health services, to health services, to be connected to medical professionals. And through doing this work, we help to enhance public safety. I think it's really, really important to note that 3 out of 5 prosecutors today and the special prosecutor mentioned the importance of ATI programs, as did our partners at MOCJ. And so the idea that we're looking to cut ATI programs versus to enhance them in order to, in compliance with the law, close Rikers Island ultimately, is just, it doesn't make sense to me or to any of us. The kind of work that we do, my story, I tell it, pretty often in forums like this. When I went to prison, I was 17 years old. When I was interrogated by police and went through adult prisons and have an adult record on my rap sheet for as long as I will, thanks to the Clean Slate Act, hopefully that will soon be erased. But individuals like myself, the difference between me and someone like Corinthian is that I've been doing this for 21 years, and Corinthian just started his career. But ultimately, the work that we do helps to enhance public safety and is an important piece of it. We shouldn't be cutting it, we should be enhancing it, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for your testimony. I do have a question regarding, so it was mentioned about the cuts. I'm wondering, regarding the ATI Coalition, can you provide examples of the types of programs and services that the city will lose, from the before-mentioned budget cuts that were discussed?
So, you want to start? So I could start in saying that we don't yet know which of our programs will be cut. That's something that, once those cuts come down, we'll be informed of. And the way Fortune is structured is we blend our funding in order to provide services to anyone who walks through our doors who's been in contact with the criminal legal system. What I can guarantee is that the number of people that we're able to serve will decrease significantly, and that won't have any positive impacts on public safety. When individuals aren't connected to opportunities to thrive, they result to the things that they know to survive. So I can't name the programs, but I will say that ATI and reentry services will absolutely decrease for the folks that we serve.
And just to add a little bit of color to that, you know, our programs are a lifeline and a lifetime commitment to people. We work with clients years, sometimes decades after their mandate ends. There are folks that will come in to Fortune or to Osborne or to WPA or to Cases and say, you know what, I need a little bit more support. 20 years later, and we are here. So our benefits extend well beyond what we are budgeted because we make commitments that go on forever. But I can tell you that our programs are far more effective than Rikers is at public safety because they, as you heard today, they enhance people's lives. They connect people to communities, to healthcare, to jobs, to stability that we need to be able to thrive. So as people deteriorate on Rikers, they are built in our programs.
Wow. Well, thank you all for your testimony. This has definitely been enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we called. I'm going to call the next panel. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you are called up. Haley Olesko, Darian Mack, Andrew Santa Ana, Yvette Chen, Haydel Michal. Thank you. You may begin in any order you like.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, Chair Salam. My name is Haley Nolasco, Senior Director of Government Relations at the Center for Justice Innovation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Public safety is a pressing concern for New Yorkers, but true safety is built on sustainable, community-driven solutions. Gun violence and systemic accountability remain challenges, and the criminal legal system too often fails to address the root causes of crime, leaving vulnerable communities at greater risk. We must recognize that harmful practices like stop and frisk have disproportionately harmed vulnerable communities, undermining trust in systems. This is why continued investment in community-driven initiatives are critical. We thank the Council for their ongoing investments in our programs, such as our neighborhood safety initiatives and the New York City Crisis Management System, which our SOS Save Our Streets program is a part of, working to reduce gun violence, and ask for this work to be sustained. As mentioned earlier today by District Attorney Clark and District Attorney McMahon, we are also urging our city partners to support the establishment of a fully operational community justice center in the South Bronx as well as in Staten Island. This would bring vital resources to those most at risk of violence and helping them engage with the support and services they need. Next, programs addressing gender-based issues are especially vulnerable in these times. Our Staten Island and Queens Community Justice Centers have seen a rise in female-identifying ATI participants in 2024, with 200 women in Staten Island and 334 women in Queens. Women in the justice system face unique challenges, including higher rates of abuse and mental health struggles. To address this, we are advocating for the development of Empower Her, a program to provide targeted support for women. Similarly, the RISE project tackles the intersection of intimate partner violence and gun violence, partnering with anti-gun violence organizations by raising awareness and providing direct services, case management, and healing circles for those experiencing IPV. It also engages youth in programs that promote healthy relationships and public safety. We are advocating for increased support citywide to address increases in intimate partner violence. This is our moment to stand with our communities and invest in solutions that create lasting, transformative change. Thank you so much for your time. A full list of our budget requests have been submitted with testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Salam, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a co-director of Freedom Agenda, and we're one of the organizations leading the campaign to close Rikers. Our members have both experienced Rikers and been impacted by crime, and they know what works to create real public safety. It's things like housing, healthcare, work opportunities, mentorship, and safe community spaces. While Mayor Adams has said he wants to close the pipeline that feed Rikers, his proposed budget would do the opposite. The mayor's budget proposes $11.8 million in cuts to the Office of Criminal Justice for alternatives to incarceration and reentry programs, while allocating $150 million to hire 1,100 more correction officers. The mayor's proposed cuts to alternatives to incarceration and reentry programs are clearly not an economic necessity. If our city were truly facing budget constraints, the mayor would not plan to spend nearly $150 million to hire 1,100 more correction officers this year, when DOC already has about 4 times more officers per person in custody than the average U.S. jail system. The proposed cuts also ignore the wishes of crime survivors. A recent survey of crime survivors in New York City showed that 3 of 4 prefer alternatives to incarceration and mental health treatment instead of jail. The proposed cuts are also not in line with evidence-based practices, given the documented successes of ATIs and reentry programs, compared with research that shows that people detained at Rikers are more likely to be rearrested than those who were not. So why would the mayor propose a budget like this? It could be a lack of vision, or it could be a giveaway to a corrupt union that has supported him but isn't for the benefit of New Yorkers. We're calling on the City Council to ensure that the adopted budget paves the way for New York City to deliver on the legal and moral obligation to close Rikers Island, including restoring and increasing funds for ATIs and reentry programs. We will submit, along with this testimony, for full budget analysis that outlines the amendments needed in fiscal year 26 budget to pave the way to closing Rikers and passing a people's budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I want to thank Chair Salam for holding this hearing and giving the Asian American Federation the opportunity to testify on the public safety needs of our community. My name is Andrew Santa Ana, and I'm the interim co-executive director of AAF, representing the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. My written comments are going to be much more detailed, so I just wanted to summarize here. In 2025, public safety for New York's Asian community is at risk due to a rise in anti-immigrant policies, ICE's encroachment upon city authority, and increased violence against Asians. These factors undermine the trust in systems meant to ensure safety in a city long seen as a sanctuary. At AAF, we understand that during this unstable climate, community-based organizations play a vital role in keeping folks out of the criminal legal system, but also maintaining public safety. I want to raise a couple programs that we use for your evaluation. As you know, as each wave of anti-Asian violence and anti-immigrant sentiment ripples through our communities, many Asian New Yorkers are increasingly afraid to leave their homes. They are reluctant to engage in the broader community. Indeed, recent increases in Islamophobia affecting South Asian, Arab, Muslim, and Sikh communities, as well as the resurgence of anti-Asian sentiment following the November 2024 presidential election, underscore the ongoing threats by Asian New Yorkers. We encourage the City Council to re-up its support for AAF's Hope Against Hate campaign, which is a program that we've developed through the pandemic to sustain the essential delivery of life-sustaining programs, including multilingual safety trainings, youth programs, and victim support services. Through this program and another program we hope to launch to protect immigrants and Asian Americans, we urge the City Council and members of the committee to consider the following recommendations to ensure that all New Yorkers feel safe in their city. To support Asian-led and serving organizations to connect them to certain necessary services, to increase funding for anti-violence and immigrant safety programs like our Hope Against Hate campaign, and of course to provide in-language services to aid victims' healing and improve their health. We look forward to working alongside the City Council and members of this community to restore a sense of public safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for being here and taking the time to listen to us. I came here before previously, and I was asking for assistance back in 2023. For years, I've been asking for assistance because law enforcement had brutally assaulted me. They put me in the psych ward to cause bodily injuries. So I'm just mentioning some of the cases that we have in the news, which I gave everybody a copy. If nobody has one, I have extra. This guy named is Steve Talley. He was arrested, made homeless, and blocked from getting a job. This person's name is Nella Gomez, New York City police detective. When she was assaulted like I was, and then police claimed that she was crazy. This is another one. New York City police officer Adrian Schoolcraft. He had evidence against police, thrown in the sidewalk because police were scared of him exposing their corruption. So law enforcement likes to terrorize people, and since they like to do that so much, this news article says that the councilwoman calling cops terrorists. Here was another one by the president, calling the people who stormed the Capitol terrorists, which included corrupt people in law enforcement. So this came from like a lawyer's website that mentioned, do we have the right to defend ourselves against the police? Which we do. So my question is, what steps do you suggest that we take when we're being brutally assaulted by police? What would you tell your mother, your grandmother, your daughter, or your sister if they're being terrorized by police? What steps would you suggest that they take to get the terrorism to stop? I'll just go ahead and listen to your answers like anybody can answer.
Well, definitely thank you for your testimony, all of you. There's no questions for this particular panel. Thank you.
So there's no suggestions that get law enforcement to stop attacking me?
Yeah, this is not the forum for that particular conversation. We're talking about the budget in this particular thing, so I wanted to be respectful and make sure that you were heard, even though it wasn't necessarily on topic. Thank you.
Now we'll go to the woman on Zoom.
We'll now hear testimony from just say virtual testimony. Oh, I thought it was a. We'll now hear from the virtual testimony on Zoom. We'll hear from Haydel Michelle.
Hello, it's Hadil.
Hadil.
All right, good afternoon, good evening at this point, Councilman Salam and the Committee on Public Safety. We appreciate the Council's past support of our work with LGBTQ and HIV-affected survivors of violence. My name is Hadil Mishal, and I am the lead organizer at the New York City Anti-Violence Project. AVP is the only LGBTQ-specific victim service agency in the city. We operate a bilingual 24/7 hotline and provide free and confidential legal services, counseling, community organizing, and advocacy. We also provide professional trainings on how to create culturally responsive, inclusive, and affirming programs for our community. Hate crimes have been on the rise in New York City in the past 5 years, with the numbers doubling between 2018 and 2023. Anti-gay hate crimes have risen by 141%, and hate crimes against transgender New Yorkers have risen by 140%. These numbers are underreported for a variety of reasons: language barriers, mistrust in the police, and fear of retaliation, just to name a few. Time and time again, the solutions to violence that the city offers up is to increase the number of police officers. Our answer is to keep funding service organizations like ours, who do the hard work of helping clients report, access resources, and seek justice through the legal system. For the LGBTQ community, oftentimes the police serve more as a barrier rather than a help in cases of violence. One of our clinicians' clients called the NYPD to report domestic violence and then was arrested instead because their partner weaponized the client's mental health diagnosis. Another incident was a Spanish-speaking client who was drugged and sexually assaulted. The police apparently did not take their report. Our office had to contact the LGBTQ liaison, who then supported the client with the report.
Thank you.
Why
Time's
do our
expired.
clients have to go through this? I'm sorry?
Your time's expired.
Oh, okay. I'll just wrap up. Finally, I'll tell you about one more client, John. John was wrongfully shot by an NYPD officer years ago. He survived, but his injuries left him with a permanent physical disability and a lot of trauma. The NYPD's internal investigation found the officer to be in the wrong. He's an immigrant, and despite living in the country for decades, there has been no movement on his asylum case. He's being stonewalled by the NYPD in pursuit of his immigration status, and we are unable to serve justice in this way, and we have the capability to properly support our clients with your support. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I hope we can come together to continue this partnership and build more community-led safety initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Before proceeding with the other people on Zoom, I'd like to call up to the witness table Constance Leasold, Christopher Leon Johnson, William John, and Sharon Brown. Sharon Brown left, okay.
Ready?
Perfect. You can start in whichever order you like, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Salam. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. First off, I know it's kind of off topic, but you, sir, should jump on the Progressive Caucus's letter and showing your support for Mahmoud Khalil and calling for his release from ICE custody. Free Mahmoud Khalil. Please support him, brother. Please sign that letter. Please. But I want to talk about this right now that, first off, look, we need to make sure that ShotSpotter stays in the city of New York. We need to expand the contract to ShotSpotter. They need to put one by my house on Lincoln and Buffalo because they be shooting up the block near my house, but they need to put ShotSpotter there. While we at it about Rikers is that, look, we need to close Rikers because it's a big situation over there, but to keep it real, that it's not a lot of space when it comes to these borough-based jails, like where you're gonna put these people at when you close them down. Like, and one thing I want to say about this whole situation about, I just heard from the testimony from DC 37 about the lack of, like, 16 hours a day at 4 days a week, 64 hours a week, and there's only less than 1,000 people that work 911. I know Andrew Cuomo is going to be the next mayor. I know it's political, but the truth of the matter fact is that he's going for the hiring of 5,000 more cops. Instead of hiring 5,000 more cops, he needed to call for the hiring of 5,000 more 911 operators, because that will fix everything with the situation with overtime and stuff like that, and it'll give people a bigger chance to get a job in the city of New York. So 5,000 more 911 operators. You know what I mean? We already have enough cops. 34,000 cops is already enough cops in the city of New York. The issue with the NYPD is that they need to do more proactive policing instead of reactive policing. That's why you got a lot of overtime, because they anticipate a lot of things for the OT, and it shouldn't be like that. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Salam. My name is William John. I'm a senior staff attorney at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I'd like to talk about 2 things today. First, the Mayor's Voluntary Removal Program allows untrained police officers who have no expertise or with individuals with mental disabilities to detain them by force and remove them to a psychiatric hospital against their will, solely because the officer believes the individual has a mental disability. We do not in any way support the failed policies of our broken mental health care system that leaves at-risk individuals in unacceptable states of distress and deterioration. But the best way of preventing risk to individuals with serious mental illness is through the expansion of the evidence-based and community-based mental health services. Second, we need to stop police violence and mental health crisis calls. In the past 9 years alone, 20 individuals were killed by police while in mental health crisis in New York City, and 85% of them were Black or other people of color. We already know that peers and trained mental health professionals are best equipped to de-escalate crises and connect individuals to care. Unfortunately, the city's current program, such as the Be Heard program, does not meet this goal. The Be Heard still authorizes extensive police involvement, is likely to continue the violent responses by the NYPD. In fiscal year 2024, for example, more than 70% of all mental health calls in the Be Heard pilot areas were still directed to the NYPD. The city must remove police entirely from the equation. For example, CCIT NYC is a coalition of over 80 New York City organizations and has already developed such a proposal in which teams of trained peers and EMTs who are independent of the city government would respond to mental health crises. We therefore urge the council to support a truly non-police, peer-led system in response to mental health crisis calls. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now resume Zoom testimony, calling Tarina Garamella.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Allison Holohan. I'm stepping in for Tarini, and I am the director of the New York Initiative for Children of Incarcerated Parents at the Osborne Association. It is critical for NYPD to fully implement the New York City Safeguarding Children of Arrested Parents law passed in 2019. This law requires NYPD to adopt guidelines for safeguarding children present during an arrest, to train officers and provide families with information about supportive community services. We are grateful for the City Council fund we've received to collaborate with NYPD to implement this law. This included training over 6,000 NYPD officers who tell us that our training helps them consider children's perspectives, helps them take steps to reduce trauma and to better communicate with children. But we've only trained a small portion of the 36,000 uniformed members of service, which is why it's critical for us to collaborate with NYPD to develop a sustainable training plan. It is also imperative for us to expand the network of community-based support to ensure all children can access support post-arrest. We encourage the NYPD to collect data on how many children witness a parent's arrest to identify trends and to ensure support is available for children in all neighborhoods. NYPD has declined to do so. In 2019, the New York City Criminal Justice Agency found that people arrested supported more than 60,000 children in New York City, making it clear that this work is critical. CJA is no longer collecting this data, and we do not know how many children witness a parent's arrest. We urge the council to introduce a bill requiring NYPD to collect this data. We also seek to assist the New York Department of Corrections in developing a protocol and to train personnel on how to safeguard children whose caregivers are arrested while visiting Rikers Island. We hear this happens regularly. In closing, Osborne seeks discretionary funding from the council to ensure that a sustainable NYPD training plan is implemented, community support is expanded, and to collaborate with DOC to safeguard children whose caregivers are arrested while visiting Rikers Island. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Melissa Vergara.
You may begin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Vergara. I am a member of Freedom Agenda and a mental health clinician. I'm here today to urge you to reconsider the city's budget priorities in the name of true public safety, specifically invest in alternatives to incarceration, reentry programs, rather than increasing the NYPD and district attorney's budget. The proposed $12 million in budget cuts to these crucial programs is a step in the wrong direction and will only perpetuate cycles of harm and instability in our communities. The reality is jail and prisons do not provide effective mental health treatment. Incarceration only exacerbates existing conditions, deepens trauma, and making integration into society even more difficult. Research has consistently showed that individuals struggling with mental health and substance use disorders are disproportionately incarcerated rather than treated. New York City must stop prioritizing punitive measures and instead fund community-based alternatives that offer mental health and substance use treatment, stable housing, and job training. Solutions that reduce recidivism, successful transition to communities, and promote real public safety. It costs over $500,000 per year to keep one person on Rikers Island. The mayor has budgeted $150 million to hire over 1,000 more correctional officers in the coming year. The money could be used to fund treatment and support and support services that prevent incarceration in the first place. My son is a 23-year-old with intellectual and developmental disabilities, along with a mental health diagnosis, and spent 2.5 years on Rikers Island without mental health care. His symptoms and crises were always met with solitary confinement, repeated use of force by correctional officers who lacked training and to de-escalate situations, often escalating them. While in an upstate correctional facility, he endured the same trauma, the same abuse. Now, as he prepares for reentry, his parole officer rejected his return to family and instead pushing for him to be placed in a shelter, further destabilizing his transition and denying him the support he desperately needs. His story is not unique. It is a reality for thousands of New Yorkers caught in a system that punishes rather than heals. This is not justice. This is not public safety. Public safety is a city where individuals experiencing mental health crises are met with trained professionals instead of police who lack the necessary expertise.
Your time is expired.
Is ensuring having access to housing, job training, mental health, and substance use treatment so they do not end up incarcerated in the first place. Public safety is investing in people and not punishment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now hear from Sammy Feliz.
You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Sammy Feliz, and I'm representing the Justice Committee, a grassroots organization committed to ending police violence and systemic racism in New York City. I was born and raised in Washington Heights and in the Bronx, and to me, public safety is very personal. My brother, Alan Feliz, was killed by NYPD Lieutenant Rivera and officers Almanzar and Barrett in 2019. Lieutenant Rivera, who has since been promoted despite a record of 41 misconduct allegations, 2 fatal shootings, has received over $1.6 million in salary and benefits from 2020 to 2024. This is an egregious misuse of city money, and if it is not keeping New Yorkers safe. Lieutenant Rivera continues to patrol the street despite the fact that the CCRB and NYPD Commissioner of Trials have recommended he be fired. The city resources have been wasted to fund Lieutenant Rivera's abuse of New Yorkers, and this is not an exception. The CCRB's 2024 annual report shows that police misconduct complaints are at the highest since 2012 and has been increasing annually under Mayor Adams. Along with the NYPD's budget, last year, NYPD paid out over $200 million in police misconduct settlements. Instead of continuing to flood the city resources into policing and criminalization, we are calling on the city council to invest in services that will actually increase safety and well-being for our communities. The Justice Committee supports the City Council's Progressive Caucus call for an investment of $61 million in true non-police public safety solutions. This includes $22 million to create more intensive mobile treatment teams and $7 million for more forensic assertive community treatment teams, both which will have long wait lists, and also includes $6 million for new respite centers and $9 million for expanded mobile syringe services. These investments will be life-changing for New Yorkers. Last year, when
Your time is expired.
and NYPD officer Salvatore Alonghi and Matthew Cianfranco in front of his family while struggling with mental health complexities. Wynn's family believes that if trained mental health workers would have responded Wynn's call rather than an NYPD, he would have had access to quality mental health services. He would still be alive today. We're calling for the City Council to fully fund the Civilian Complaint Review Board, along with the obstruction by the NYPD and Lieutenants Police Union. The CCRB's lack of funding contributed to my
Your time is
brother's case
expired.
dragging on for over half a decade. And my family's experience is not unique, especially given to historic high rates of police misconduct under the current administration. The CCRB must be given the funding that it needs to do its job. Even if it's funded at $44 million, the CCRB's budget would only be 0.7% of the NYPD's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Benjamin Ingle.
You may begin.
Hello, thank you. Good evening, Chair Salam and council members of the Public Safety Committee. I'm a program manager with the 3rd Avenue Business Improvement District in the Hub. We are the oldest BID in the Bronx, founded in 1990, and we serve the communities of Mott Haven and Melrose. The Hub sees hundreds of thousands of shoppers daily, and the BID represents over 200 businesses. I would like to advocate that the City Council prioritize public safety in the hub in the following ways. Have a strategic NYPD presence that prioritizes foot patrols over vehicular patrols. Strengthen community relationships by funding the Community Affairs Program for the 40th Precinct and ensure that the community room at the 40th Precinct is active for youth programming. Ensure that security cameras are placed throughout the commercial corridor. Address retail theft of small businesses by allocating additional officers to hold security assessments with business owners. Ensure that officers who confront persons with mental health challenges receive proper training. Make sure that the NYPD coordinates with DOT and the Parks Department to ensure public safety in pedestrian plazas and parks. And finally, expansion of the Police Athletic League programming to provide after-school options for youth in the district. We understand that public safety is larger than just having a police presence, and we advocate that Bronx residents have pathways to good jobs. Additionally, there needs to be proper support for people suffering from addiction. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Brian Fortino.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Brian Patino. I'm a tenant organizer at Catholic Migration Services and a proud member of the Association of Legal Advocates and Attorneys. Today, we heard a lot about police and prisons, but I want to talk about what public safety means to me. At CMS, I've organized buildings across Queens, bridging connections among English, Spanish, and Bangla-speaking tenants to demand better living conditions. In one campaign, I organized tenants in Jackson Heights to sue their landlord in housing court. Through a combination of legal action, rallies, and media coverage, we pressured the landlord to make long overdue repairs. One tenant, previously living with mold in a shower and a broken window, now has a safe home and the confidence to continue advocating alongside his neighbors. While ALA members are an essential labor force, decades of underfunding have led to untenable working conditions. I want to keep doing this work, but it's incredibly difficult to get by my salary, especially after paying taxes, rent, groceries, laundry, utilities, medical bills, and student loans. And for our office assistants and those supporting children or caring for elders, it's even harder. However, ALA has aligned the collective bargaining agreements of over 2,000 of our union members to expire on June 30th, 2025 for a potential sector-wide strike. If management will not meet our demands for fair compensation and realistic workloads, our members are prepared to walk off the job. A strike will paralyze courts across New York City, which depend on our members showing up each day. In order to settle fair contracts for our members, we are asking the City Council to fully fund legal services, including at least a 50% increase in stabilizing NYC funding and at least a 35% increase in Housing Preservation Initiative funding. This will allow our employers to meet our core demands, establishing a living wage floor of $70K for all legal services workers.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Guaranteeing an annual minimum 4.5% COLA for all legal services workers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Test. We have now heard from everyone who has signed up to testify. If we inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify in person, please see the Sergeant at Arms table to complete a witness slip now. If we inadvertently have missed anyone who would like to testify virtually, please use the raise hand function in the Zoom, and a member of our staff will call you in the order of hands raised. I will now read the names of those who registered to testify but have not yet filled out any witness slip or appeared on Zoom. Seeing none, I would like to also note again that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted up to the record 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. This now concludes today's hearing.